Aokiji's chosen opponent here was robbed by Hawkeye, so he had to turn his attention to Buggy in the air. However, before he could take a shot at Buggy, the figure of Whitebeard rushed over. Frozen boy. This old man will be your opponent. Whitebeard came to the front, without saying a word. He stabbed Aokiji directly. Are you actually asking me to deal with the protagonist? Aokiji frowned, and immediately parried, quick, now, kill Admiral. Let them taste our power. Kill. Behind Whitebeard, the captains of the squadrons and the captains of the big fleet swarmed up. Don't be presumptuous here. Your opponent is us. Marine vice admirals came from the rear, with full firepower, directly joined the battlefield. Fooferfer. We can't be idle. Doflamingo steps on Sky Island and joins the battlefield. Subsequently, 3 Shichibukai, Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and Hancock also joined the battlefield. The war has reached a fever pitch in an instant. In the sky, Buggy's body, except for 2 feet, has been gathered together and one of his feet was also edited by Usopp and put in the bag. In this way, Buggy can start air combat without any worries. The pirates below have all rushed to the battle platform, so the slope built by the iron wall fragments is no longer needed. Buggy pointed at the sky with his hand, and the slope instantly shattered into countless fine sand particles, all of which flew into the sky, and some of them instantly formed a 40-meter-long super sword. Buggy stands on the big sword, and the remaining fine sand particles float behind Buggy, like clouds stretching for hundreds of meters, which is spectacular. Luffy. I'm here to hold Akainu, you go save people. Buggy shouted loudly, and he immediately manipulated the 40-meter-long super sword to kill Akainu from the air. Being attacked by Buggy, Akainu could only interrupt Meteor Volcano abruptly, otherwise, even if he had 10 heads, it would not be enough for Buggy to cut. Okay. I'll leave this to you. Luffy knocked last few giant lava punches into the air, then landed instantly, and adjusted his breathing first. Exit the Nika form for a short time, but after just a few seconds, the voice of free battle sounded again. Nika form is back. Luffy stepped on the moonwalk and rushed to the execution platform. Bastard. Don't try to succeed. Seeing Luffy rushing towards the execution platform, he was furious. He will never allow pirates to pass unscrupulously in front of him. Great eruption. His right hand instantly condensed into billowing lava, and his nose slammed in the direction of Luffy's back. But the moment his giant lava fist left his hand, the 40-meter sword crashed down and plunged straight into the ground. Boom. The giant lava fist slammed into the surface of the big sword, billowing black smoke immediately. Although it has caused some damage to this great sword, the effect is not very great. Haha. The material of this iron wall is really good. Just use it to deal with your lava hound. Seeing how durable the big sword made of iron wall particles is so durable, Buggy is very satisfied. When Sengoku on the execution platform saw this scene, his mouth was crooked. Those iron walls were built with huge sums of money. The Vegapunk used provides the latest alloy technology, which makes these iron walls so strong and tough. But he never imagined that the 40-piece super iron wall that spent so much money and manpower to build could not stop the pirates half a step. Even 39 pieces of the iron wall were swallowed up by the guy from the Straw Hat Pirates. The only remaining piece became Buggy's weapon. Looking at the current situation, the only remaining piece of iron wall is in the hands of Buggy, and it has become a surprise soldier against Akainu. This feeling of shooting yourself in the foot with a rock is really uncomfortable. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, look at your expression over there. Haha, is this a dystopia? Charlotte Linlin. PFF'd. Roger, you can really describe it. Edward Newgate. There are so many super iron walls, it is estimated that at least tens of billions of funds have been spent, but the effect has not been exerted at all, and they have been eaten away. I feel sorry for Sengoku. Goo. Shiki. The main thing is that Buggy is easy to use. This is the most uncomfortable thing for him. Geez ha 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 ha. Sengoku. Shut up you idiots. That's the situation over there, I will never let that happen on my side. Buggy. Old man Sengoku, don't be arrogant. After my fruit awakens, I will come and get you some iron walls and go back to play. Sakazuki. Asshole. Do you think Naval Headquarters is a place you can come to whenever you want? As long as you dare to come, Lousy will let you go and never return. Shanks. Whether you can survive the Summit War is not sure. Still want to touch Buggy? Stop dreaming. Nani. Sakazuki suddenly became angry. He turned his head and saw Buggy in midair looking at him jokingly, and he became even more angry. Idiot. It's beautiful to intercept, but you opened the door wide. Sakazuki stepped on, his figure swished towards Buggy, and his whole arm turned into rolling magma. His palm is condensed into a ferocious dog's head. Die to me. Dark Hound. The magma dog's head, which is at least twice the size of the original arm, fiercely bit Buggy. But before this magma dog got close to Buggy, Buggy let out a hearty laugh, and his body exploded in all directions. Each body piece is wrapped with armament haki. This is the habit that Luffy often tells him. Even if you are 100% sure to evade the opponent's attack, don't forget to use armament haki's hardened defense effect. Because no one can tell whether the other party will have other means and cards. Even if this enemy has no backup, what about the next one? What about the next one? Failure is often in a moment of carelessness. So Buggy's fighting style is the same as Luffy's, highlighting a stable. Haha. Want to attack me? Are you dreaming? The exploded body merged together in another place in the sky. Buggy looked at Sakazuki and mocked mercilessly. Don't be too arrogant. Red nose. First the attack was blocked by Buggy, and now his own attack has no effect on Buggy. Sakazuki is furious. Magma cloak waterfall. His hands grabbed the magma-shaped cloak behind him, and then he threw it in the direction of Buggy. The magma cloak is like being splashed on Buggy by a waterfall. This move has limited damage, but the range of damage is extremely wide. However, in this kind of one-on-one battle, once injured, you will soon fall into a disadvantage. Close the door. Buggy sees this, his left and right hands are like pulling a curtain, they come together from left to right. Those particles of the iron wall floating behind him flew in an instant, and then formed a large hemispherical bowl in front of him in an instant. Buggy hid in the large bowl, pressed his palm on the large bowl, and wrapped armament on the large bowl. Haki. The magma splashed over, under the double defense of the iron wall feature and armament haki. The magma waterfall failed to cause any damage to the big bowl. At the same time, the 40-meter-long sword that was originally inserted on the ground was pulled out from the ground with a whoosh, and immediately behind Sakazuki was a sweeping army. Brush. The driver was immediately cut in half and fell to the ground from the air. Bastard. Call me Red Nose again. One or two, stop being self-righteous. Buggy was offended, he clapped his hands. The 40-meter super sword suddenly split into nearly 100 small swords. 100 cracks flying blade. Nearly 100 small swords swung sharply from the air, like a torrent of long swords, rolling towards Sakazuki. The two parts of Sakazuki's body had just recondensed into one body, and they were thrown away by the torrent of the long sword. It turned into a pool of magma and fell to the ground. Gold D. Roger. Then what about Akainu? Aren't you going to make Buggy come and go? Have you seen the fighting power of Buggy after awakening? Hitting you as a little Akainu is like hitting a husky easy. Shiki. After the fruit of Buggy is awakened, it's really Tianke Jian. Ochaku. Indeed. Akainu's fruit is powerful, but it's useless if you can't touch Buggy. Silver Rayleigh. The key is that the Buggy can still fly. Akainu can only do short air combat, and in this regard the Buggy has a huge advantage. Shaki. Actually, there is another key point. That is, Buggy can control objects, he doesn't need to touch Akainu, just hang him. Naval Headquarters. Sakazuki looked at the battle in the red frame screen, feeling very angry. Is there anything more irritating than watching yourself being hanged? Paluzolino, who was on the side, looked over at him. It's too early to talk. I was too full of words just now. Look, is it embarrassing now? What's the matter with you? Sakazuki turned his head away in displeasure. Then I saw Kuzan holding back his laughter gone. Sakazuki was so angry that he almost died on the spot. With Buggy pinning down Sakazuki, Luffy immediately rushed towards the execution platform. Past. The front is the main battlefield. The battle between Zoro and Hawkeye moved crazily, and they have already walked to the right platform. Rayleigh and Kizaru didn't seem to be desperate, and they hit the left platform. Whitebeard and Aokiji are fighting like hell, it looks like they are running for each other's life. Further ahead, it is the battlefield of Whitebeard pirate team leaders and captains. The ones facing them are the rear admirals and vice admirals from naval headquarters. Besides, 7 warlords of the sea and the Straw Hat Pirates mobile team are also fighting in it. The scene was chaotic for a while. Luffy just skipped the battle between Whitebeard and Aokiji, suddenly stopped and jumped back for a day. Bang 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 bang. On the ground in front of his feet, a few tiny holes exploded in an instant. Although there is nothing visible to the naked eye, Luffy's observation haki can clearly perceive that it is a few transparent thin lines. It was originally aimed at his body, but Luffy took a step back in time, which caused these transparent thin lines to hit empty. But the thin wires that can directly penetrate the ground, the power can be imagined. Gecko Moria. Ha! The turkey over there is hard to think about. He. Sir Crocodile. This idiot, let's see if he can last until Luffy's third hit. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Stop gloating. I guess I can't beat Luffy over there, but the scene doesn't have to be ugly. For his means, Doflamingo is still a little confident. Parasite string can be hidden by you. It is really beyond my expectation. A few rounds of parasite string missed, and Doflamingo's slightly surprised voice came from above. He stepped on the sky's path and floated in the sky. The pink feather coat on the back unfolds like a flamingo under the scorching sun. Fooferfer. What a magical boy. You have added so much fun to this war. Doflamingo looked at Luffy below, and made a characteristic punching sound. Although Luffy has just shown that he can withstand Meteor Volcano, but Doflamingo is not a good stubble. He is a lunatic himself. How could he not dare to meet the enemy? Not only does he want to meet the enemy greater than he also plays tricks on the opponent's boss. If Parasite String succeeds just now, he will control Luffy to kill Luffy's partner. The beauty of that kind of thing. Only Doflamingo can experience it. Of course. All of this is in his own imagination. The real situation is that he couldn't even hit the opponent with Parasite String, let alone be able to control the opponent to carry out the next operation. At this time, Doflamingo was in the air, with his hands in his pockets, slightly bowed his back, and jokingly said, "Let me introduce myself, I am Doflamingo." However, before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because in front of him, Luffy's figure has suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Doflamingo's observation haki is suddenly released. Found it. In his observation haki perception, the moment Luffy disappeared, his figure instantly shifted to another place, and then moved to his right side almost at the same moment. Fooferfer. I found it. 5 color strings. He opened his 5 claws, and 5 transparent silky lines suddenly stabbed towards the right side. However, this thorn left nothing, and to his left. Luffy's kick strikes, and the kick covered with armament haki lands on Doflamingo's body, like a mountain is thrown directly. Doflamingo disappears in place, and a fortification in the distance collapsed suddenly. I don't have the time to know a small character like you. Luffy withdrew his foot and continued to rush forward without looking back. Ha 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 ha. The entire chat room burst into laughter. Gecko Moria. Hey. I don't have time to meet a small character like you. Hee 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 hee. Sir Crocodile. You roast chicken, you are not as good as me. I was defeated by the double entanglement of Conqueror's Entanglement and Armed Color Entanglement, and your direct Armed Color Chi will be done for you. Jinbei. Indeed, this is simply vulnerable. Charlotte Parasparrow. The kid in the red straw hat Luffy is so funny to me, that serious look really treats Doflamingo as a low-level character, lick lick. Charlotte Katakuri. Otherwise, what role does the clown guy want to be in front of Red Luffy? Gold D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. From the perspective of combat effectiveness, this pink boy is really not worthy of the Red Luffy to take a second look. Don Quixote Doflamingo. What a joke. From what I know about myself, that can't be the real body. Of course I know myself best. Doflamingo thinks that he will not be so stupid that he has seen the fighting power of Red Luffy, and he will continue to fight with his own body. Luffy kicks Doflamingo away, and then continues to rush forward. Suddenly. Observation haki immediately sensed a powerful crisis coming from behind. He turned around and saw a huge long whip formed by twisting countless thin threads crashing down from the sky. On the long whip, wrapped around the rich armament haki. The power can be seen as Madara. He didn't hide. Instead, he raised his hand and directly grabbed the long whip. Under the assimilation of Nika's form, this long whip was immediately assimilated into rubber, thus losing its power. Nani? Above the sky, Doflamingo's eyes widened. He just used a clone made of Shadow Knight string to deal with Luffy. When Luffy thought he was done, Doflamingo's real body attacked Luffy from behind. But he never expected that his cautious sneak attack would be easily resolved by the other party. Damn. I underestimated you. Without the slightest hesitation, Doflamingo immediately released the end of the long whip in his hand. Stepping on the sky's path, he was about to shift away, not wanting to expose himself to Luffy's gaze. However, Luffy's right hand stretches instantly, like a precise cruise missile, approaching Doflamingo from a distance of nearly 100 meters. Damn. Don't think I'm vegetarian. Seeing Luffy's palm attacking, Doflamingo suddenly shifted down, instantly relying on observation haki's prediction. Only. Luffy's observation haki is stronger, directly predicting his prediction. When Doflamingo moved down, the back of his neck fell right into Luffy's hands. Suddenly felt that the back of my neck seemed to be clamped by an iron tongs. Doflamingo shrank his head and looked back. Suddenly saw Luffy's arm. Whoosh! Luffy's arm is retracted at a very fast speed. His knees pop out at the same time. Doflamingo is being dragged backwards at this time, unable to exert all his strength. In the blink of an eye, Luffy wrapped around Wangsei Haki and Armament Haki's knees were on the back of his head. Boom. Doflamingo immediately softened. I don't know what to say. Looking at this guy, Luffy shook his head lightly, and then threw Doflamingo on the ground casually like throwing garbage. Then continue to rush forward. Gecko Moria. Don't say it. Really don't say it. Your guess is really accurate. You really don't have a real body. But, hi he ti. Moria has already organized the teasing words, but she couldn't help but burst out laughing. I forgot what I wanted to say later, Sir Crocodile. Ha 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 ha. So, clown, is there any difference between your real body and your fake body? Once? Nami. It seems that there is no difference, it's all about Shiki. There is still a difference. The real body enjoys the conqueror's wrapped knees, and the fake body can only get kicked casually, which is not formal. Gold D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion. What you say is really annoying, haha. Doflamingo's face is green. He laughed at Crocodile before, and he laughed at Moria. Now when it's his turn, he's on par with Moria Turbin at best. Even, slightly inferior to Moria. It's such a shame. Stinking man, look how powerful this king is. Suddenly, Hancock from 7 Warlords of the Sea came out from the slanting stab, kicked Luffy's shoulder directly with his slender legs. However, before her foot could touch Luffy, the other foot suddenly slipped. I. Hancock slid under his feet, and his 2 legs were thrown forward in an instant, soaring into the air. Luffy only felt a shady wind blowing, and then saw Hancock performing a flat sand falling wild goose pose for him with his butt on the ground. Luffy looks dazed. Subconsciously came a sentence, sure enough. At this moment, Nami yelled, Luffy, go save someone and give her to me. Okay. Be careful. Hearing Nami's voice, Luffy already realized the reason for Hancock slipping just now. Boa Hancock. What? How could a concubine do anything to Mr. Luffy? Buggy. You stupid woman. You haven't had any interaction with Luffy over there. With your stink of hostility to men that day, isn't it very good to attack the Red Luffy? Boa Hancock. Ah. Trafalgar Law. With the Nami over there, I don't think the Hancock over there can even touch the red straw hat. Nico Robin. Ah ha ha. Nami slid under her feet and quickly came to the front of Hancock. Hancock got up from the ground at this time, and she kicked Nami. Perfume Femur, slippery bodyguard. Nami raised his hand, Armament Haki covered his arm, directly blocking Hancock's foot. Under the effect of slippery body protection, Hancock's foot seems to be attached to an extremely smooth spherical surface. Sneaking for a moment, directly pasting, under the inertia of this kick, Hancock directly dialed a turn. Shock feet. Nami seized the opportunity and kicked Hancock's ass. Armed color. Hancock is not a vegetarian either, she immediately turned on her weapon and it was Haki who hardened the buttocks for protection. However, Nami's moves are not just what you see on the surface. When she kicks out the impact kick, the impact shell on the sole of her foot suddenly explodes. At the same time, a sliding ropeway appeared immediately under Hancock's feet, leading directly to the distance. Boom. He shong. Nami kicked Hancock and disappeared. Luffy rushed out of the crowd and saw the execution platform ahead. There is only one person guarding under the execution platform. Bartholomew Kuma from 7 Warlords of the Sea. In front of him, several captains and captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also came here. But looking at them, they just keep a distance from Bartholomew Kuma, but they dare not Get out of the way. Luffy shouted, ready for Bartholomew Kuma to do it. Be careful. Straw Hat Boy. He will make people disappear, Ranger Doma hurriedly shouted. Disappear? Hearing this word, Luffy has to pay attention. He stopped without hesitation. We have already come to the front of the execution platform, we can't make any mistakes at this juncture. Although he still believes in his own strength, Devil Fruit has all kinds of strange abilities, and some of them are really not strong enough to be able to defend. Details. Luffy didn't talk nonsense, so he stopped asking. That guy is a meatball fruit capable person. He didn't know what method he used. Several of us rushed over just now, and whoever he touched with his palm disappeared instantly. Ranger Doma immediately explained. Disappear? Luffy frowned. This is really mysterious. Just as I was talking, Karma, the captain of the Octopus Pirates, was slapped by Bartholomew Kuma due to a wrong position. Karma immediately disappeared in place. Ah. Dorma subconsciously jumped back a step, then pointed at the place where Karma disappeared and exclaimed, Did you see it? I see. Luffy can see clearly, or it is more accurate to say that his observation haki sees clearly. It didn't disappear in place, but was bounced out at a very fast speed. If there is no super powerful observation haki, it is impossible to capture this process. Without too much hesitation, Luffy ran back quickly. He found Nami from the crowd. Quick, give me a slippery body care package. Good. Nami touched Luffy's forehead and activated the slippery fruit ability. With slippery body protection, Luffy rushed to Bartholomew Kuma again. He stepped out, drama, rise up in the sky. The fist of his right hand was bitten by his fingers and blown, and it instantly became as huge as a small mountain bag. Conqueror's haki and armament haki are all entwined and intertwined. Haki energy ripples are full of explosive power. Rubber ape king wave. Luffy jumped up, standing 5 meters high in the air, 18 meters away from Bartholomew Kuma, and it was a heavy punch. Advanced armament haki's release. Conqueror's intertwined space effect. The two merged into one, creating a violent shockwave. Bartholomew Kuma didn't just sit still, he put the heels of his hands together and made an Adu Regan movement. The atmosphere in front of him was compressed densely in an instant, and then released violently in this instant. Boom. The shock wave of a bear paw operation in the air exploded. The two collided together, and a more terrifying energy explosion broke out. The captains and small captains of the surrounding Whitebeard pirates all retreated unstoppably under the violent explosion, or flew out backwards. Luffy puts his hands together in front of him, fingertips forward, forming a triangle. Under the effect of the slippery bodyguard, all these shockwaves passed by his fingers. However, after Luffy's Ape King wave touched the impact of the bear's paw, it did not disappear, but penetrated directly. Air attack. Conqueror's entanglement lies here. Boom. Bartholomew Kuma's chest slammed inward. His huge body seemed to be pulled violently by something behind him, booming 10 sounds directly hitting the solid wall behind him. On high, one more note. Rubber ape king wave. Without any intention of holding back, Luffy followed up with another Conqueror's entangled attack. To be on the safe side, I still play from a distance. Boom. The solid rock wall behind Bartholomew Kuma blasted a hole, and he was blasted in with him. Jewelry Polly. Ah. Damn red Luffy, I can't spare him. Capone Beige. You girl with a big stomach, did you lose your mind all of a sudden? Nami. Yeah. Why can't Hong Luffy be spared all of a sudden? Nico Robin. Does she have anything to do with that Bartholomew Kuma? Monkey D. Luffy. But the red Luffy is over there, even if you can't spare him, you can't touch him. Jewelry Polly. That's right. Damn. The one over there can't be touched, but the one over here can be touched. Luffy, I will never forgive you. Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, Nicole Robin. Ah ha ha. Roronoa Zoro. Stupid. Make you talk. Do you have any reason to talk to this woman? Jewelry Polly. Swordsman, I will never forgive you. Roronoa Zoro. Stupid woman, I can't spare you. Win. The Straw Hat Boys won. Seeing that Bartholomew Kuma was directly punched into the wall, the captain and small captains of the Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly. Luffy didn't have time to talk to them at this moment. Both hands stretched out in an instant, grabbing the edge of the execution platform above. Whoosh. Arm shrinks, Luffy bounces up at once. As soon as he landed on the execution platform, Luffy saw Garp's big face in front of him. Bastard. This is not the place for you. Garp clenched his fists, opened his posture, and yelled at Luffy angrily. Oh, but I'm here. Luffy sticks out his tongue at Garp. Suddenly stunned by Luffy's sudden funny action, Garp was taken aback. How can Luffy not know what Garp thinks? He can't guarantee anything else, but he can absolutely guarantee that Garp absolutely hopes that Luffy can save Ace. Haha. It's hard for you to stay here, let me help you. Luffy's palm suddenly enlarged, grabbed Garp's big face, then stretched out his arm, and pressed it directly to the back of Marine's family town. Boom. Luffy's hand pressed Garp and smashed it directly through the window of a house, and then put it on a chair. Grave. Whoosh. Luffy's arm retracted, leaving only Garp with a dazed face. Ah. This bastard. Garp was furious and was about to get up, but still. He sat down again, tilted his neck, and exaggeratedly said, I fainted. Sengoku. Garp. Goldie Roger. Ahahaha. Garp, you really have your. Haha. Monkey D. Garp. What are you doing? What Garp over there did, you want me to take the blame? Edward Newgate. Aren't you the same in the white frame video just now? Monkey D. Garp. Isn't that something that hasn't happened yet, and it has to be blamed on me? Shaki. Gia ha 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 ha. Anyway, just ask 3 times and deny it. It's right if you don't admit it. Red Luffy pushed Garp out of the battlefield with one palm, and there were only 3 people left on the execution platform. Luffy, Ace, Sengoku. Luffy, don't expect me to let you off. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha form, suspended in the air, shining golden light. Okay. Then I won't go. Luffy responded, covered his ears with lightning, and reached Ace's arm with his right hand in a flash, grabbing him right away. Okay. I didn't go there, goodbye. I didn't come here to fight, but now that Ace is right in front of me, Luffy can grab it with his hand. Isn't it stupid if I don't grab it at this time? As for the sea stone handcuffs, don't care about him. People take it away first and then talk, Nani? Sengoku just let go of the cruel words, but saw that Luffy had already grabbed Ace and jumped out of the execution platform. Nami. Ahahaha, the red Luffy over there is so funny. Trafalgar Law. But what he said is okay, it's true that it hasn't passed. Gold D. Roger. Sengoku is so confused, ha ha ha. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. Anyway, he couldn't have killed Luffy or Ace with his own hands, so I guess he's secretly happy now. Edward Newgate. That's right. Only that idiot Magma Kid would really want to kill Garp's grandson. Sakazuki. HMPH. As long as the cloak of justice behind me is still there, the pirates will never escape from me alive. Gold D. Roger. It's still blowing. Little Buggy doesn't have to run away at all, playing with you like a grandson. Sakazuki. Don't talk about things over there. Buggy over here, I will kill him before he awakens. Buggy. Huh? You think I'm a vegetarian, Mr. Buggy? Stupid. In the past, if Sakazuki spoke, Buggy wouldn't dare fart. Now has dead bone pulse by his side, and knows the direction of his own cultivation, Buggy can be said to be full of confidence now. Luffy quickly left the execution platform, looked at the crowd fighting below, and shouted, Usopp. Catch. Usopp came to open the slingshot and shot out 2 blast shells. Luffy catches the 2 blast shells in the air and presses them on Ace's body. Wait. You asked them to help me uncuff Seastone, me too. Although he didn't know what Luffy was going to do, Ace saw that the Whitebeard pirates were still below, so he immediately shouted. You give me a break. You are here, this battle will not end. Luffy didn't pay attention to Ace's thoughts at all, grabbed Ace and threw Jung towards the Crescent Harbor. The 2 blast shells activated in response to the sound, and Ace suddenly cut through the sky like a human-shaped javelin, and went straight to the direction of thousands of miles of sunshine. Woo! Let them succeed. Pelusalino, who was fighting Rayleigh, suddenly saw this scene, and took the opportunity to point at Ace in the sky. Bu. A golden laser beam shot past in an instant. Don't try to succeed. Below, the slingshot in Usopp's hand shoots a shock shell. His armament Haki is only at the primary stage, but his observation Haki is very talented. After the Saboti Archipelago training camp, Usopp's observation Haki has reached the advanced level. Although I can't predict the future for a few seconds like Luffy. However, when he fully activates observation Haki, he can still predict it for a second or two. When the battle meeting is held, there is a link in his mission. Since Luffy has thrown Ace out, as a sniper, his role at this time will be reflected. In the case of prediction in advance, the shock shell shot into the predetermined orbit in the air, accurately blocking Kizaru's laser beam. The impact force of the laser beam is immediately absorbed by the shock shell. Usopp stepped on the moonwalk, leapt high, grabbed the impact and put it in the bag. Nani? Perusalino's eyes widened in surprise. Ha ha ha. Don't take it for granted. In the battle meeting before coming here, the Straw Hat Boy has already planned it, including your long-range attack that may appear, and it has also been considered. Rayleigh laughed, the sword in his hand slashed mercilessly. Ace's figure approached the Qianli Sunshine in an instant, and he was about to crash into the solid shell of the Qianli Sunshine to death. Very purple and red colorful wings. Robin activated his ability in time, and a large number of arms appeared behind Ace, quickly forming 2 huge wings. The wings spread out, like a parachute, which immediately slowed down Ace's speed, and slowly landed with Ace. Frankie reached out and picked up one of Ace's legs, opened the hatch, and shouted to the inside, Chopper, pick me up. Okay, I'm ready. Chopper responded immediately. After hearing Chopper's response, Frankie threw Ace in the sky. Luffy stopped immediately after throwing Ace, and turned his head to look at Sengoku who was chasing him. The man has been rescued, so I will take my friends and leave. I don't care about your affairs, how? Luffy's tone is very calm, as if discussing with Sengoku. But the more this tone, the more angry Sengoku is. Are you kidding me? Where do you think Naval Headquarters is? Ace. I can't let you take it away. Although the live broadcast was closed when the siege wall was activated, the first half of this war has been broadcast live all over the world. At that time, Sengoku declared to the whole world that Ace had the most evil blood in the world. It is of great significance to execute him here today. And now, if after this war, the world knows that love is still alive, didn't naval headquarters become a total joke? Luffy was not in a hurry to start, but continued to say persuasively, I have heard from my grandfather since I was a child that his good brother Sengoku is very talented and intelligent. Marshal Sengoku. With your resourcefulness, it must not be difficult to see that with our Straw Hat Pirates present today, your naval headquarters has a low chance of winning. Even if you finally win, it will definitely be a super tragic victory. Let your people stop doing anything to our Straw Hat Pirates, and we won't waste your combat power anymore, so that we can live in peace, and I will take people away. Speaking, Luffy pointed in the direction of the live phone bug. Look, the live broadcast has also been closed. Even if you Marine let us go, you wouldn't know, would you? Although if we continue to fight, Luffy is sure to take everyone away, but if we can exit without a fight, that would be great. As for the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy has no friendship with them. On the contrary, because Luffy took away Ace, the Whitebeard pirates have no worries. Theoretically speaking, even if the Straw Hat Pirates exit smoothly now, the Whitebeard pirates still took advantage of the emergency just now. Listening to what Luffy said, Sengoku looked serious and really started thinking. He looked around. The situation on the battlefield is also very clear at this time. Straw Hat Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates have basically maintained a tie. Of course, the premise is that the bastard Garp is paddling. If Garp can join the battle, Marine will definitely have an obvious advantage. Judging from the performance of Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates since they entered the arena, they really have only one goal, and that is to save Ace. And even if Luffy released Conqueror's Haki, he didn't deliberately target Marine, but let Marine and Pirates get wet. Release a message, that is. The Straw Hat Pirates are not here to help anyone. They are only here to achieve their own goals. At this time, if Marine holds on to the Straw Hat Pirates, the final result will be to hack the Straw Hat Pirates to the same front as the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, Sengoku is not the extreme justice of Akainu. He will consider the lives of Marine soldiers. He will also consider the consumption of Marine caused by a big battle. After all, war is not a one-time deal. If after this war, Marine becomes riddled with holes and shows a great decline, then neither the Revolutionary Army nor other ambitious big pirates will let go of such a good opportunity. At this time, since Luffy offered such a suggestion, Sengoku had to think carefully. Portgas Ace. Don't. If the Straw Hat Pirates over there are really gone, what will happen to the Whitebeard Pirates? What will Daddy do? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. Ace, take it easy. Although it's over there, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Straw Hat Kid's decision. Marco. Yes. Without them, our Whitebeard Pirates would have fought against Marine. Now the Straw Hat boy over there has rescued you, which is already a great help to us over there. Ah. Beasta. Haha. With no worries, we can fight and retreat without being held back by Marine. Skyad. The most important thing is that our large fleet over there has not yet entered the harbor, and Sengoku's strategy has not yet been used. Dad was not stabbed by me over there, and everything is still in place, in good shape. Sakazuki. Hee. The pirates over there are good, and the pirates here are all the same. As soon as they reach the goal, they run away with their tails between their legs. Shiki. You idiot. If you don't leave after reaching your goal, you are mentally retarded. Just when Sengoku was about to make a decision, suddenly, the faces of all the people on the battlefield changed slightly. Everyone subconsciously looked in the same direction. Naval Headquarters battle platform on the right side. The battle platform that was originally solid and tidy has become riddled with holes. On the ground, on the walls, on the fortifications. The incomparably deep cut marks one after another, as if engraved on it. The dense traces on the ground also tell how fierce this swordsman battle was. As for the original Marine soldiers on this battle platform, when the Straw Hat Pirates launched their offensive, they had already been fiddled together by nearly 10 giant vice admirals, and then they were captured to a safe place. The same is true for other areas. Before the Straw Hat Pirates entered the battle platform, the busiest one was the giant vice admiral. They acted as porters. Although there are still some Marine soldiers who are missing in the fortifications, the Marine soldiers who got mixed up outside are basically all transferred to the rear. A rare opponent. Hawkeye looked at Zoro in front of him, his pupils narrowed slightly, and a cheerful excitement appeared on his face. Next, show your true skills, because I'm going to do my best. Excited emotions are coming out with the words, the body of the eagle eye, the sword is intent. It is precisely because of this rising sword intent that all the others subconsciously cast their eyes on it. Nani. This is. Feeling the sharp sword intent from Hawkeye, Paluzolino showed surprise on his face. No way. Kuzan was obviously surprised too. This sword intent. Guion Vice Admiral's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, exclaimed, he's going to go all out. Stallo Berry Vice Admiral said in shock. That kid actually has such strength, he can shoot with all his strength like Hawkeye? Damn. He's only that age. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, looked shocked. This war. Except for the dead crocodile and the captured Jinbei, the rest of the 7 warlords of the sea gathered at naval headquarters. But everyone knows that 7 warlords of the sea is on the same side as Marine. But at most they just come to suppress the scene, and then contribute a little bit to share part of the pressure of the little pirates for Marine. The guys who can become the 7 warlords of the sea, none of them will be stupid enough to do their best for the Marine matter. Even if they can contribute 5 points, it will exceed Marine's expectations. Especially this guy Hawkeye, everyone knows that he always does his own way, even Marine can't restrain him. 7 warlords of the sea is recruited this time. Even if you don't get it, it's impossible for Marine to do anything about him. For a person like him, the Summit War is at best just for entertainment. But what I never expected is that this guy is going to attack with all his strength now. Everyone is shocked. Their eyes also shifted from Hawkeye to the young swordsman opposite. This ordinary-looking young man. He is actually worthy of the world's greatest swordsman? Shanks. Exciting is coming. Dracule Mihawk. Sure enough. Zoro's talent is visible to the naked eye. In East Blue back then, based on Zoro's words, Hawkeye concluded that Zoro would have a bright future. Judging from the red-framed video now, he has the right vision. Kira. As Zoro over there already this strong. Guion. Even His Excellency Hawkeye is going to attack with all his strength, that must be a full recognition of his swordsmanship. Beasta. Yeah. That kid is still so young, his achievements in the future must be even more exaggerated. Cryjana Island. The me over there not only made Hawkeye take the initiative to fight, but also forced Hawkeye to go all out. Zoro looked at the red frame screen excitedly at this time. He stared intently, for fear of missing any detail. For others, this battle may just be a fun to watch. But for Zoro himself, this is definitely a teaching session not to be missed. Is there anything more suitable than learning your own swordsmanship? Okay. Since Your Excellency, the world's #1 swordsman, has spoken, then I will simply use all my strength to fight to the fullest. So far, Zoro is here for today's battle. His swordsmanship has been greatly improved in sparring with Luffy again and again. Combined with armament hockey and observation hockey, this forces his sword skills to become even stronger. Actually, in the battle just now, Zoro didn't have any upper hand, but he didn't feel discouraged at all. Fighting with this kind of real swordsman is the most helpful for his swordsmanship growth. Hawkeye opened his mouth in a deep voice. The title is just an honor temporarily placed here with me. I'm looking forward to someone coming to take it away. But you, who have already achieved such a powerful swordsmanship at such an age, if you and compared to me at the same age, you are the stronger one. Hiss. When Hawkeye said such words, the entire chat room was filled with gasps. X-Drake. Is it even stronger than Hawkeye at the same age? Charlotte Smoothie. What can you say to be the world's #1 swordsman? It's an outrageously high evaluation. Guion. So strong at this age. Shanks. Hey, Hawkeye, are you flattering over there? You never said that to me before. Dracule Mihawk. In the duel with the swordsman, if I say that, it must be what I really think. Hearing Hawkeye's personal certification, the hearts of movie viewers were shocked again. Okay. The talent of that green algae-headed young man is really no less than Hawkeye. Young man, I haven't asked you for your first and last name yet. Hawkeye holds the knife with one hand, making a sword swing. This action is the action of fighting among swordsmen. Of course, this action will only be made in front of respectable swordsmen. If you are a cat or a dog or something, a sword chi will be swept away, and I will be polite to you. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro sings his real name loudly. It's strange to say that when Zoro was talking, the hilt of the Daoyi character seemed to be embedded in his teeth, and it didn't move at all, without any signs of falling. Without accumulated connections, it is bound to be impossible. Dracule Mihawk. Although his name is well known in the world of swordsmen, Hawkeye still announced his name. This is recognition. This is also respect. The moment the voice fell, Hawkeye pulled his right hand back, and at the same time held his left hand on the handle of the knife. He holds the knife with both hands at the same time, and pulls the handle to the right side of his cheek. In the yellow-brown pupils, the excited eyes are hard to hide. He thought to himself, this trip to naval headquarters came at the right time. For a great swordsman like him, winning or losing a battle is no longer what he pursues. What he pursues is to explore the way of swordsmanship. Everyone knows that Hawkeye's swordsmanship is already the pinnacle of this world. But only when standing on top of the peak can you clearly experience the loneliness and loneliness. One's own kendo has been honed to ultimate, and it is impossible to continue to improve, and it is also a pain that cannot be healed. Only in the collision with the real swordsman can you break through the shackles of your own swordsmanship, break through yourself, and have the opportunity to go further in the swordsmanship. Before that, Hawkeye went to Shanks to learn swordsmanship for the purpose of breaking through. It's just. Although Shanks' swordsmanship is strong, but the focus is not on swordsmanship. And Zoro is just the opposite. Haki is the assistant, and swordsmanship is the main. This is Hawkeye's ideal opponent. Facing such an opponent, Hawkeye can no longer hold back his excitement. His pupils froze. The aura that had continued to climb before suddenly exploded at this moment. The sword intent surged, like a torrential river, rising into the sky. On the high sky, the clouds rolled like waves in an instant, and the entire sky was trembling, as if it might collapse at any time. Call. The wind rises, sweeping the entire naval headquarters. But everyone present understands that this is not a real wind, but a wave of air stirred by sword intent. If there is no scene where Luffy releases Conqueror's Haki before, then there must be many weak marines and pirates who are knocked to the ground by this sword intent. When this sword intent was condensed into ultimate, Hawkeye slashed out, and the majestic sword intent surged towards Zoro like a vast river. It looks like a flat cut, but the sword intent has already formed an endless crisis. The sword is like a rainbow, turning upside down. The air was split at this moment, and there were countless sword marks. Kira. Nani. What's that? How did it cut the air? Flying squirrel. He didn't use armament Haki. He reached this level with just swordsmanship. Is it really possible? Gion. Hawkeye's swordsmanship attainments are beyond the comprehension of ordinary great swordsmen. I'm afraid it's hard to find anyone else in this world who can do that kind of sword intent. Shanks. Otherwise, this guy can produce more exaggerated effects than cannonballs with a wave of his hand, which can't be cultivated by cultivation. First of all, you have to be talented. But then again, Hawkeye, why have you never seen you fight like this when you were sparring with me? Although Hawkeye doesn't use armament Haki when fighting him, but the sword like this moves with him, and the degree of human sword integration is the first time for Kex. Dracule Mihawk, because it doesn't make sense. Although Shanks' swordsmanship is strong, but still that sentence, his Conqueror's Haki is even stronger. His swordsmanship is used to cooperate with Conqueror's Haki, therefore, his swordsmanship is doomed from the very beginning to be impossible to be superior. In the sword fight with Shanks, Hawkeye can certainly use his sword intent with all his strength, but as Hawkeye said just now, it means nothing to him and Shanks. Shanks doesn't have the matching sword intent with him, and because Hawkeye doesn't have the collision of sword intent, he can't gain any insights on the way of the sword. Shanks. Okay. I will be a dog if I practice sword with you again. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Ben Beckman. Facing the sword intent of the autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, Zoro seems to be like a small sapling in the strong wind, as if it can be blown at any time. He can clearly feel that Hawkeye's sword intent is full of soft strength and tough will. As if standing on a river of sword intent, there is a strong wind of sword intent, raging. There is a wave of sword intent below, rolling like a dragon. It really is the strongest. Zoro's blood is bursting at this moment. Excited. No armament Haki, sword intent. This is the battle of swordsmen, 3 swords style lone traveler. Zoro was tacit and didn't use armament Haki, and he plunged into Hawkeye's sword without any hesitation. Zoro swings his sword one after another. People are like shadows, swords are like wind. His movements are not very fast, and they are a little strange, but the eyes of Hawkeye are shining brighter and brighter. Only the eagle eye who is close at hand can fully understand what Zoro is doing. Jewelry Polly. Hey, is this idiot dancing God tier? Capone Beige. PFF'd. It's really similar when you say that. Doberman. Speaking of which, are they fighting? Why isn't there any contact between the knife and the knife? Kong. Their sword intents are already at war. Dracule Mihawk. This kid. Shanks. What's wrong? Dracule Mihawk. He felt my fighting spirit in my sword. X Drake. I can't understand. Kira. Why don't you take advantage of this time to watch? This is a rare opportunity. Zoro himself can't understand. He looked at the God tier self on the screen, the me over there. Can I feel the sword intent? Kang. Chu Shui's blade slashed across the rolling sword, and immediately made an ear-piercing sound. Countless sparks splashed in the air. Shui walked across the top, and suddenly there was a ripple of sword intent. Zoro turned around and danced, and the word he Dao in his mouth rolled up a sword force, which was smashed together with the eagle eye sword force that rolled over from the front. He is like a sharp dancer, in this torrent of sword intent, sometimes left and right, sometimes stop, and sometimes move forward. This short distance of more than 10 meters, between him and Hawkeye. But it seems like thousands of troops are separated. However, the distance is constantly shrinking. The entire Marin Fando seems to have come to a standstill at this time, and everyone's eyes are all fixed on this battlefield. They have never seen such a weird battle between swordsmen, but no one will underestimate this battle. You know, that is the #1 swordsman in the world. Among the tumbling sword intent, Zoro blazed a path. When he was approaching Hawkeye, Chusui and Shizu crossed and cut in front of him at the same time, blocking a blow. Sword power. 3 swords style Hujanfang. The majestic sword intent ignited from Zoro's body, like countless flames of sword intent dancing. His body, the sword momentum spread out. A sea of flames built with sword intent is formed. In the vagueness, Zoro's figure is like a dancing flame of sword intent, which ignites into a monstrous fire in an instant. The flames of the sword intent surged, and instantly overwhelmed the waves of sword intent in front of them. Rushed towards Hawkeye's body with inexhaustible force. Good job. Hawkeye overjoyed, he finally felt Zoro's sword intent. He felt the violent momentum and the determination of going forward from Zoro's suggestion. With a reversal in his hand, Heidaoya looked up at Zoro's figure with a matchless force and directly slashed down. I saw the monstrous flaming sword intent suddenly agitated violently. Dense cracks appeared in an instant, then, boom. The flame-like sword intent instantly collapsed. However, Zoro did not retreat because of this, but used the disintegrated sword intent as a cover to directly fight out of it. 3 swords style Hujanfang final slash. Akisui and Yukino at this moment seem to be the 2 ghost horns on Zoro's head, and the characters of Hedao have become his fangs. Among the indomitable momentum, Zoro's figure was wrapped in a raging sword intent, and slammed into Hawkeye's body. Hawkeye didn't say anything else. Heidao Yi directly made a change, using the sword as the origin, wrapping all the surrounding sword intent in it, and then stabbing out with a force of breaking through everything. Boom. The sword intent of the 2 exploded with a bang. Contains no haki, just pure sword intent. The sword intent collided, instantly turned into a sky-filled sword force, and violently swept towards the surroundings at a speed that could not be discerned by the naked eye. Bang 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 bang. Ground, wall, defensive offensive. It's like there are countless bullets shooting at them crazily. Clear cut marks, like hideous wounds, keep coming out from everywhere. Those Marine Rear Admirals, Vice Admirals, and the captains of the pirates and the captains who are weaker are also pushing armament haki with all their strength at this time to protect themselves. They can clearly judge that any of the swords that are constantly leaking and flying out have a terrifying lethality. I don't know what magnitude the sword power was finally too late to release, thus forming a large-scale sword power explosion. Countless sword stances erupted violently at this moment, forming a mushroom cloud formed by the sword stances, rising up with a bang. Zoro and Hawkeye realized at the same time that if this sword force is not released, it will evolve into an effect similar to explosion. Pick up. The 2 people are almost in tacit agreement to challenge at the same time. Whoosh. A sword intent suddenly shot upwards, and the other swords rushed up to the sky like 1,000 troops and horses following this sword intent. Boom. The cloud layer that was already tumbling, at this moment, is like a curtain, being rolled up crazily. The sky suddenly became extremely clear, and you can clearly see above the 9 heavens. But this is not over. The endless sword intent is now as sharp as a blade, and it rushed to the sky above the clouds in the blink of an eye. Boom. High in the sky, an incomparably shocking bang exploded. The loud noise fell from the sky, causing the entire Marineford to vibrate violently. When everyone looked up at the sky, they couldn't help but open their mouths. Because of the sky, it cracked. Cavendish. What? The sky is F***king. Kid Eustace. Are you kidding? Is it so strong? Jewelry Polly. That idiot swordsman is so powerful. Roranoa Zoro. Who are you calling an idiot? You big bear girl. Gold D. Roger. Wow. Split the sky with just sword intent? Of course Roger has done things like cracking the sky, and he has done it more than once. But that is only when the Conqueror's Entanglement attack collides with the opponent's Conqueror's Entanglement, the sky can be opened. But the 2 people in the video didn't even use haki, just relying on pure sword intent to achieve the effect of splitting the sky. This is really shocking. Edward Newgate. This is truly an eye-opener. It is also the first time for Whitebeard to know that the collision of sword intent can achieve such a terrifying effect. Comparable to Conqueror's, comfortable. Hawkeye inserts Black Sword Knight into the scabbard behind his back, and looks at Zoro appreciatively. Roronoa Zoro, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Let's end this battle here. Next time, I will Krakon Island is waiting for you, looking forward to the battle at that time. Okay. I will definitely come as promised. Zoro hid the knife in its sheath and said solemnly. The clash of sword intents just now seems to be a draw, but only Hawkeye and Zoro understand that it was Hawkeye who won. I have to say that the way of swordsmanship requires both talent and accumulation. The talents of both are not low, but Hawkeye got started earlier, and his accumulation is much more positive than Zoro, Day. So for this victory, Hawkeye has no joy of victory, he only feels regret. To meet such a gifted kendo genius, this makes him very lucky. But at the same time, I also regret that the other party is still too young and still on the way to work. So for Hawkeye, there is no need to continue this battle. On the contrary, Hawkeye is looking forward to their second battle in the future. As for Zoro, he gained a lot in this collision of sword intent. For his growth in the way of swordsmanship, it has a huge effect. Hawkeye, what are you doing? Are you planning to leave? Seeing Hawkeye walking towards the back of naval headquarters with a black sword on his back, Sengoku shouted quickly. I've had a great time today. Leaving such a sentence willfully, Hawkeye left without looking back. Did you see it? You have one less high-level combat power, and now you have no chance of winning. Marshal Sengoku, you have a special status, and it is not easy to issue an order to let us go. Then I will evacuate on my own initiative. You and my heart just know it. Luffy said, turned around and left. Sengoku frowned upon seeing this, but didn't know what to do for a while. It was very tangled at first, but now that Hawkeye is gone, the battle situation is very unfavorable for Marine. Luffy came to the battlefield of Rayleigh and Kizaru. Rayleigh is here to help them after all. Out of courtesy, Luffy has to help Rayleigh get out of the battlefield first. Rubber Tempest. As soon as he appeared behind Kizaru, Luffy shot unceremoniously. Although there is a suspicion of a sneak attack, Luffy does not follow the Western chivalry. This is a battlefield. Whoever is joking with you, if you get the chance, go up and beat up. Suddenly, Luffy attacked from behind. Paluzolino accidentally punched Luffy twice with his big waist. He immediately turned into a streamer and retreated more than 10 meters away. It's really abominable to sneak attack. Rubbing his big waist, Paluzolino looked at Luffy with a displeased expression. Luffy pretended not to hear any sneak attacks, and then pointed at Paluzolino. Don't move, or you will look good. Rayleigh has been observing the situation on the battlefield, so there is no need for Luffy to say anything at this time. He immediately followed Luffy and left. Uncle Rayleigh, you go to the boat first, I will join you after I rescue everyone. Luffy put down a word, and immediately rushed into the chaotic crowd in front. Usopp, Sanji, and Nami are still in this anxious battle. Luffy went in with an old punch, and knocked the Marine who was fighting with the three of them to the ground. Rayleigh was planning to return to the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine, but he suddenly saw Whitebeard and Kuzan fighting. He thought about it. Forget it, for Roger's sake, this old man will help you. He leaned over and slashed at Kuzan. Kuzan quickly dodged, and was blown away by Whitebeard's punch. Perusolino saw this scene, and immediately wanted to scold him for not talking about martial arts. He thought to himself, didn't we already reach a consensus tacitly? You Straw Hat pirates should run away from you, so what the Whitebeard pirates? However, after seeing Rayleigh's blow, he ran away in a hurry, and he could only curse this old thing in his heart for being unethical. Whitebeard shook Kuzan away with a punch, and then quickly shouted, fight and retreat. Ace has been rescued, and there is no need for us to stay any longer. He rushed forward, ready to deal with the captains and small captains. But at this moment, Sengoku stopped in front of him. Never let the Whitebeard pirates go. Sengoku shouted loudly. It was like giving the Marines an order to leave the Straw Hat pirates silently. Seeing this, Paluzolino turned into a streamer and appeared on the right side of Whitebeard. Marshal, I will help you. As he spoke, he flashed his body and kicked Whitebeard. But at this moment, a blue figure swooped down from the sky. Marco kicked it out, and Paluzolino didn't know whether it was intentional or he really didn't notice. He was kicked and flew a long way away, and even smashed a hole on the wall of the naval headquarters building. Daddy, I'll help you. Marco landed beside Whitebeard. Luffy pulled Usopp, Sanji and Nami out of the chaos. Nami opened the slideway, and the four came to the edge of the battle platform. Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed Zoro, who was feeling the sword intent over there. He yells to Buggy in the sky, "Buggy, get out." Okay. Buggy clapped his hands together, and a large number of iron walls shattered into the air to form a sledgehammer, which hit Sakazuki heavily. Then, he flew towards Qianli Sunshine without looking back. Luffy gave an order, and Nami quickly slid to the 1,000 miles of sunshine with the 5 of them. Bastard. Never let these pirates escape. Seeing that the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were about to escape, Sakazuki was furious, and he hurried to the doctor. Sengoku, take a look. Hiss, he suddenly felt a headache. So angry that Sengoku shouted, Sakazuki, don't worry about the Straw Hats, deal with the Whitebeard Pirates first. If Marine compromises with the pirates, is it worthy of the justice behind us? Obviously, Sakazuki understood the conversation between Luffy and Sengoku just now, and knows what Sengoku is thinking now, but he still insists on his own ideas. Just keep the Straw Hat Pirates. Goldie Roger. What is this, Sakazuki? Why is it like a stubborn donkey? You don't even listen to the words of the Marine Marshal. It seems that you, Sengoku, don't have much prestige in the Marine. Roger intentionally buried Sengoku, Shiki. What an idiot. If the Straw Hat Pirates are left behind, Marine will take the lead and fight with the Straw Hat Pirates? Ochaku. It doesn't matter if you can fight or not, you just want to stay anyway, ha 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 ha. Sakazuki. HMPH. No matter what, pirates are unforgivable. Paluzolino. Woo. You are too straightforward. In fact, what Paluzolino wanted to say in his heart was, you idiot. However, considering Sakazuki's face, I changed it to be nice and obedient. Sengoku. The situation over there. If you keep the Straw Hat Pirates, it's really not good for Marine. On the contrary, if you let the Straw Hat Pirates go, you can maximize the benefits of this war for Marine. Edward Newgate. Sengoku, are you stupid? Don't treat me as a vegetarian. Since you don't have to worry about Ace, I will let you shock fruit tomorrow without any scruples. Rox D. Zebek. Don't talk about this. Didn't you find out? Answer the question. Why didn't you answer the question this time? Looking forward to the stars and looking forward to the moon. Rox finally had the chance to answer the question. But the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are about to evacuate, and the Summit War section will be gone soon. Why is there still no answer? Nine Eyes. Lousy is still waiting to be resurrected. Shiki. Oh, there's one who hasn't been revived. Gold D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Rox D. Zebek. Laugh at your sister. You two idiots. You're on a horse. Great eruption. Sakazuki couldn't control that much anymore. His 2 arms turned into billowing lava, condensed into a huge magma, and erupted in the direction of Qianli Sunshine Store. Ah. What an annoyance. The corners of Buggy's mouth grinned slightly, with a ferocious expression on his face. He said coldly, it seems that if we don't kill him today, we won't be able to leave. Luffy is also speechless. Other Marines can understand what is most beneficial to Marines at the moment. Only this idiot is different from others. Of course, Luffy also admires his persistence. I have to say that although this guy is disgusting, he also has his own principles. If you encounter Sakazuki in a place other than naval headquarters, Luffy will not show mercy. Definitely kill him, and then destroy the body. The reason for killing him is simple. Robin's hatred is enough for Luffy to kill Sakazuki. And the reason why he cannot be killed now is even more simple, to protect my partner, and to protect my grandpa. After all, this is naval headquarters. If the Straw Hat Pirates really killed any important person in Marine here, this matter must not be kind. Naval headquarters will fight the Straw Hat Pirates to the end, even for the face of Marine. At that time, Luffy is sure to survive, but he is not sure that all his partners will survive. In addition, if Luffy consolidates and kills the Marine General in Marine, what will happen to Garp in the future? His eldest grandson killed his colleague. I'm afraid Garp won't be able to hold his head up in naval headquarters. So before coming here, Luffy has already weighed the advantages. He also told Robin that today is definitely not the time for revenge if you meet Sakazuki. Robin is an intellectual big sister after all. She doesn't need Luffy to do ideological work, she understands what Luffy means. I'll fix him. Luffy took a deep breath, the heart in the chest was pounding again. The drumbeat of freedom sounded, a white flame cloud appeared, and Luffy turned into Nika form. Luffy. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly shouted. He only called out Luffy's name, but didn't say anything. After all, Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal, can never understand what he said. However, he knows that Luffy is a smart person. As long as he calls out Luffy's name, he will definitely understand. Luffy heard Sengoku's shout. Of course he understood Sengoku in seconds. This is to remind him not to make things more out of control. Sakazuki. You're lucky, I celebrate my birthday today, I don't kill life. But you don't know how to flatter you. I don't mind, even the mother who praises you doesn't even know you. Luffy speaks to Sakazuki. It's also sending a signal to Sengoku. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. After receiving Luffy's feedback, Sengoku felt relieved. How they fight next, Sengoku doesn't want to care. Even if Sakazuki was beaten up and sprayed with feces and urine, Sengoku would only clap his hands and applaud. You know, he is a marine. Obviously Sakazuki understands what he means, but still stands on the commanding heights of morality to reprimand him, the marine marshal. Can Sengoku not be angry? Now someone is teaching Sakazuki a lesson for him. It's too late to be happy in my heart. Luffy punches out, rubberizing the flying magma. Whoosh. The magma just flew out. Seeing this, the Sokka driver immediately stepped on the moonwalk, soaring into the sky. The rolling lava turned into a hound, and fiercely biting towards Luffy. Canine-toothed red lotus. The magma is tumbling, and you will directly evaporate the surrounding air into it due to the terrifying high temperature. This kind of skill-type magma, even if Luffy turns on Nika form and armament haki, he will still feel pain at the moment of contact. Rubber hyphenation point ape king wave. Luffy won directly, and his right hand immediately turned into a huge fist. Under the dual entanglement of Conqueror's entanglement and armed color entanglement, he slammed it up hard. Zzz. Luffy's fist emits a puff of smoke. And Sakazuki here. Boom. The terrifying impact hit Sakazuki directly. Under the double lock of armament haki and observation haki, his real body can't hide. His whole body was like a shock cannon, and with a bang, he hit the battle platform heavily from the sky. The entire ground vibrated violently, and a large pit in the shape of a human suddenly formed. Caw. The cracks spread out in all directions in an instant. I really don't know what's good. Luffy glanced at him, then turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, everyone including Luffy subconsciously looked towards the sky. Suddenly, I saw a counted figure descending from the sky. Ding. Enter the prize-winning answering session. At this moment, a question appeared on the big screen. Question. Who led the reinforcements that appeared on the marine side? A. J. Golucia Sarton B. Makas Majan C. Topman Vokuli Street. D. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint E. Izan Baron v Nashao Langshang. At this moment, a problem appeared on the red frame screen. Rox D. Zebek. Coming. Gol D. Roger, Nani. The reinforcements are actually 5 elders. Kaido. Why did the 5 elders need to be dispatched? Did Whitebeard do something that required his death? Ochaku. It's possible. First, Marine used Ace as a bait to force the Whitebeard pirates to take the initiative to fight at naval headquarters. Now that the Whitebeard pirates may escape, Mariajoy directly took action. Charlotte Linlin. What's the situation? The world government over there actually sent Wu Laoxin directly to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. As for Edward Newgate. This. I was also shocked. But Linlin, I can tell you very responsibly, the 5 elders over there are obviously not targeting me. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer. Is there such a big fight in the Summit War over there? Dracule Mihawk. Things seem to be more interesting than expected. Sengoku. How did the 5 elders enter? As the Marshal of Marine, Sengoku knows that this war was ordered by the government of the world to fight, but if the Straw Hat Pirates did not appear over there, this war would definitely be under the control of Marine. And now, the Straw Hat Pirates are obviously about to retreat, and the Marine over there should be able to completely control the situation. But at this time 5 elders brought people to appear. It's not right. Sengoku suddenly realized the problem. Although Mariajoy is close to naval headquarters, although it is not directly teleportable. Since the reinforcements from Mariajoy's side have arrived now, it means that they made their decision at least half an hour ago. As for that time period, is exactly the time period when the Straw Hat Pirates first appeared in Summit War. Just a simple analysis, Sengoku immediately realized that things are not as simple as he imagined. In other words, when the 5 elders found out that Luffy was in Marlin, they immediately decided to come to naval headquarters. And act vigorously, immediately after making a decision. Judging from the staffing in front of me, it is obvious that it only took a short time from making a decision to shaking people off. Thinking of this, Sengoku was shocked. 5 elders are here for the Straw Hat Pirates. But. Why? Crane. Is there any special reason behind this? Guion. It's so weird. Rox D. Zebek. Hey. 5 old men, who the hell have you gone? J. Golucia Satan. Rox, don't think about the resurrection. Don't say we don't know. Even if we know, we can't tell you. Makas Mishang. It's impossible for us to know what happened over there. Izan Baron v Nashao Langsheng. At first glance, this question seems to be beneficial to us, but when we think about it carefully, it seems that we have no advantage at all. Saint Topman Vachuli. Ah. Isn't it? It's a joy for nothing. This question can only be guessed out of 5. Rox D. Zebek. Damn it. Let's talk about it. The time for answering questions is about to end. Which one do you choose? Which one of you is more likely to go out? J. Golucia Satanson. Idiot. If you are in a hurry, you can choose. What is the dog barking? Rox D. Zebek. Damn it. Lousy will choose you. If you make a mistake, Lousy will curse you to death. I choose A. Others may not be in a hurry, but Rox must be in a hurry. So I don't know if there will be a chance to answer the question later, so as soon as the cooling time for his answer expires, Rox must guess one. Shaki. I can't choose this round, otherwise Highland will choose an A to bind with Rox. Gold D. Roger. Yes. As long as you choose the same one as him, even if he is resurrected, we can have a better reward round and we can't choose it. Charlotte Linlin. Then old lady. I choose a 2. Kaido. Choose with him? Isn't that bad luck with him? I choose B. Edward Newgate. The old man also chooses A. It's always a gamble to see if the Rox can be healthy. Rox D. Zebek. Whitebeard, can you talk while riding a horse? What kind of apparition? It sounds like Lousy is dead. Edward Newgate. Why don't you? How do you make it look like you're still alive? Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Shaki, Gia ha 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 ha. There is no clue to judge the answer to this question at all, so apart from the 4 of them, there is no one to choose from behind. Countdown to answer questions. 10, 9, 2, 1, 0. With the end of the countdown to the answer, the red frame video continued to play. Several figures float down from the sky, a total of 6 people came. 4 of them are wearing masks, and they are the killer organization under the command of the government of the world. CPO. Guernica, Maha, Joseph, Gistamon. There are also 2 elderly people. One of them has a hairstyle like the word mountain, a light yellow scarf around his neck, and a marine justice cloak. When seeing this person, all the Marines present could not help but exclaim, Marshal Kong. Another old man is wearing a black suit, with curly white hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face. Surprisingly, it is one of the 5 old men who represent the highest power in the world, the Valkyrie of Science and Defense, J. Golucia Satan. Master Satan. Just saw J. Golucia Satan. Everyone in Marine was shocked. What's the situation? Marshal Kong brought CPO people to support naval headquarters. This is obviously within everyone's understanding. Why is even one of the 5 elders here? Is Whitebeard that important? All the Marines feel that their brains are not enough at this moment. This. Why is this? Shaki. A horse rider? No way. He guessed it right. Seeing this scene, Shaki couldn't help but burst into foul language. Gold D. Roger. Ah. Damn it. If only I could answer the question just now, it must be the same choice as Lux right now. Rox D. Zebek. Ha ha ha. I thank you too for not being able to choose. If you 2 old fools choose the same as me, maybe my answer will become wrong. Ha 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 ha. Damn, Lousy is going to be resurrected. You all wait for Lousy to die. Sengoku. Damn it. Rox is going to be resurrected. Among all the people who will be resurrected, Rox is definitely a headache for Marine. Because there are at least traces of other pirates doing things. The Rox guy is totally nuts. No one knows what he wants to do. Charlotte Linlin. Wahahaha. I'm going to get a reward too, right? Charlotte Perispello. Yeah, Mom. You're going to get rewards. You're going to be the strongest. Lick lick. Charlotte Linlin. Ahahaha. I just played around with Rox and chose it, and I won. Ha ha ha. Captain Rox, you are really my mother's own captain. My mother thank you for your 8 generations of ancestors. Edward Newgate. Gu la 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 la. This time I really got the luck of Captain Rox. Haha. Captain Rox is awesome. Rox D. Zebek. You 2 get the hell out of here. Damn. The one who used to shout at Lousy, now has a good time with Lousy, and knows to call Captain Lousy. Roll roll roll. Edward Newgate, Google Lala. Charlotte Linlin. It's cool. It's so cool. Haha. Ding. Anyone who answers wrongly in this prize quiz will be punished. Kaido. The right to answer the next round of questions will be deprived, and life expectancy will be deducted for 10 months and 2 days. Gold D. Roger. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Shaki. Kaido is an idiot. There are only 4 people answering the questions this round, and he can still be the only one who is wrong. I am so ridiculous. Rox D. Zebek. Haha. Idiot Kaido. You had a chance, but you didn't believe me and got picked up by Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Yeah. Thank you Kaido for not choosing A. Gu la la la. Kaido. Damn. What a bad luck. Ding. The top 3 correct answers in this quiz are Rox D. Zebic, Charlotte Linlin, and Edward Newgate. Congratulations to the 3. Get rewards. Congratulations to Rox D. Zebic, reward for 1 resurrection. Congratulations to Charlotte Linlin, the reward for sending skills to the Lingling continuation. Congratulations to Edward Newgate, reward 15 years younger. Rox D. Zebic. Wow. Haha. I'm alive. I'm alive. Roger, Shiki. You 2 bastards, see. Lousy is resurrected. Lousy is really resurrected this time. Sakazuki. So what if you were resurrected? If you meet me, I will make you regret resurrecting. Rox D. Zebic. Damn it. You dangle hair. Lousy almost forgot you without talking. You wait for Lousy. Lousy will go to your family first and kill your whole family. Damn it. Sengoku. Then don't think about it. Sakazuki's family was killed by pirates when he was very young. So, he has nothing to fear now. On the contrary, you, Rox, if you meet Sakazuki, you must be the one who dies. Rox D. Zebic. Writing. Sengoku, how old are you now? Gold D. Roger. PFF'd. Ahahahaha. Shiki. Take the bamboo shoots. Our Captain Rox can say, Jihahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahaha. Sengoku. F*** I'm living a long time. Age is Sengoku's biggest pain now. His old partners at the same time, Garp, Crane, Zephyr, and even Marshall Kong, they are all 15 years younger. He obviously got a chance to reward, but he was not given a chance to be 15 years younger. Although the reward of Doi Tianlong Kasik is very good, but the old man is going to die of old age soon, the ability is still useless. Even those pirates who were at the same time as him, even the dead ones were resurrected. Originally, there was another Whitebeard and he was regarded as a difficult brother, and now Whitebeard has also gone ashore. Sengoku now really feels like he is the only one struggling in the water, it's really uncomfortable. Edward Newgate. Oh, it feels so comfortable to be 15 years younger. My body has completely become lighter, and all the hidden diseases in my body have disappeared. Whitebeard's unmentionable disease is caused by the accumulation of time, especially when he is old. This unmentionable disease almost suddenly began to be unstoppable. And now, as he is 15 years younger, his body functions have instantly returned to the state of 15 years ago. Equal to the current Whitebeard is only 57 years old. You know, Marine Admiral Kizaru is 56 years old now, and he answered the wrong question just now, so he is now 57 years old. Kizaru, 56, is still at his peak, so of course Whitebeard, 57, can be at his peak too. Marco. That's great, Dad. Beasta. Daddy is young. Our Whitebeard pirates will definitely win this summit war. Ding. Special remarks are made because the miraculous skill and spirit dispatch will be a magical thing from Otherworld. Remarks for the miraculous skill of arresting spirits. I can ignore the will of the soul and force it to obey and use it for myself, and can make multiple souls attached to myself at the same time. It can also swallow spirits to obtain a small permanent enhancement. Gold D. Roger. What is this thing? Controlling the soul. And what does it mean by devouring the soul? Eating the soul. Shiki. Hey. If you give this to Linlin, wouldn't it be terrible? She is a power user of the soul fruit. With the power of the fruit, she can forcibly pull up other people's souls, and then eat it, get a small permanent enhancement. Shiki immediately saw what a terrible buff this ability would be for Charlotte Linlin. If Charlotte Linlin is desperate to eat, because she eats. Scene, it's scary just thinking about it. Sengoku. Damn it. How could you give Big Mom such an evil ability that matches his fruit ability so well? Crane. The situation is not good. In this way, how many innocent souls will be killed by the ant? Charlotte Perispello. Mom got this ability, as long as she eats, she can be the best in the world. Lick. Charlotte Brie. That's right. The desserts Mom usually eats are filled with souls, so it's no different now than usual, and they can continue to get permanent strengthening. Mom will be the most powerful person in this world. Charlotte Linlin. Ahahaha. I want to be the strongest in the world. The moment Charlotte Linlin got the amazing skill of sending generals, Charlotte Linlin already knew how to use this ability and its effect. To be honest, the ability to control the soul and invite the upper body of the spirit is not of much use to her. After all, there are no elves in this world. Even if there are ship elves, what's the use of controlling them? As for inviting the upper body of the spirit, that's even more nonsense. Ask someone else's soul to attach to her Charlotte Linlin, and give her a weakening buff, right? But swallowing spirits can be permanently strengthened. This is simply a bug level ability. The only thing I don't know is the extent of this small permanent enhancement. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin can't wait. As soon as the viewing system is over, she plans to give it a try. Satan Saint. Sakazuki was knocked down by Luffy's punch, and there was blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, but the guy who can become Marine Admiral naturally couldn't even withstand Luffy's punch. Suddenly seeing the arrival of reinforcements at this time, Sakazuki's ambition was instantly ignited. Okay. Not a single pirate can escape today. Satan old guy is here too. Whitebeard was also very surprised to see Golucia Satan appeared, and then laughed loudly, "Gu la 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 la. In order to deal with me, you did not hesitate to launch such a big battle. You world the government really attaches great importance to this old man." Originally Whitebeard was very confident about the successful retreat, but now that Mariojoy has also come to help, he suddenly understands that he will not be able to leave today. He has already started thinking about how to make his sons retreat safely to the greatest extent. Naval Headquarters. Seeing Whitebeard's words on the screen, Roger looked at Whitebeard next to him, and couldn't help teasing. "You over there are somewhat self-indulgent, ha ha ha." Whitebeard curled his lips and laughed awkwardly. "Gu la la la. Even if I want to break my head, I can't think that Luffy is such a special one." Kazuki Oden also said, "Haha. Yes, brother Whitebeard didn't go to Raftel with us. Otherwise, when he saw Luffy, he would definitely think differently." Golucia Satan heard Whitebeard's words, just glanced at him and ignored him. "Sir Satan." Seeing the appearance of Golucia Satan, Sakazuki got up from the ground and stared at the back of this existence representing one of the highest powers in the world, his eyes excited. Of course. Sakazuki is not a personality cult, but excited because he sees the hope of destroying these pirates. He knows that 5 elders are not just putting on airs, but real powerful men. Golucia Satan stared at Luffy in front of him for a moment, his back turned to Sakazuki, and said in a deep voice. "Well done, brave Marine Admiral. You risked your life to create a few seconds of holding the Straw Hat Pirates, although you may not realize its importance. But right now, it will greatly change the fate of the world." Before watching the live broadcast of this war in Mariojoy, the 5 elders were eating snacks with relish, right as if they were watching a movie. But what they never expected was that another pirate group appeared on the way. Of course, this didn't attract their attention. But when Luffy directly turned on the Nika form, these 5 old guys jumped up from the sofa directly, and the melon seeds and crispy fruits in their mouths were sprayed all over the ground. As the 5 loyal old dogs of Master I.M., 5 elders naturally recognized this chi-merged form as the so-called I-boy at a glance. Since the death of the last Joey boy, this devil fruit has been wanted by the government of the world. For nearly 800 years, the government of the world has never been able to get it completely. This devil fruit seems to have an independent consciousness, so it has escaped from the hands of the world government again and again. However, right now, someone suddenly appeared in the awakened form of this devil fruit. Not only the 5 elders were taken aback, but even I.M. can't calm down. She immediately ordered to destroy Luffy. Judging from the situation at the time, when Naval Headquarters faced the Whitebeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, it was basically a 50-50 split. So, the CP-04 member group led by Kong sent by the government of the world is enough to become the last straw that crushes the pirates. However, for the sake of safety, 5 elders dispatched one to hold the line. What if the 5 elders can't travel together? Okay. But you can't do that. 5 elders' devil fruit ability has always been kept secret from the outside world. Those who knew their fruit ability back then almost all died of old age in the long river of history. So, if it is not a last resort, it is impossible for them to let their fruit ability appear in front of the world. Even Golucia Satan, he didn't intend to do it himself. He came here just in case. In the air just now, he received a call from the 4 old stars who stayed in the Holy Land, saying that Marine was playing a tacit game and wanted to let the Straw Hat Pirates leave, but chose to encircle and suppress the Whitebeard Pirates. Golucia Satan rushed to Naval Headquarters desperately. As soon as he arrived here, he saw Sakazuki holding back the retreat of the Straw Hat Pirates by himself. He has already decided in his heart, go back and discuss with the other 4 old stars, the next Marshal of Marine will be Sakazuki. Gold D. Roger. This scene. How does it seem to be familiar? Shaki. Gia ha 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 ha. It's not like, it's really deja vu. Edward Newgate. On the side of the white frame video just now, it seems that the redhead blocked Akainu's fatal blow for a Marine soldier, and then said something similar. Monkey D. Luffy. Yes, for Kirby's courage. Charlotte Linlin. Ah ha ha ha. Now, that old man Satan has a lot of praise for Akainu. Ochaku. That's right. Looks like Marine's next marshal is none other than Akainu. I guess Sengoku will be dropped. Kaido. Ha ha ha. Sengoku. Nonsense. In Sengoku's mind, Kuzan, not Sakazuki, is the ideal successor for the next Marine Marshal. Now he hears a group of pirates praising Sakazuki somewhere, of course he is angry. J. Golucia Satansen. Whether it is from the white frame video or the red frame video, Sakazuki is really good. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku felt a chill in his heart. Even the 5 elders have spoken in person, so it seems that the possibility of Sakazuki's success is really great. Greatly changed the destiny of the world. Hearing this, Sakazuki showed surprise on his face. However, although he can't understand what J. Golucia Satan is saying, but he knows that today he can kill pirates according to the rules. At this time, Kong looked at Sengoku and scolded in a cold voice. Sengoku, the 5 elders have an order to let the Whitebeard pirates leave, and kill the Straw Hat Luffy at all costs. Ah! Suddenly hearing this, Sengoku turned pale. He looked at Kong in disbelief, thinking he had heard it wrong, and subconsciously said, "Who? Kill who at all costs?" Monkey D. Luffy. The extremely clear words spit out coldly from Kong's mouth. Although he knew that unless it was Garp's grandson, when 5 elders found him, he saw that 5 elders must not have any doubts, and he knew that Garp's grandson would not be able to keep. Those who can become the commander-in-chief of the whole army and work in Mariojoy are naturally impossible to disobey the orders of 5 elders. Capone-Beige. Nani? Is it really Straw Hat Luffy? Hey, is the Marine commander crazy? He wants to kill Straw Hat Luffy while leaving 4 Emperors Whitebeard alone. Kid Eustace. This is actually not difficult to understand. Judging from the performance of the Red Luffy over there, his strength is not weaker than that of Whitebeard at this time. Considering his age, if he is allowed to grow up, he will not be weaker in the future. It must be a more terrifying existence than Whitebeard. X Drake. If you say that, it seems to be right. Jewelry Polly. Aren't you stupid? If only for this reason, 5 elders need to appear in person? Skulekmonip. Then it doesn't matter. There seems to be no other reason that can explain it. Charlotte Katakori. This reason makes sense, but it doesn't always feel that simple. Quinn. It's definitely not such a simple reason. Based on what I know about the idiots in the world government, what can alarm the 5 elders must affect the ruling power of the world. Sex. Roronoa Zoro. Damn it. If the 5 elders over there are after Luffy, will the 5 elders over here be after Luffy? For a moment, the sense of urgency in Zoro's heart became heavier. Except for those who have been to Mariojoy, others have no idea why the 5 elders are eyeing Luffy. When Sengoku got an affirmative answer from Kong again, he was dumbfounded. He is different from Sora. Sora is his and Garp's boss. The bond between the two of them is the respect that subordinates have for their superiors. And Sengoku and Garp have fought side by side since they were very young. It is no exaggeration to say that they are brothers who have lived and died several times. Sengoku can execute Ace, that's because Ace is not Garp's biological blood D. But for Luffy, Sengoku can only release water. The reward order and so on are all for people to see. If you really do it, Sengoku will not do it himself even if you are killed. Kong Neng has reached his current status, he is naturally a genius. He immediately saw Sengoku's embarrassment. Since Sengoku is unwilling to touch this string, he will sell Sengoku a favor, he will touch it. Sengoku. From now on, all Marines are under my command. Marine obeys the order, at all costs, kill the Straw Hat Luffy. Anyone who wants to stop, kill without mercy. Kong coldly gave the order, yes. Facing the command of the commander-in-chief of the whole army, it is impossible for Marine not to listen. Speaking, Kong looked at Bai again. Beard. Whitebeard, you are lucky today. Take your people and leave. Backquote, Gu la la la. Thank you so much. Whitebeard smiled meaningfully, and then ordered to his sons, everyone evacuate. Leave naval headquarters immediately. Withdraw. The captains and small captains of the Whitebeard pirates were overjoyed. Just now I thought they were going to be left here, but I didn't expect that after just a moment, the world turned around, it was their turn to sneak away, and the Straw Hat pirates stayed. Ha ha. The captains and small captains all happily evacuated quickly with the wounded. Luffy watched this scene, he didn't say anything. The 2 pirates themselves don't have much friendship, and they didn't think about the Whitebeard pirates when they left just now. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have left, he also thinks it's reasonable. To put it bluntly, everyone is for their own partners, there is nothing wrong with it. He looked at Frankie behind him and said, Frankie, throw Ace to them. Because the Straw Hat Pirates were going to evacuate first, so Luffy is with Ace. Otherwise, Ace will definitely stay and fight with the Whitebeard Pirates. Isn't that a waste of money? In case this guy dies here, wouldn't Grandpa have to be sad? But now, the one who has to evacuate first is the Bearded Pirates. In this way, it will be troublesome for Ace to stay on the 1,000 miles of sunshine. So, let the Whitebeard Pirates take Ace away is the most sensible way. Okay. Frankie's mechanical arm stretches out and fishes Ace out of the cabin. Stop. Luffy, uncuff my sea stone, I can stay and fight. You came to save me, let me go now. I, Ace, can't afford to lose this person. Ace heard everything, he got emotional and yelled at Luffy. Although the bond between the two brothers is not deep, but for the grace of saving lives, Ace is still clear. It's just. Luffy didn't like these words, he waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. I don't care if you lose face or not. Get out of here quickly. Frankie directly picked up Ace and threw it in the direction of Marco. Marco flapped Chingyun's wings, and caught Ace with his claws. Put me down. I can't leave like this. Ace struggled emotionally, he yelled in the direction of Kong. I am the son of One Piece Gold D. Roger. The most evil blood in the world flows through me. Aren't you going to kill me? I'll stay and let Luffy go. If today is such an ending, Ace will have no face to live. Also, he understands one thing, that if Luffy dies, Garp will definitely be more sad. Luffy is 3 years younger than him, so he knows how to consider Grandpa's feelings. And he, Ace, is 3 years older than Luffy, but he still looks like a self-willed child who hasn't grown up. However, it will always grow up. From the moment Luffy appeared in Summit War and reprimanded Ace face to face, Ace has already woken up. The age of willfulness has passed. Now he is thinking about Grandpa. Kong didn't respond to Ace's words, on the contrary, Luffy smiled slightly. Ace, don't be so self-righteous. Don't you see it? This war. You are no longer the protagonist, now. The protagonist has become me. Although Luffy doesn't know why the world government is so hostile to him, but from the scene in front of him, it is easy to analyze one thing. Come. That is. The government of the world values him far more than Ace. Even. Ace's status on the world government's hate list is not at the same level as his Luffy. Speaking, Luffy looked at Marco. What are you still doing? Why don't you take him away? If my efforts are in vain, I won't spare you. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, huh? Ace admits he's your son. Shiki elbowed Roger and laughed. Roger curled his lips. Obviously, Ace didn't mean it from the heart, he just wanted to use this as an excuse to get Marine's attention. In the end, Ace still hates him as a father from the bottom of his heart. Roger, don't think about it. Ace has no father since he was born, it's normal for him to hate you. But take your time, he will understand you after a long time. Whitebeard comforted. Yeah, I get it. Roger nodded, he wasn't mad at Ace. On the contrary, he felt that he owed Ace, and now that he was resurrected, he had to find a way to make up for Ace. Seeing this scene, Shiki smiled. You two monkey brothers have a strange relationship. Shut up. Roger and Whitebeard snapped at the same time. Although the words are very arrogant, but this time forget it. Listening to Luffy's words, Marco shrugged his shoulders, then left with Ace in his hand. Whitebeard pirates are evacuating, so Marine has not done anything to the Straw Hat Pirates for now. To prevent the Whitebeard Pirates from being accidentally involved, it will be very troublesome. Of course, if the Straw Hat Pirates also want to take the opportunity to evacuate, then Marine will definitely not let them go. Luffy also understands the current situation, so he doesn't want to pretend to be a fish in troubled waters, because it's unrealistic. It's better to wait for the Whitebeard Pirates to leave with Ace and give it a go. Different from the situation just now. The situation just now is actually under Luffy's control, so he has to consider the situation of his grandfather in Marine, so he can't kill Marine's generals. But now, the situation is completely out of Luffy's control, so we have to start killing. If the Straw Hat Pirates want to leave here today, it must be a bloody way. On this route, if there is any sympathy for the enemy, it is irresponsible for the life of your partner. Luffy looked at Rayleigh behind him, and said, Uncle Rayleigh, you should know them, follow their boat and leave, we will have a way to leave later. There was no Rayleigh in Luffy's plan. Rayleigh came to help. Luffy is already very grateful. Now if Rayleigh is allowed to take his life for this, Luffy doesn't want this to happen. However, Rayleigh laughed. Don't be kidding. Even if it's for Buggy, I can't leave alone. Straw Hat Boy, just do your own thing. If the old man sees that the situation is not good, he will evacuate himself of. Good. Luffy knows that now is not the time to argue about this matter. Since Rayleigh has made his own decision, it will be useless for him to say anything. It's better to focus on the upcoming battle, he said. As soon as you do it later, you will immediately drive the 1,000 miles of sunshine to the outside of Crescent Harbor. Ah. Frankie was taken aback, and he immediately shook his head. No. Although my strength is behind our ship, I can fire lasers. Don't get me wrong. I don't want you to leave us and escape alone. It's just that the 1,000 miles of sunshine must sail outside the harbor, otherwise, we've lost our chance and can't leave. After you and Brooke drove the 1,000 miles of sunshine out of the harbor, immediately free up your hands to power up all the warships outside the harbor. Otherwise, these warships will become the biggest obstacle for us to escape. Usopp, you and Frankie and Brooke, always pay attention to cover them. Good. Usopp did not question. He is a sniper. After staying away from the battlefield, his real battlefield is. When he is outside the Crescent Harbor, he can unscrupulously assist his teammates in the harbor. Luffy then ordered, let Chopper out, he and Sanji team. Nami and Robin are a team, do a good job of supporting. After a while, Chopper came out of the cabin, and said a little cutely, Luffy, you told me before that doctors should have the awareness of doctors. If a partner has it, I want to make sure I can treat it in the best condition partner. Yes. Luffy smiled, but, if we lose this battle, there shouldn't be any wounded. Chopper tilted his head, a little confused, but seemed to understand. At this time, the 4 ships of the Whitebeard pirates have left Crescent Harbor. Do it. Since he is determined to go all out, Luffy won't just wait until the other party makes a move. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy rushed out first, and Nika's form was automatically activated. Rubber Ape King Gun. The right hand became bigger in an instant, covering Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Luffy didn't say anything. This punch went straight to J. Golucia Satan. Even a 3-year-old child understands the principle of catching the thief before the king. Even if J. Golucia Satan is dealt with, Marine cannot be stopped, but it will definitely be a huge blow to their morale. Observation Haki of J. Golucia Satan could sense Luffy's thoughts, and he stepped back without hesitation. This is not because he has no confidence in his own strength, but because he does not want to expose his own strength. Let me come. Kong stepped forward immediately. The jet black armament Haki instantly covered his right arm, and even penetrated into the inner bones. The ripples of purple Haki energy keep churning. Surprisingly, it is exactly the situation where Conqueror's Haki is entangled. Hammer of Annihilation. Kong's fist is like an extremely powerful warhammer, colliding with Luffy's fist. The fists of the two did not touch, but the power of the powerful Conqueror's Haki has been smashed together. Boom. A terrifying explosion happened instantly between the two. The ring-shaped energy blast spread suddenly. The 4 CPOs behind Kong suddenly felt a gust of wind and pressed their hands on the mask at the same time. Otherwise, their masks would be blown away. Don't let the pirates get away. Sakazuki roared and rushed up immediately. Hee. You are desperately defying the military order to keep our Straw Hat pirates. Originally, I admired your will. But just now the old man ordered the Whitebeard pirates to retreat, but you didn't even give AF*K don't let it go. It seems that you are nothing more than that. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, revealing a contemptuous arc. To be honest, he really admired Sakazuki just now. Even in the face of Sengoku's orders, he can stick to his rules. But now it seems that this guy is loyal to watching the food. Facing 5 elders and the commander-in-chief Kong, Sakazuki has become an excellent soldier, who resolutely executes orders. In this way, Luffy guesses that Sengoku is probably the one to talk. Sakazuki violated Sengoku's order. Maybe at most he got a verbal punishment or a warning. But if he violates the orders of Kong and 5 elders, I'm afraid the consequences will be very serious. Stop talking nonsense. From the first day you become a pirate, you must be prepared to die. Sakazuki's fist turns into lava. Luffy strikes. At the same time, under the command of Frankie, the 1,000 miles of sunshine started. Woo. Don't even think about leaving. Seeing this, Paluzolino jumped into the air, and his whole body turned into a golden light. He crosses his hands, then snaps open. 8-foot Chonguyu. A beam of laser light, like a goddess scattered flowers, shot towards Qianli's sunshine at high speed. Stop dreaming. Buggy claps his hands. A large number of iron wall sand grains came to the front of Paluzolino in an instant, forming a super large square brick in the shape of a square. Boom 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 boom. When the laser beam fell on this brick, it caused a large-scale non-explosion, but it couldn't penetrate through it. 1,000 miles of sunshine took the opportunity to sneak away. Ice Age. Kuzan didn't hold back his hands, and jumped directly into the sky, his hands overflowing with air conditioning, and immediately shot towards the harbor below. The moment the cold air fell into the sea, the tumbling waves were instantly completely frozen by the water. Afterwards, this terrifying frozen power is like a bloodthirsty wolf, chasing Qianli's sunshine at an extremely fast speed. Flame shock. Launch. Frankie roars. Under the control of Jiwei and Maz, about 20 Yanbei module groups behind the 1,000 miles of sunshine aimed at the sea surface at the same time. Each module group has 64 flame shells, which are composed of 8x8 flame shells. At this moment, the flames stored inside are violently poured out. The flame-breathing power is very strong when one shell is full. And the scene where 1280 flame shells breathe fire at the same time. Boom. The violent flames condense together, forming 2,000 super intense flame jets. These 20 flame spray columns fired at the same time, making the rear of the 1,000 miles of sunshine immediately turn into a monstrous sea of flames. Seawater was evaporated into white mist in an instant, rushing into the sky. When the frozen force from the rear chases to the rear of the 1,000 miles of sunshine, it immediately seems to be repulsed, and it is impossible to get close to the 1,000 miles of sunshine. 1,000 miles of sunshine is running ahead, the frozen force is chasing behind. Time has always been separated by an insurmountable gap by flames. Stupid. Don't underestimate the boat I designed. In the central control room, Frankie looked at the feedback effect of the Yanbei module group, clenched his fists vigorously, and then moved his hands sideways. Super. Forget about that ship. Mostly Straw Hat Luffy, unforgiven. J. Golucia Satan found a big rock and sat down. He ordered while molding the scepter. Nu. Kuzan stopped and directly attacked Luffy. Woo. This time there is nothing I can do. Perusalino said something to himself, pulled his hands, a golden lightsaber appeared in his hands, and then rushed towards Luffy. Sengoku. What are you doing there? J. Golucia Satanzen saw Sengoku still stay in place and move slightly. He was furious. Sengoku is in a dilemma at this time. He has to consider Garp on the one hand, but on the other hand he cannot go against the will of the 5 elders. He looked at the battlefield and landed on Rayleigh. Pluton Rayleigh, I've been sick of seeing you for a long time. Speaking, Sengoku gritted his teeth and charged Rayleigh. Rayleigh sees this, draws his sword and fights with Sengoku. Shilbaz Rayleigh, Sengoku guy, what an excuse. Gold D. Roger. Ahahaha. Edward Newgate, this order. Sengoku is really difficult. Shiki. Jia hahaha. People are so sophisticated, Sengoku understands better than anyone. You are defeated. Let Mr. Buggy send you to die. Buggy's figure flickered, and he made a move in the air, and the 40-meter broadsword made of iron walls and sand particles reappeared. Pelusalino saw that Buggy was coming, and immediately pouted his thick lips with a smile. Don't talk big. I was careless last time and didn't flash, this time I won't be caught. That move hurt. On the other side, Zoro Kang pulls out the famous sword, Day. Hands outstretched, running close to the ground, facing the rushing Kuzan and slashing up. Even if the entire army is annihilated here today, I will let you Marine lose 3 admirals. 3 swords eagle strike. Zoro's move is extremely fierce, and he is directly rushing to die. Oh, is this going to jump the wall? Seeing this, Kuzan summoned 2 frozen blades with both hands at the same time, covering them with armament hockey to block Zoro's slash. It's time for us too. Sanji grabs the cigarette butt and takes a sharp puff, then throws it on the ground. Good. Chopper transformed into a human form in an instant, reaching a height of nearly 2 meters. His body is muscular and burly, and he looks more secure than Sanji. Siege the 2 of them. Let's kill the 2 weaker ones first, and then work together to kill the Straw Hat Luffy. CPO Captain Guernica ordered. Yes. The 4 CPOs immediately attacked Sanji and Chopper. Devil Wind Kick _ point flash kick. Sanji aimed directly at Guernica, who was rushing to the front, and kicked him hard. While kicking, the flashing lights on the shoes will emit dazzling light. Guernica's eyes were shaken, his figure was kicked out suddenly. Damn. Watch out for his feet, they will shine. Humiliated in front of the 5 elders, Guernica was furious, ignoring his injury, immediately got up and rushed up. The next moment, Sanji and Chopper fought together against the 4 CPDs. Everyone is going to die, and all the moves are rushing to die. Nami and Robin activate the fruit ability at the same time, while helping Luffy contain it, while helping Sanji and Chopper deal with CPO. Kill. But at this moment, Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral from Naval Headquarters rushed over. The Straw Hat Pirates don't have any extra manpower to deal with them. Once caught in a gang fight, no matter how strong the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are, they will be slowly defeated one by one. The battle situation at the scene is for the Straw Hat Pirates. Almost hopeless. Basil Hawkins. This is a life and death fight. Trafalgar Law. Yeah. Marine has to perform well in front of the 5 elders, and the Straw Hat Pirates are fighting for survival, and both sides will kill each other directly. Vinsmoke Sanji. We over there can fight the entire naval headquarters. Usopp. By the way, CP, Zero and Kong. Nami. It's too strong. When will we reach such strength? Nico Robin. But what do they do now? Marine has a huge advantage. Not only is the red Luffy 1 against 2, but there is also a 5 elders who didn't make a move. Tony Chopper. Whoa, we won't die in naval headquarters. Silver Rayleigh. So, that's the end of me over there. Shaki. You know now. This is what happens when you like to join in the fun. Gold D. Roger. Haha. The battle between the two sides has entered a fierce battle from the very beginning. Zoro, Buggy, don't think about fighting a protracted war, go all out. Luffy kept parrying the continuous attacks of Kong and Sakazuki, shouting every day. Although his strength is very strong, it is almost his limit to deal with Kong and Sakazuki at the same time. This still takes advantage of Kong's age. If it was Kong in its heyday, plus the current Sakazuki, Luffy would definitely be crushed. The battle on Luffy's side is like falling into a quagmire, unable to find a breakthrough. So I can only hope that Zoro or Buggy can make a breakthrough as soon as possible. If either of Zoro and Buggy can kill the opponent, or make the opponent incapacitated, then this battle, Straw Hat Pirates has a little chance of winning. Otherwise the odds of winning are basically 0. 30 Blossom's Tempest Kick. Seeing the Marine Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals rushing over, Nico Robin crossed his hands and activated the Flower Fruit ability. Swish swish swish. Slender ones drilled out of the ground in front of her, lined up in a neat row, a total of 30. These legs flex at the same time, and then kick out hard. Whoosh whoosh. A series of Tempest Kick slashing waves suddenly condensed, and then bombarded the Marines in front with lightning speed. What's this? Suddenly facing so many Tempest Kick slashing waves, Marine Rear Admirals are really confused. Swipe, brush, brush. Vice Admirals almost acted on conditioned reflex, splitting these kicks and chopping waves. However, the second round is here again, just finished chopping, the third round is coming again. Rear Admiral blocked these Tempest Kick waves. Vice Admirals support the battlefield. At this time, Crane Vice Admiral spoke. Although she has mixed feelings in her heart at this moment, she will not be sloppy in the slightest when it comes to 5 elders' orders. Guion, Cake, Stallo Berry, Flying Squirrel, Doberman and other Vice Admirals all jumped out of the area bombed by the Tempest Kick chopping wave, and rushed towards the front battlefield. The rest of the Rear Admirals don't have the strength to escape, so they can only withstand the bombardment of these slashing waves. Trouble. Those guys are rushing over. Nami saw this scene, her little face was full of anxiety. She kept sliding away fatigue for Robin by Robin's side. Once she leaves Robin, the Tempest Kick formation on Robin's side won't be able to last long. When the time comes, those Marine Rear Admirals will rush over. Straw Hat Sea Thieves are even more troublesome. Of course. Just the situation in front of me seems to be powerless to revolving heaven. Straw Hat Luffy. Give up. You don't have any chance at all. Take the initiative to surrender your life, your partner can reduce the punishment. Kong continued to attack Luffy while launching a psychological offensive. Although this method is cliched, it can really make people feel bored. Immortal. Go back and lie to your mother with this bullshit. Luffy blocked Sakazuki's attack with one punch, and then slammed the side of his body towards Kong's face. In Luffy's cognition, there has never been such a thing as taking the initiative to hand over the gun. Any temptations and favorable conditions that the enemy proposes to you are unbelievable. Luffy doesn't think that if he gives up resistance, his friends will live. On the contrary, even if you want your friends to live, Luffy has to do it in your own way. As early as 15 years old, Luffy has already awakened Nika form. But is the awakening of Nika form the end of the development of Rubber Fruit? No. Not. Just as people's dreams will not stop, the end of fruit development is also constantly extending. Luffy is now 17 years old. From the fruit awakening to the present, Luffy has never wasted time in the past 2 years. For the development of Devil Fruit, although there are many difficulties, but he has never stopped. During the months of training in the Sabaody Archipelago, Luffy developed a new ability in the awakened state, but Luffy was unwilling to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Because after using it, Luffy will enter a whole day of weakness. Furthermore, Luffy's own analysis finally concluded that, although this ability is strong, it should consume a lot of life force. That is to say, very useless. In this situation, if Zoro and Buggy really can't find a way out, Luffy is ready to fight to the death and fight for the last way of life for his friends. Luffy is very clear. Let them go now. Even if they shout out their throats, they won't listen. Only in that kind of real desperate situation, Luffy will sacrifice his life as the price, and the partners will cherish the hard-won life opportunity, and will leave obediently. In front of my observation haki, all your attacks will be in vain. Kong sneered and was about to dodge, but suddenly. Luffy's attack trajectory in his knowledge color perception suddenly disappeared. Not good. I thought to myself, Kong was about to dodge. Boom. Luffy's fist wrapped around armament haki slammed into his face hard. Kong's head flicked violently, and he was hit and turned backwards. Martial Kong! Sakazuki exclaimed, followed by a great eruption, forcing Luffy back instantly. What's going on? My observation haki. Kong got up from the ground, felt the swelling and pain on his cheekbone, his eyes were wide open. Just now, he has predicted Luffy's attack trajectory, but suddenly, Luffy seems to disappear in his observation haki. Although it is visible to the naked eye, observation haki cannot perceive the existence of Luffy. Kong's first reaction was that there was something wrong with his observation haki. However, at the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? No. Impossible. How old are you? Your Conqueror's haki can't possibly reach that level. At this time, after Sakazuki had a punch with Luffy, he was also punched directly in the face by Luffy. Sakazuki was hit with a backflip, and then stabilized his body, with a shocked expression on his face. What's going on? Compared to Kong and Sakazuki's bewildered expressions, Luffy's face is full of surprise. So that's what happened. Luffy looked at his fist, then at Kong and Sakazuki. By adjusting my breathing, I can prevent my attack from being accurately predicted by your observation haki, or even directly predicted. During the battle with Kong and Sakazuki just now, the three of them fought hundreds of rounds in a short period of time. Luffy noticed that the opponents sometimes predicted their own attacks very accurately, and sometimes their predictions were slightly off. But it can still be blocked. Discovering this problem, Luffy was very confused at the time. Then in the next battle, he kept probing and trying. Finally, in the two clear tests just now, he got a positive answer. That is, as long as he adjusts his breathing, he can make the opponent's attack trajectory unpredictable. In other words, the opponent's observation haki is temporarily invalid for him. Knowledge kills. Kong's face instantly became ugly. At your age, have you already practiced Conqueror's haki to this level? Kid Eustace. Knowledge. What is that? Capone Beige. I've only heard of observation haki. This is the first time I've heard of observation haki. X-Drake. So. What the hell is this? Sengoku. That's something only the owner of Conqueror's haki knows how to practice. Jewelry Polly. Huh. The threshold is so high. Then those of us who don't have Conqueror's haki are not even qualified to think about it. Kid Eustace. Fortunately, I have Conqueror's haki, but I don't know how to cultivate this thing. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Boy, don't think too much, you should eat and sleep, don't think about practicing such things. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Why? Is this difficult to practice? As the owner of Conqueror's haki, Doflamingo is also very interested in this ability. Shanks. Owning Conqueror's haki only means that you have the qualification to practice knowledge killing, but there is a second threshold. Boa Hancock. There is still a threshold. Shanks. The second threshold is to hone your Conqueror's haki to the top level, and then you can get in touch with knowledge killing. Puff. When hearing Shanks right after Wei explained, those guys who have Conqueror's haki all spit out the same old groove. This is crazy. Those of us who are lucky enough to have Conqueror's haki are already 1 in a million lucky people, and then we have to hone Conqueror's haki to the top. This is tantamount to picking out the rare existence among the rare ones. You just don't want this kind of thing to exist. With the conditions set so harsh, it's not obvious that we are playing with our feelings. Charlotte Katakuri. Captain Shanks, have you cultivated knowledge to kill? As the existence who honed observation haki to ultimate, Katakuri is very concerned about this issue. Shanks. Well, yes. Hearing Shanks' answer, Katakuri slapped his forehead. Damn, I'm going the wrong way. I knew I should have focused on Conqueror's haki. But then again, Conqueror's haki is not like armament haki and observation haki, there is a clear way of cultivation. Even if Katakuri puts his focus on the cultivation of Conqueror's haki, he may not be successful. Shiki. Has Shanks' Conqueror's actually cultivated to this point? Is it stronger than Roger's Conqueror's? Gold D. Roger. Cultivating in Conqueror's haki, Shao Shanks should be the strongest right now. This is the result of his talent and hard work. Shiki. Nani? Roger, wouldn't it be a big loss for you to fight Shanks? Shanks. How could I fight the captain one-on-one? Besides, The captain is the one who can listen to the voice of all things, and the killing of knowledge and knowledge has no effect on him at all. Capone Beige. Listen to everything? What is this? Kid Eustace. Being able to become One Piece really has qualities that ordinary people don't have. It's really an eye-opener. Tashigi. Hey hey hey. Are you in class? Why are new nouns popping up one after another? Jewelry Polly. If you do this, it will appear that we are very ignorant. Trafalgar Law. If it weren't for the viewing system, we probably wouldn't necessarily know so much knowledge in our lifetime. Gold D. Roger. Huh. Wait a minute. Should I take advantage of this to popularize the cultivation methods of armament hockey in observation hockey? The commoners who live in corners can practice hockey now. Sengoku. Hey, Roger, what do you want to do? Gold D. Roger. Don't be nervous, I just want everyone in the world to have the ability to protect themselves. Kong. Damn it. It's not up to you to decide this matter. As long as you become a member of the world government, the civilians in the country will naturally be guaranteed. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. What are you two old people nervous about? Are you so afraid that everyone in the world can practice hockey? Crane. If everyone practices hockey, then it is equivalent to having a powerful weapon in everyone's hands, and then all kinds of injury incidents will emerge one after another. Roger. If you disclose hockey's cultivation method, can you afford it? Gold D. Roger. What kind of nonsense is this? Could it be that civilians do not have the ability to protect themselves, so no harm happened? Just now, whether it is a white box. The video is still in the red frame video, are these things still rare? Rox D. Zebek. Ha ha ha. Roger, although Lousy wants to kill you now, but you have a good idea. Contrary to what Roger thought, Rox felt that when the whole people started to practice hockey, they could find more suitable teammates. Gold D. Roger. Rox, I forgot to ask you, where did you go after resurrection? Rox D. Zebek. You idiot, you think I will announce my resurrection location like you, idiot? Shiki. You bastard, I guess you didn't do anything good, you're already holding back and dying. Rox D. Zebek. Hee hee. Those who are targeted by Lousy, just wait and see. Knowledge kill. What is that? Suddenly hearing Kong say such an endless name, Sakazuki looked at Kong in a daze. Now is not the time to explain this, in short, he can avoid the perception of our observation hockey. From now on, we will keep attacking him, so that he has no time to fight back. Wait for the Marine Vice Admirals to pass the time and work together kill him. For those who don't have Conqueror's hockey, Kong has to explain you. Avoid observation hockey's perception. Sakazuki was startled. Is it so changed? Sakazuki instantly understood what Kong said just now. In the current situation, even if it is 2 against 1, they may not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. However, although knowledge killing sounds outrageous, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. If 4 hands are not enough, then 6 hands, 8 hands, 10 hands. As long as the attack reaches saturation, the opponent will also not even try to dodge the attack. Dark Hound. Kong Fist. Kong and Sakazuki attacked crazily. J. Golucia Satan is sitting on the rock behind, with dissatisfaction evident on his face. With the superior force, the Straw Hat Luffy has not been dealt with yet, what a bunch of idiots. On the other side, a group of Marine Vice Admirals have rushed to Sanji and Chopper. Sanji and Chopper are dealing with 4 CPs, and they can barely handle it. But if you add this group of Marine Vice Admirals, it will be the end of the road. Luffy has been paying attention to the situation on their side. At this time, his observation hockey sensed the danger of Sanji and Chopper, and Luffy can't sit idly by. Bastard. You don't want to succeed. Luffy punched back Kong and Sakazuki, turned around and rushed towards Sanji and Chopper. The opportunity is here. Kong saw this, and there was a hint of scheming and triumph in his eyes. He stepped on the ground quickly, and chased after Luffy with a whoosh. Hammer of Annihilation. At Kong's age, he can still use the power of Conqueror's Entanglement, which is already a talent. Of course, even if he maintains his body so well, using the Hammer of Annihilation continuously consumes him a lot. At this time, he was sure that Luffy was going to rescue Sanji and Chopper, so he did not hesitate to expend his energy to give Luffy a hard blow. The black armament hockey covered the fist, and the Conqueror's hockey was entangled at the same time. Kong punched Luffy's back with a punch. Luffy's observation hockey sensed Kong's sneak attack, and his fists also rose, but they were not aimed at Kong, but aimed at the Marine Vice Admirals in front. He can't turn back now because those Marine Vice Admirals are close to Sanji and Chopper. Once Luffy turns back to deal with Kong, Sanji and Chopper will be caught in the gang fight of Vice Admirals in an instant. This is a battle of life and death, so there is a high probability that Chopper and Sanji will be severely injured or even die in an instant. Luffy ignored Kong's sneak attack, and planned to rely on Nika form and armament haki to resist the blow. Rubber Ape Shinso. The huge fist is like a small island, rumbled towards the front and adjusted, Don't even think about it. Looking at Luffy's outrageous moves, the fierceness in Kong's eyes became more and more intense. He punched hard and pushed forward. I was about to punch Luffy on the back, when a figure suddenly fell from the sky. This figure blasts out with a punch, galaxy split. Boom. The two fists collided violently, and there was a huge dull impact sound like a heavy hammer on the earth. Boom. The whole Marin Fanduo suddenly started to move violently. The ground quickly cracked and spread towards the distance. The air wave of the energy explosion rolled upwards, straight into the sky. Gold D. Roger. Haha. Garp, you really can't ignore it. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. This is what normal people dare to do. Monkey D. Luffy. Grandpa. Sengoku. Hey, I can actually guess it, Garp. Anyway, it is impossible to watch Luffy being beaten to death. Crane. This is also human nature. Sakazuki. Bastard, you betrayed Marine and helped pirates. Kuzan. Stop talking at this time. That's Mr. Garp's grandson after all. Garp appeared and collided with Kong with a punch, blocking the attack for Luffy. And Luffy's ape Shinso crashed into the crowd of Marine Vice Admiral like a bulldozer. Marine Vice Admirals didn't have time to react. The 5 or 6 people who got together were directly impacted head-on, and flew directly into the sky under the impact of an incomparably huge force. It turned into a few small black spots and disappeared. Other Marine Vice Admirals who were not hit by the frontal impact were lucky enough to be blown by the aftermath. But even so, they all slammed into the surrounding walls under the power of this terrifying aftermath, spurting blood wildly. Puff. Gion spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turned slightly pale, and her face was full of horrified expressions. Although she does not have the strength of Admiral, she is also Admiral's candidate. It was just scratched and hurt if she was hit head-on just now, she couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Reminiscent of the 5 or 6 Vice Admirals who were punched and flew out of the sky just now, I'm afraid it's more ominous. Additionally, because Vice Admiral was at the end, he was lucky enough to avoid the ballistic of the punch. Seeing Marine Vice Admiral scattered all over the ground, he couldn't help but gasp. There is really a sense of luck for the rest of your life. Other Vice Admirals, some fainted, some could still stand, their facial expressions were different, but they were obviously not very good looking. After all, if Luffy's fist was a little bit off just now, they might be the ones flying into the sky now. Garp. At this time, Kong's roar exploded in the whole Marin. You bastard. Are you going to rebel? Kong's eyes are red, and the anger is almost coming out of his eyes. It was such a good opportunity to hit Luffy hard, but it was intercepted by Garp halfway. Now it's hard to find such a good opportunity. Garp. Seeing Garp's shot, Sengoku bit his back molars hard, feeling all kinds of feelings in his heart. Why? Crane Vice Admiral sighed deeply, feeling numb. Take action against the commander-in-chief of the entire army, this cannot be undone anyway. And doing it in front of the 5 elders, which is almost telling the 5 elders directly, because you. Watching the partners who fought side by side in the past suddenly come to the opposite side of Marine, no matter who it is, it feels uncomfortable. Of course, no one will not understand Garp. He's in the middle. It's so hard, Grandpa. Luffy looked back at Garp's back, knowing that the old man must be feeling very uncomfortable now. He couldn't watch his grandson die, but this punch directly destroyed his persistence for decades. Why? Garp didn't answer anyone's words, but looked at J. Golucia Satan. Why? Why do you have to kill Luffy? I, Garp, have been fighting for Marine all my life. Caught countless great pirates, saved the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods, and even severed ties with my son. But why do you have to kill my grandson, Satan Holy? Tell me, why? Anger can no longer describe Garp's current mood. It should be said to be furious, super furious, angry enough to throw Marineford over. Although Luffy is a pirate, it doesn't matter at all to the government of the world of One Piece. As for the 5 elders personally coming and ordering to kill? Even if it's like Roger, I haven't seen 5 elders in person. Is my grandson the mother who stole the Holy Land, or did I have to kill him after eating the rice from the Holy Land? When Garp asked these words hysterically, everyone in the audience fell silent. Everyone's eyes are on J. Golucia Satan, they actually want to know why. What the hell did Luffy do to make the 5 elders come to the scene and issue a kill order in person, regardless of Garp and Marine's feelings? Paluzolino. Woo. I want to know too. Guion. Why is that? Jewelry Polly. The answer will be announced soon. Basil Hawkins. What a curiosity. Edward Newgate. I bet 100 Baileys that he won't say it. Goldie Roger. You are so promising. I bet 101 Bailey, he will definitely not say it. Shaki. Do you guys know something? Kazuki Odin. Hey. J. Golucia Satan put his hands on the scepter, slowly turned his head to look at Garp, and said 4 words indifferently from his old mouth, no comment. Nani? All the people present are stunned. Can't even say it? So mysterious, ha 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 ha. Garp laughs, he laughed out loud, as if he lost his soul. He shook his head. Good, good, very good. J. Golucia Satan turned a deaf ear to Garp's state, and ordered in a cold voice. The former Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, betrayed Marine, colluded with pirates, killed without mercy. Afterwards, he took out a phone bug and said to the phone bug, the situation has changed. Let the Knights of God be dispatched. Otherwise, I will have to do it. What? When the senior generals like Marine heard the name of the Holy Knights, they were all shocked. Are you going to dispatch the Knights of God? That is the always powerful organization in charge of guarding the celestial dragons. That organization is usually only dispatched during particularly important events. For example, the Valley of the Gods incident. But now, in order to kill the grandson of the Garp family, they actually directly mobilized the Knights of God? F*K. What kind of card is this? Even if you die, it's worth it. Luffy, I'm here to stop them, you and your partners should evacuate quickly. Garp looked at Luffy, said deeply. Luffy shook his head and said, Grandpa, you come with us. Time is running out. Garp immediately shouted, when the Knights of God come, you have no chance to leave. Don't even think about leaving. Sakazuki let out a growl, and immediately came from the side, attacking Luffy directly. Bastard Sakazuki. I killed you. When Sakazuki took the opportunity to sneak attack, Garp was furious. But before he could make a move, Kong rushed over. Garp. This old man is here to clean up you Marine traitor. Marshal Kong. The old friendship between you and me is over. Garp was also unambiguous, raising his hand and punching out. Get up all the vice admirals who can still stand. Straw Hat Luffy can ignore observation hockey. Let me attack him together. As long as the Knights of God arrive, everything will be settled. Sakazuki attacked Luffy with 2 consecutive great eruptions, and then yelled at the vice admirals. Coming. In an instant, 5 or 6 vice admirals all jumped over, including the sky-falling candidates like Jiaji. Other vice admirals are also getting up one after another. Not only that, there are more and more Marine rear admirals breaking through Robin's Tempest kick blockade, rushing over. These guys are not strong enough to pose a threat in a one-on-one fight, but in a group fight, the effect is very good. What's more, they only need to hold down the Straw Hat Pirates now, they don't need to work hard at all. The Straw Hat Pirates are stuck in a quagmire, unable to pull out at all. Damn. Garp is in a hurry, if this drags on, Luffy won't be able to leave. Robin's pretty cheeks are also dripping with cold sweat. Dozens of Marine rear admirals have rushed over. Once they join the battle groups in batches, Sanji, Chopper and her will be the first to be breached. Once they are severely injured or die, it will definitely affect the psychological defense of other partners. What to do? What should I do? Just when Robin was at a loss, at a 45-degree angle from behind her. A flame comes across the sky. Boom. The flame rushed to the front of the dozens of Marine rear admirals, soared into the sky and turned into a pillar of fire. Then a figure of flame hit the ground with a bang. Luffy's pupils froze suddenly. Ace. Why are you back again? The raging flames formed a tornado around Ace. He looked at Luffy. Of course they are here to save you. Help me? I didn't let. Luffy's words were interrupted by Ace before he could say a few words. Shut up. I want to save you, it has nothing to do with you. If you die here, Grandpa will definitely be in great pain. I saved you, but I just don't want to make Grandpa sad. Did you understand? Idiot. Ace crossed his arms in front of him, raised his chin, and raised his eyebrows. There was a deep black belly in that arrogant expression. Good guy. These words, why'd I hear them so familiar? Portgas D. Ace. The me over there is back again? Monkey D. Luffy. Yeah. Why did you come back over there? Trafalgar Law. Isn't the Ace leader over there still dead? Marco. Don't talk nonsense. Of course not. Edward Newgate. The me over there is also back. According to this situation, Ace should not die. Monkey D. Garp. Hey. I still don't understand. Why did you have to kill Luffy? 5 elders, can someone explain to me? Sengoku. I want to know too. The 5 elders were collectively silent, obviously not wanting to answer this question. Gu la la la. The old man is here. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the days are heroic on stage. He punches out. The atmosphere instantly shattered, and the terrifying shockwave was like a rolling cloud, attacking in an instant, heading straight for Sengoku. Don't try to hinder the marshal. A giant vice admiral waved the weapon in his hand and went up. Boom. The giant vice admiral was directly splashed with blood and fell to the ground. Whitebeard. Damn. Why are you back? Seeing this, Sengoku's expression turned ugly. Whitebeard grinned. The Straw Hat Kid saved Ace. I have to pay him back this favor. Otherwise, the old man will feel uneasy. All the large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates were withdrawn to a safe sea area just now. Whitebeard asked the captains to leave first with the pirates. He wanted to return the Straw Hat Luffy's favor. The captains and small captains strongly oppose it. Also said that when the Straw Hat pirates retreated just now, they didn't intend to stay and help them. But Whitebeard is a man with clear grievances. He knows that the Straw Hat pirates don't owe them anything, and the Straw Hat pirates rescued Ace, which is already a great help to the Whitebeard pirates. So they just walked away. There is nothing wrong with it. Whitebeard can't do this. This time, if there is no Straw Hat pirates, let alone whether can successfully rescue Ace, just talk about the loss of the Whitebeard pirates, then at least the number of people will be at least 4 digits. Even if it is conservatively estimated, the captain, the small captain, etc., at least a few will be lost. And now, just because of the appearance of the Straw Hat pirates, not only the purpose of their trip to the Whitebeard pirates has been achieved, but also all of them have been evacuated safely. Even if the Straw Hat pirates don't care about this matter, Whitebeard will never ignore this great favor. Whitebeard, who is based on righteousness and thin sky, if he leaves like this, he will never forgive himself. If the Straw Hat pirates are destroyed under the siege of Marine in the world government, then it will be impossible for Whitebeard to repay the favor. So, he must return this favor now. When Whitebeard made this decision, the whole Whitebeard pirate group was excited and wanted to fight back with Dad. However, Whitebeard first explained the truth to them, and then gave everyone a death order as the captain. Only Ace was agreed to return to naval headquarters with Whitebeard to help the Straw Hat pirates. After all, Ace and Luffy are brothers in name, and was rescued by Luffy. He returned with Whitebeard, and the others couldn't fault it. In the end, Marco realized that his father had made up his mind, so he led the fleet to develop the new world first. Whitebeard. J. Golucia Satan looked at Whitebeard coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Don't you cherish your life?" Gu la la la. Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed. "Old man Satan, we are all people of this age, don't fool anyone. Isn't this big battle today just to deal with our Whitebeard pirates? Although I don't know why your target suddenly turned to Straw Hat Luffy, but once Straw Hat Luffy is eliminated by you, you will concentrate on dealing with our Whitebeard pirates. Straw Hat Boy, when I come back to help you, this old man is also helping me. As long as you don't die, you will always be at the top of the old man's must-kill list in the government of the world, halala." Whitebeard is clear in his heart. The reason why he promised J. Golucia Satan to evacuate first is just to let the large fleet evacuate to a safe area in advance. Otherwise, once the melee really starts, his Whitebeard pirates will never have the chance to evacuate. When the reinforcements from Mariajoy arrive, the Whitebeard pirates will suffer heavy losses. And now he and Ace are together, no worries. With Ace's Mera Mera fruit ability, the two of them can come and go freely on the sea even with only a small sampan. Okay. Thank you so much. Luffy is not hypocritical. He knows that Whitebeard's analysis is correct, and he also understands that Whitebeard is returning favors. Whitebeard holds Kong Yunkiri in his hand and directly kills Sakazuki. He roared. "I'll deal with the Magma Boy. Straw Hat Boy, you and Ace should solve those Marine Vice Admirals and CPDs as quickly as possible, and rescue your partners first. Only in this way can you have a chance to fight against their reinforcements evacuate before you arrive." As a big pirate who has been fighting on the sea for so many years, Whitebeard only needs to take a look at the battle layout on the scene, and immediately grasp the key points. "Okay. You have the same opinion as me. Then there is trouble." Luffy nodded, and immediately rushed towards Sanji and the others. "Don't be so self-righteous. With me here, don't even think about leaving." Sakazuki sees that Luffy wants to rescue others, lava billows in his arms, and instantly condenses into 3 vicious dogs. Hell 3-headed dog. Sakazuki made a fierce attack and went straight to the opponent's life. Junjen slash. Whitebeard's figure fell in time, blocking behind Luffy, facing the 3-headed hell dog. Kong Yunki slashed out violently with unrivaled power. Boom. The power of magma and the power of vibration are rolling and exploding at this moment. A stone pierced through the air at a very high speed, came at a high speed, and smashed hard on Sakazuki's face. Sakazuki's face suddenly changed, and he felt a sense of detachment instantly. His two legs can't help but go limp. Whitebeard also found out about Sakazuki. Facing this kind of good opportunity, Whitebeard will not miss it. He punched Sakazuki hard on the head with a wave of his hand, and the violent shockwave directly centered on Sakazuki's head and exploded. Boom. This moment seems to see God. The whole brain hummed, as if it exploded directly, and my mind was full of chaos. He spurted a caddy of blood wildly, his figure flew upside down, and finally fell heavily on the ground. Punched Sakazuki almost shit out, and then Whitebeard turned his head to look in the direction where the stone flew. Directly at the end of Crescent Harbor, Ridao is standing proudly on the pointed turret of the crescent. There is a man who is as tall as a man holding a bow in his hand. Whitebeard frowned, secretly surprised. To hit Sakazuki so accurately in that place, not only must you have super precision, but you must also have amazing arm strength. The most important thing is, if you want to accurately hit the enemy among the two people in the battle, the powerful observation haki is the key. Otherwise, if you continue to shoot, you may become a pig teammate. Monkey D. Luffy. It's Usopp. Charlotte Katakuri. Hitting the enemy accurately from such a long distance, it seems that this guy's observation haki is at least close to the top. Tony Chopper. Wow. Usopp is amazing. Usopp. Of course. An enemy like him, I have killed more than 2,000. Trafalgar Law. Usopp over there is in charge, what an ideal sniper partner. Fan Oka. A powerful sniper can even hit a moving target thousands of meters away, but if you want to intervene in the battle of this level of powerhouse, you need not only a powerful observation haki, but also a super powerful sniper. The rate of fire. Sakazuki couldn't react to the rate of fire of his attack just now. I don't know how to do it so fast. Usopp. Yes, that shot was too fast. Even I couldn't do it. Well done, Usopp. Usopp. Dad. Usopp. Usopp, you have also become a brave sea warrior. Dad is very pleased. Frankie. Usopp is really strong. Damn. Why did he shoot so fast? Sakazuki sat up from the ground with a pale face, glanced at the sea stone fragments that fell beside him, and widened his eyes in shock. At the end of Crescent Harbor, Usopp picked up a sea stone again and put it on the bullet bag of the bow. I saw that there are 10 blast shells inlaid on both sides of the bullet bag of this bow. Frankie. Nani? He even used a blast shell as an auxiliary power. He is such a genius. Capone Beige. If I remember correctly, the Golden Mary was already galloping across the sea with just 100 blast shells. His bow was driven by its own elasticity, and it actually also added 10 blast shell auxiliary power, which is pushing the bullet with the force of pushing the boat. Fan Oka. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the slingshot to be able to play like this. Usopp. Genius. My son is a genius. In this way, the power advantage of the slingshot is greater than that of the gun. Usopp. Although the advantages are obvious, so many decibels are not easy to deal with. Over there, we rely on breeding to be so luxurious. Monkey D. Luffy. I knew I would have had more squirrels at Sky Island. Nami. Stupid Luffy. Didn't you get it? Sky Island doesn't have that many puffers. That's that. We bred the ones by ourselves. Monkey D. Luffy. When Usopp's bow aimed at Sakazuki again, Sakazuki's expression changed, and he quickly got up from the ground, jumping up and down. Gu la la la. This old man has never played such a rich support game. In previous battles, Whitebeard has always been the strongest main force for the opponent. But generally speaking, in the battle that requires Whitebeard to take action, the enemy must be very strong. In such a battle, the snipers of the Whitebeard pirates are helpless. This is the first time that Whitebeard has experienced what it feels like to be assisted in a battle with a top powerhouse. It's so cool. Whitebeard smiled heartily, immediately stepped up his efforts, and launched a fierce attack towards Sakazuki. On the other hand, Sakazuki, because he was always being stared at, caused him to keep distracting to observe Usopp, so that even the battle became tied up, an uncomfortable horse. The role of Usopp is to deter and restrain. While pretending to continue aiming at Sakazuki, he began to observe the other people's combat ports. Suddenly, his bow turned and aimed at Kizaru, who was fighting Buggy. With the release of the bowstring, the 10 blast shells also exert force together. The sea stone bullet seems to become a beam of laser light in the air, jingling with lightning speed. With a swish, it hit Pelusalino, 8-foot mirror. A stream of generous streamer popped out of Pelusalino's body in an instant, bringing his figure to the wall next to him. Woo. Want to sneak attack on me? It's really immoral. Battle till now, Paluzolino has not gone all out. He has been observing the situation on the battlefield in order to change his response at any time. Especially when Sakazuki was hit by a seastone bullet just now, Paluzolino noticed the existence of Usopp. After all, he is a sparkling fruit-capable user. With advanced preparations, it is almost impossible to successfully attack him. On the other side, Luffy sent 2 giant Vice Admirals flying with one punch, and then kicked Doberman Vice Admiral into the wall. Ace is also knocking down Marine Rear Admiral a lot. In this battle of naval headquarters, the balance of victory has finally begun to tilt towards the side of the Straw Hat Pirates. J. Golucia Satan looked at this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the phone bug. The situation has changed again. Whitebeard and Ace have joined the battle. You 4 also come over as fast as possible. Now that it's all like this time it's time to destroy Straw Hat Luffy, Firefist Ace, and Whitebeard together. After speaking, J. Golucia Satan stood up. The current battle situation has become unfavorable to Marine. If this kind of battle situation is allowed to continue, then the Marine side may have collapsed before the arrival of the Knights of God. Now the situation is actually very clear. If Marine can last until the Knights of God arrive, then the Straw Hat Pirates and Whitebeard will not be able to leave. When the other 4 old stars arrive, the Straw Hat Pirates and Whitebeard will fall into death. No one can save them. However, this group of trash like Marine can't seem to last until then. Hey. The old man has to make a move. Sighing, J. Galucius's frank mouth suddenly gave birth to a demonic arc. Next moment, he activates the fruit ability and transforms directly. In an instant, black light filled the sky. The entire naval headquarters seems to have entered an abyss. The sudden situation made everyone subconsciously stop their movements. Looks all cast in the direction of J. Golucia Satanzen in unanimous agreement. I see. Where is J. Golucia Satanzen? A terrifying monster with a hideous appearance is looking at everyone present with indifferent eyes. Huge body. Double horns full of demon style. Spiky long tail. Like a demon from hell. Gion. Ah. This is. Shiki. Nani. What the hell is this? Trafalgar Law. Hey. Is this his real face, or the fruit transformation? Charlotte Katakuri. Is this a demon? Gold D. Roger. Representing the highest power of the world's government, it turned into such a ghost, haha. Rox D. Zebek. See. This is what the 5 elders look like. Maybe all 5 old guys are like this. Monkey D. Long. This is the guy from hell. Nami. It's scary. Everyone was shocked when they saw J. Golucia Satan's fruit transformation form. Before this, almost everyone did not know whether the 5 elders had the strength. Now, everyone not only knows that 5 elders is an ability user, but also has such a ghostly ability user. Although the forms of Zone Phantom Beasts are different, whether it is Kaido's Blue Dragon form, Marco's Phoenix form, or Sengoku's Buddha form, their Phantom Beast forms at least give people the impression that they are normal and acceptable. However, J. Golucia Satan's transformation, as long as it is a normal person, will feel fear at a glance. Contact him again, the contrast of this transformation is even greater. Mariajoy, between powers, damn viewing system. J. Golucia Satan's face was very ugly. He never expected that this movie viewing system would expose his fruit ability. Marcus Mashang narrowed his eyes slightly, and said solemnly, later, we over there will also show up. I don't know if our abilities will be exposed. If that is the case, it will be very difficult. I'm in trouble. Yeah. This movie viewing system is really a bastard. Saint Topman Vokuli was also furious. The 5 of you are all capable users of the Zone Phantom Beast species. If their abilities are exposed, it will not have much impact on them. But because the forms of their Phantom Beasts all represent evil species, this will make the world have bad associations. As a result, the world government's control over the entire world has been affected. As the 5 people whose status is second only to I am, if they want to get the top devil fruit, there are naturally many ways. Therefore, the reason why they choose these 5 kinds of devil fruits is naturally because these 5 kinds of devil fruits are very powerful. Under the temptation of strong strength, the image is not important. But, if it is not a last resort, they will not expose their ability form in front of the world. Even if they want to be exposed, they will kill people to silence their mouths, cut grass and roots. But now it's good, it will be directly exposed to the whole world. Didn't even have a chance to cover it. What is this? Whitebeard frowned, with a look of surprise on his face. Sengoku also shrunk his pupils. This is. Ah. Is this a demon? Nami widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed. What a bunch of idiots. It takes an old man to stop the Straw Hat Pirates. Golucia Satan glanced coldly at the Marines, then he jumped up and jumped directly in front of Garp. Seeing this, Kong knew that Golucia Satan was going to break them one by one, so he hurriedly punched Garp. Garp punches him with a punch, however Golucia Satan-san also attacked Garp. Garp has no other choice but to fight hard. But Golucia Satan had obviously expected the situation. His devil horn turned and pierced directly from Katie's shoulder. Boom. Kong took advantage of the opportunity to catch up with a punch, and directly sent Garp flying. Golucia Satan got a hit, didn't stop, and went straight to Whitebeard. He no longer pays attention to the injured Garp, because the injured Garp will never last long in the hands of Kong. As long as Whitebeard is dealt with, the Straw Hat Pirates will be at a disadvantage in an instant. Grandpa. Luffy and Ace's eye sockets burst red at the same time seeing Garp being severely injured. Damn. I killed you. Ace gave up this battlefield and rushed directly to Golucia's frank direction. Luffy yelled directly. Buggy, Zoro, Uncle Rayleigh, after you hit your opponent hard, don't hesitate to retreat immediately. Nami, when the time comes, you will start the slideway, we will all evacuate. Robin, you will take me with you when the time comes. Luffy commanded quickly, but his command made everyone a little confused. Hit the opponent hard? Buggy, Zoro and Rayleigh are a bit confused. If you can seriously injure your opponent, do you still need to wait until now? Nami was also confused, but she still responded with 100% trust in Luffy. Okay. No problem. Robin also doesn't think about whether Luffy's command is reasonable, anyway, just trust it. As for the timing of what Luffy said, they believe that since they said it, this timing will definitely happen. Sakazuki. Hehe, Red Luffy is being so stupid. Injured the opponent. Is it true that Marshal Sengoku, Kuzan, and Paluzolino are all dry food? Doberman. Yes. Although Zoro and Buggy over there have the power of Admiral, but if they want to decide the outcome with Admiral, they will have to fight for at least a few days and nights, and there will be loopholes when everyone's physical fitness declines. Caught by the opponent. Jaji. That's right. There is no such thing as a quick fight for a one-on-one fight between strong players at that level. Kid Eustace. Looking at the situation, it's impossible for Zoro and Buggy over there to seriously injure the opponent in a short period of time, and they may even be injured by the opponent because of being anxious. Basil Hawkins. It's true, Gold D. Roger. Is the Red Luffy over there really desperate? Seeing such a scene, Roger felt deeply worried. Although the life and death over there will not affect this side. But if Luffy is really the one the world is waiting for, it stands to reason that Red Luffy over there shouldn't have died. At least, he can't die until he completes the answer the world is waiting for. If the Red Luffy dies, it means that the White Luffy here is also likely to die. So, maybe he is not the one the world is waiting for. Shanks. According to Hong Luffy's character, he shouldn't be a person who rushes to the doctor. The more critical the moment, the calmer he should be. Maybe he really has a backup, let's see. Although Shanks doesn't know what will happen later, he still has confidence in the Red Luffy. After Luffy gave the order, he punched CP0's Maha into the air, and then jumped into the air. In Nika's form, the clouds of flames around Luffy dance. His hands were clenched into fists, and under the incredulous gazes of everyone, he crazily smashed at his chest. Boom. Punch down. It doesn't sound like the collision of flesh and blood, but like a drum full of fighting spirit. Boom. One punch down. Another high-pitched dragon chant drum. This is different from the previous free drumbeat. The sound of free drums is like tapping the drum with the palm of your hand. The melody is soft and makes you feel happy. But now the sound of the drums is like the sound of war drums on the battlefield. As if in the vanguard of thousands of troops, beating the drum with a mallet, encouraging people to fight for freedom. Boom. 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 Luffy's left fist and right fist hit the chest alternately, and the sound of the war drum continued for a week. They are connected together by a special melody. Evolved into a coherent battle song. As Luffy kept beating the drums, more and more clouds of flames surrounded him, and his hair, which was originally like white flames, turned into a sea of white flames at this time. Rolling and surging, as if wanting to burn all the evils in this world. What? Seeing the development of Red Luffy, Luffy was dumbfounded. Also started the Summit War, but here Luffy has only developed to the 3rd gear. People have developed to the 6th gear. The difference between 2 cups directly. Of course, the system rewarded Luffy with the Devil Fruit Awakening, but this only allowed Luffy to open the 5th gear in advance. As for the 4th gear, Luffy has to develop it himself. However, with the 4th gear on the Red Luffy side as a reference, it will be much easier to develop a 4th gear for Luffy here. Goldie Roger. Drum song. Seeing this, Roger is absolutely sure now. FT. The sound of free drums can make people happy. The song of war drums inspires people to fight for freedom. This is the meaning of Joey Boy's existence. Rorinoa Zoro. The battle song formed by the sound of drums is really exciting. Vinsmoke Sanji. Yeah. I can't wait to rush into the red frame screen and fight the Marine over there. Nami. We can already feel the infinite power just by watching it outside the screen, and their partners on the screen. The feeling will be more real together. Capone Beige. What are you talking about? Why don't I feel excited? I just feel that there is a sense of melody. Trafalgar Law. Maybe, this will only affect friendly forces. Jewelry Polly. It makes sense. I think it's possible. Partners, it's now. Luffy roared, and rushed directly towards J. Golucia Satan. At the same time, whether it is the partners of the Straw Hat Pirates, or Whitebeard and Ace, or Kaka. As long as he is a united front with Luffy, as long as he has a thought in his heart to fight for Luffy. The melody of the Song of War drums poured into their hearts directly, and strongly stimulated their potential. On the other hand, Marine and CP0, after hearing the melody of the drum song, they only showed panic and discomfort. It's as if the students who haven't finished their summer homework will be checked by the teacher soon, helpless, at a loss, and have no idea. Inspired by the Song of War drums, Zoro suddenly felt full of strength. Whether it is armament hockey or observation hockey, they have reached a new level for the time being. Strength, speed, concentration, etc., all have a new look, and it is not at the same level as before. Three Swords style dance of war song. Under the buff of Song of the Drum, Zoro seems to have entered a transparent state, which is a kind of no longer any scruples, for the sake of partners, for freedom. God blocks and kills God. Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. The three blades are swung by Zoro, as if it was a storm, thinking of Kuzan launching a continuous attack. Zoro dances around and keeps approaching. At this moment, Kuzan's parry suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. He keeps condensing the frozen spear to parry Zoro's slash, but he is still overwhelmed. Suddenly a bloody gash appeared on Kuzan's body. What? Kuzan's pupils dilated, paled from shock, mouth. This knife is too fast and powerful. So much so that after the frozen spear he used to block was cut into pieces, he was cut by Zoro before he had time to dodge it. PFF'd. Puff. With the first knife, there will be a second knife soon. Kuzan has more and more wounds, damn. What's going on? He subconsciously turned his head to look in Kizaru's direction, and found that Kizaru was also forced to retreat by Buggy. At this time, Buggy has opened the Buggy form. A head is suspended in the air for observation and command. The body was split into more than 100 pieces, each holding a small spear made of broken iron walls. Inspired by drum song, Buggy's armament hockey directly and temporarily approaches ultimate. His armament hockey passed the body fragments to the small spears, making these spears not only have the ability to capture elemental entities, but also full of power. Not only that, Buggy also felt that his strength, speed, concentration, etc. have been significantly improved. Under his control, these more than 100 spearmen launched a violent attack around Paluzolino as fast as lightning. Paluzolino guards his body as if guarding Athena. By the two Tiankonyun swords in his hands slashed wildly, constantly colliding with the surrounding spearmen. But even so, from time to time there will still be a spearman breaking through its defensive blockade, and the wolf will hit him. And when Buggy launched a massive attack, Zoro seized the opportunity and broke out suddenly. Three Blades Fire of Warsong Invasion. As Zoro shouted loudly, his whole body, the sword force suddenly exploded. Condensed a group of flame sword intent. The flaming sword intent was driven by the Song of the Drum, and it exploded violently, turning into a sword of sword intent. With Zoro's advance, Kuzan was swallowed up directly with great momentum. What? Suddenly felt the strong killing intent of the sword, and my heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, the ice on his body exploded violently, and countless ice bursts jumped with it. Frozen train. Kuzan made a gesture of closing the door with both hands forward, and the majestic ice burst was like a flowing iceberg, rushing forward with the momentum of impact. The moment the freezing impact and Zoro's flame sword intent touched, the flame sword intent fiercely crushed the freezing impact. Then, with an indomitable momentum, I went against the current to face the next freezing impact, and broke through to Kuzan in the blink of an eye. Invasion. Amidst the passionate sword intent, the sword light and sword shadow passed over Kuzan's body. Puff. Blood spouted from Kuzan's body, he covered his waist and took a few steps back, kneeling on one knee, feeling weak. Frankie. Win. Zoro won. Jewelry Polly. Wow. the green-haired swordsman actually beat Admiral Roronoa Zoro. Hey, bear girl, can't you speak? I have a name. Kuzan. The sound of this drum is so powerful, it directly made him break through my strongest defensive moves. Dracule Mihawk. Interesting. It seems that under the encouragement of this song of war drums, I can use my strength beyond my current upper limit, which is of extraordinary significance for my understanding of cultivation. Hawkeye's kendo training has already encountered a bottleneck, and it is very difficult to go to the next level. But if this song of war drums brings him a buff bonus, then he can use abilities that exceed his upper limit in a short period of time. If so, it must be of great help to his cultivation. He has already decided that when Luffy here reaches the 6th gear, he will go to Shanks for help and ask the Straw Hat Boy to play the drum song for him too. Just when Zoro cut Kuzan, Buggy on the other side also caused a lot of damage to Pelusalino. Rayleigh also exploded with a strong combat power inspired by the song of the drum, forcing Sengoku to parry. Luffy didn't waste any time, and rushed directly to Go Lucia Satan. When he turned on the 6th gear, the beating of the heart automatically turned into a song of war drums. However, Luffy can clearly perceive that his vitality is rapidly passing away. And this state cannot last for too long, even. It cannot be said that it cannot last for too long, but it can only last for a short time. It is counted in seconds. Go Lucia Satan was planning to seize the time to help Sakazuki hit Whitebeard hard together, but when he sensed that Luffy was rushing over, he stopped immediately and turned to look at Luffy. Forget it. Just hold you back. The Knights of God are coming soon anyway. The corner of his mouth made a mockery. Go Lucia Satansen did not retreat but went straight to Luffy. The two collided together in an instant. The ferocious demon opened his bloody mouth and bit Luffy's neck with one bite. Luffy turned sideways to avoid the neck, but was still bitten on the shoulder by Go Lucia Satan. Ah. Although it has entered rubberization, the sharp teeth of the devil still make Luffy extremely painful to be bitten. He grinned in pain, opened his mouth wide, and bit the shoulder of Go Lucia Satan in the demon form. Ah. Go Lucia Satansen's two eyeballs suddenly enlarged. He never thought that Nika could bite people? But Luffy not only bites him, but also grinds his teeth vigorously. Under the unbearable pain, Go Lucia Satan's slender and pointed tail was like a lion majesty, swam behind Luffy, and pierced Luffy's body at once. Ah. Luffy feels pain, but he throws his head up and roars. He grabbed the demon tail behind him, and pulled it out of his body suddenly. Go to hell. Go Lucia Satan saw this, and immediately ran towards Luffy with a sharp grab. However, Luffy grabbed his tail with both hands, twisted his body violently, and threw Go Lucia Satan to the ground. Throwing an arc from the air, then smashed fiercely on the ground. Boom. In the 6th gear state, the song of the war drum also has a bonus to Luffy himself, and the bonus is bigger than others. The power of this smash immediately made Go Lucia Satan's brain go crazy. The stars are shining. As if a magnitude 10 magnitude earthquake had occurred in his head. Bang bang value zone. Luffy flipped again, throwing Go Lucia Satan up. Rubber hyphenation point ape Shinso. Luffy's right hand fist magnified, like a small hill, from bottom to top, it slammed into Go Lucia Satan who was falling. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, Go Lucia Satan's demon body is like a rocket launcher, and it shoots straight into the sky with a whoosh. Its speed is so fast, like an arrow leaving the string, it flies into the clouds in an instant. Go Lucia Satansen. What, is his punch so powerful? Seeing himself helpless against Luffy's Shinso, Go Lucia Satansen was stunned. Gecko Moria. OMG. Are the 5 elders all blown away? How much power is that? Jinbei. Could the red Luffy over there kill Saint Satan? Go Lucia Satan. Idiot. Do you have any misunderstandings about the awakened zone phantom beast? This punch is very powerful, but if you want to kill me, then still a long way to go. Gold D. Roger. That's true. After the zone fruit ability is awakened, one's own physical strength and resilience will be greatly improved. And the zone phantom beast is the best among zones. Every awakened zone phantom beast is very difficult to kill. Although Roger would also like to see a 5 elders killed, but to be honest, the awakened zone phantom beasts are really too difficult to kill. Kaido. Don't say kill, even if you want to leave a wound, it's very difficult. Kazuki Odin. Oh. What about the wound on your body? Kaido. Idiot. I said hard, not impossible. Makas Mahjong. Look at it. This punch seems to have caused great damage to Satan, but Satan will recover soon. Wait until the reinforcements arrive. Straw Hat Luffy be damned. Nami. You were the one to die. HMPH. Maka's Mahjong. Hee. Maka's Mashang sneered disdainfully. Luffy shot J-Golucia Satan into the sky with one punch, and he also realized that this punch was not enough to kill him. See. But if he doesn't kill the other party, he and his little friends can't successfully leave naval headquarters today. Luffy can clearly feel that the duration of the drum song has passed half. There are still 15 seconds at most, his strength will collapse, and the backlash will come. When the time comes, he will probably lose consciousness directly, and then be weak for a whole day. Boom. Realizing that there is no way out, Luffy hits his chest again. Boom. 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 As Luffy's fists kept pounding on his chest, a new round of war drum songs was forcibly stimulated. But don't get me wrong. This is not to say that the original 15-second Song of War Drum has been extended to 30 seconds. This is a new round of Song of the Drum, and the previous round of Song of the Drum is still there. The entire naval headquarters simultaneously sounded the melody of 2 rounds of drum songs. Simply put, it's like a duet, of course. Although the duration of the second round of the drum song is also 30 seconds, when the first round of the drum song ends, Luffy has to the direct force as collapse, loss of consciousness. With the great power brought to Luffy by the duet of the drum song, Luffy blew his air suddenly, blowing his whole body up. It's no longer the enlargement of a single part, but the enlargement of the whole. Suddenly, an indomitable Luffy appeared in naval headquarters, he fell, and the building of naval headquarters collapsed. The town behind naval headquarters in the other corner is directly crushed. Next moment, Luffy's legs bent down, then snapped away. Boom. Under the huge elasticity, Luffy's figure soars into the sky. The whole marine is like a stone stuck in the soil, and suddenly someone pressed it down hard, and the whole foundation sank directly. Suddenly a shocking wave rose around the island, pushing those warships out of the way. Sengoku. What? Just a bouncing movement of the limbs directly crushed Marineford. Crane. What happened to the naval headquarters over there? It is estimated that after this battle, the island of Marineford is completely useless. Ivaro Pizarro. What kind of power is this? I am a person with the ability of the island fruit, but if you want me to sink a part of the island, you have to waste a lot of energy. He just squatted down and sank the island. If he jumps up and kicks, can't he crush the island directly? Frankie. In this situation, if Luffy launches a slam attack at Marlin Fandor, it may be as powerful as a shot from the Pluton battleship. Rox D. Zebek. Oh my god. This power is really scary. Even if I was in my heyday, I would have to walk around when I met it. Gold D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Rox, I didn't expect such an arrogant person like you to admit that you were weaker than others. Rox D. Zebek. Idiot Roger. I'm crazy, not stupid. If I meet someone who is better than me, I'm convinced. J-Golucia Satan was shot into the sky very fast, but Luffy's active ejection flight is even faster. In theory, he could have waited for J-Golucia Satan to fall from the sky, work. But there is not enough time. Luffy chased directly to the sky. When he chased J-Golucia Satansen, it took another 5 seconds. There are only 10 seconds left before he leaves. On Luffy's arms, a jet black medium gushes out instantly. Under the effect of the drum song duet, Luffy used armament hockey this time, and he had an unprecedented experience. This is more comfortable than using armament hockey any time. It's like countless armament hockey villains hidden in Luffy's body. When they suddenly heard the horn of the general attack, they lifted their disguises one after another, all rushed out like a tide. Stop pretending. We have an army of 200 million people, all studs. Subsequently, Luffy's Conqueror's Hockey was also released suddenly. Same as the feeling of armament hockey, the Royal Color Hockey this time is also very fun to release. A series of purple energy ripples are rapidly rolling and winding on Luffy's arm. These purple energy ripples are like lightning, instantly intertwined into a purple energy network. Under the double entanglement of Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey, it was boosted by the duet of the Song of War F. Luffy's strength at this time has reached a super terrifying level. Looking at J-Golucia Satan, who flew to the highest point and started to fall, Luffy raised both arms. Between raising hands and throwing feet, the space actually faintly shows signs of cracking. Kong. Damn. He just made a gesture of raising his hand, and the space couldn't bear it and was about to collapse. Makas Mashang. This power. Can Satan bear it? J-Golucia Satan-san. This. J-Golucia Satan, who was still extremely arrogant and full of self-confidence, was instantly at a loss when he saw the power displayed by the red Luffy on the screen. Seeing that J-Golucia Satan fell to the position directly in front of his chest, Luffy's hands slapped fiercely from the left and right sides towards the middle. The moment the force was exerted, the space immediately couldn't bear Luffy's strength, it collapsed directly with a rumbling sound. Endless space storm and space Uzumaki's violent random scratching. However, Luffy doesn't seem to be affected, he ignores the space around him. Rubber Rubber Drum Song Duet. Accompanied by his loud roar, the two straight palms slammed into one place. Snap. Even the people standing below, at such a long distance, they can clearly see it this time. When Luffy's hands were tightly clasped together, something suddenly exploded. Red, white, yellow, black. Messy body, solid fragments splashing. When Luffy's palms were separated, there was no demon figure of J-Golucia Satan, only that mixture, falling down with Luffy's palm. J-Golucia Satan-san. Impossible. Seeing that he was killed by the red Luffy suddenly, J-Golucia Satan-san is unwilling to believe this kind of thing. And the death was extremely miserable, it was thrown to the ground like a pile of shit. As one of the most powerful representatives of the world government, J-Golucia Sakanraid is unacceptable in any case. Kaido. I was slapped to death when I was transformed into a phantom beast. As a phantom beast in the form of a green dragon, Kaido couldn't help but panic when he saw this scene. If you can slap J-Golucia Satan to death with one slap, who can guarantee that you can't slap him, Kaido? And the most important thing is, the red Luffy over there is relying on a rubber fruit to cultivate to such an extent. So theoretically speaking, as long as Bai Luffy works hard enough, he can reach such heights. At that time, wouldn't Bai Luffy have the strength to slap Kaido to death? Gold D. Roger. It's so strong. Red Luffy Saigao. Kazuki Oden. Red Luffy Saigao. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufurfur. The world over there is too interesting. But, the world here will also become interesting. Sir Crocodile. When the viewing system is over, the summit war here will be all kinds of exciting. Buggy. I suddenly thought of a question. Since the 5 elders over there issued a kill order to the Straw Hat Boys, after the summit war here starts, will the 5 elders come to kill the Straw Hat Boys? Edward Newgate. If there are no accidents, Japan will definitely. Whitebeard also knows something now, so he is sure that the 5 elders here will not let Luffy grow to that point. Gold D. Roger. Luffy. When the viewing system is over, stop joining in the fun and leave naval headquarters first. As for Ace, Whitebeard and I will definitely rescue him. Monkey D. Luffy. I must save Ace. Portgas D. Ace, stupid Luffy. Didn't you hear what Red Luffy said just now? Now I'm not the protagonist is you. 5 elders don't like my life, but they must. I want you to die. If you stay in naval headquarters, it will only make this war more chaotic. Roronoa Zoro. Luffy, your brother is right. If you don't participate, it will be more beneficial to save him. Nami. Yeah. Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, I think. When J-Golucia Satan was turned into a meat paste by Luffy's palms, everyone in naval headquarters was shocked from ear to ear. All eyes looked at the unidentified paste falling from the sky in disbelief. That is, one of the 5 people standing at the pinnacle of power in this world. That kind of existence is gone just like that. It's terrible. 5 seconds. 5 seconds left. Prepare to evacuate. Robin, catch me. Nami, get ready to launch the Hamahama ropeway. Luffy looked at the ground below, and landed from him. It is estimated that 5 seconds will be used up. He has no time to join the battlefield. 5 seconds. Whitebeard's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He looks at Sakazuki in front of him. Anyone on the marine side can discuss it, but this guy will never let them leave, sadly. With the double buff of Song of the Drum now, this guy must lose his mobility. Thinking of this, Kong Yunki in Whitebeard's hand slashed at Sakazuki fiercely. It's as if some kind of valve has been loosened in his body, and the physical strength he can consume in an instant is at least twice as much as before. Whether it is fruit ability or hockey use, all need to consume physical strength to support. So when you can use more physical strength in an instant, the hockey ability and fruit ability you can play will definitely be stronger. It's like the engine fuels up in an instant, and you can give a strong schedule. Originally, with Whitebeard's current physical condition, he can no longer use Conqueror's Winding. However, under the boost of the double Song of War drums, it can be used temporarily. The jet black armament hockey is wrapped around Kong Yunki, and there are also a lot of energy ripples from the purple Conqueror's hockey. The knife fell. Before the knife touched Sakazuki, it exploded violently on Sakazuki. Sakazuki didn't expect that Whitebeard would suddenly use Conqueror's entanglement attack, and was immediately knocked down by the knife. Boom. A big pit appeared on the ground in an instant. The dense cracks spread from Sakazuki to the surroundings in an instant. It seems that a spider web is spread on the ground with many marlins. Super crash. Whitebeard was counting the time in his mind. He didn't waste the last 2 seconds, he rushed up with a stride, raised his fist and blasted down Sakazuki's chest. Although Song of the Drums can't boost him as much as it can boost Luffy, it's still terrifying. A punch fell. Sakazuki's body shook like a wave, and Shichimiya bleeds immediately. The powerful vibration force instantly penetrated Sakazuki's body, directly blasting a big hole in the ground below it. Sakazuki was directly rushed into the ground by the violent impact. Boom. A large amount of rubble and soil collapsed in, burying Sakazuki. Marco. Nice job, and Vista. Okay, kill Red Dog. Jinbei. Papa is really amazing. Edward Newgate. Goo. I can't make such a weak attack. Gold D. Roger. Haha. Whitebeard. You directly control the killing and management, and the funeral is a one-stop process. Shiki. PFF'd. Jihahahaha. Sakazuki. Huh. A bunch of idiots. What does the thing over there mean? Wait until the viewing system is over, and see how I send you to hell. Seeing himself being hammered by Whitebeard over there, Sakazuki felt suffocated and angry. Can't wait for the summit war to start so he can start killing. In the next second, Whitebeard felt the powerful feeling in his body recede like a tide. Dazzling 100 Blossoms Hand of the Spiderweb. Robin crossed his hands, activated the flower fruit ability, and caught Luffy falling from the sky. A series of arm-rolling relays, rolling Luffy to Luo Guan. Robin picked it up and gave Luffy a princess hug. However, when Robin saw Luffy's appearance clearly, his tender body couldn't help trembling. At this time, Luffy's whole body has shrunk completely, and the skin all over his body is loose and wrinkled, just like he is in his 70s. Monkey D. Luffy. Ah. How come I'm in my 70s? Jewelry Polly. Obviously 90. Roronoa Zoro. Hey, Bear Girl, shut up. Kid Eustace. This should be the sequelae of Straw Hat Luffy's ability. I remember that when he was in Sabaody Archipelago, Straw Hat Luffy's body shrank after using the giant balloon. Although it is not the same as this one, it is estimated that his moves are different. The sequelae are different. Trafalgar Law. Yes, I do too. Nico Robin. But this time it looks very serious. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Looking at the appearance of Luffy in the picture, Robin felt very distressed. Ah. Luffy. Nami, who rushed over, also saw Luffy's appearance at this time, and immediately screamed in fright. Don't worry, he should be the aftereffect of using the terrible power just now, and he should recover. Robin reasoned a little, and then said. Oh. Nami feels a little flustered. Although she can use the ability of slippery fruit to make Luffy's skin smooth, but now Luffy's situation is still clear. He dare not abuse Luffy's ability. Let's talk about it after Chopper's diagnosis. Quick. Retreat. At this time, Zoro forced the seriously injured Aokiji back and shouted at everyone. Sanji and Chopper have already finished CP0 under the boost of the Song of the Drum just now, and now they heard Zoro's words, and ran over to Nami and Robin without hesitation. Rayleigh looked at Sengoku. Don't chase after me, you know, I've already left you behind just now. Under the increase of the Song of the Drum just now, Rayleigh's combat power exploded instantly, completely suppressing Sengoku in a short period of time. However, Rayleigh himself is here to join in the fun, and he doesn't want to form too deep hatred with Sengoku. After all, he will hang around in Sabaody Archipelago in the future. If you have a big feud with Sengoku now, you have to find another place. It's not a big problem for him to change places, but Shaki's bar is not easy to handle. Rayleigh takes a step back, glances at Sengoku, and quickly withdraws. Buggy's body condenses into a hole, while retreating towards his partners, while controlling the 40-meter machete to aim at Paluzolino. Rayleigh came to Nami's side, and then yelled at Whitebeard. Hey, Whitebeard, Ace, come here, Nami's ability can send you out. Ace raised a wall of fire in front of him, and then retreated, but he didn't go to Nami's side, but rushed to Garp's side, pulled Garp away. Grandpa, leave with me quickly. No. Ace, you and everyone go away. First I'm Marine Vice Admiral, and there are some things that I have to face. Garp broke free from Ace's hand, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, and there are some things I must ask clearly. What? Grandpa. You stay, there is no doubt that you must die. Hearing that Garp actually wanted to stay, Ace shouted anxiously. Hey, you two. Now is not the time to argue here. The old man who died just now said that the Knights of the Gods are coming. When they come, we won't be able to leave. Looking at where Ace and Garp are still arguing red-faced, Tien reminded solemnly. Ace was so anxious that he was about to cry, he yelled. But I can't leave Grandpa alone. Luffy can never do that either. Stupid. You are fine, and Luffy is fine too. It is not up to your grandchildren to make decisions about this old man. Garp seems to have made up his mind to die at this time, and he doesn't want to leave. What should I do? There is no time, the Knights of God may come at any time, Usopp said with a serious face. The partners of the Straw Hat Pirates are all in hesitation. Leave directly. Then when Luffy wakes up and realizes that Grandpa is gone, he will have to die in pain. Don't leave? When the Knights of God come, then Luffy won't have to wake up. Give me Luffy. Suddenly, Zoro walked up to Robin and snatched the withered Luffy from Robin. Shave. He moved his feet and came to Garp in an instant. Mr. Garp, since you want to die, let Luffy stay here with you. Zoro stuffs Luffy into Garp's arms, then pulls up Ace and runs away. Ah! This sudden scene, Garp was taken aback for a moment. But then, he yelled angrily, asshole, take Luffy away. Here Ace was pulled away by Zoro, just about to break free, but when he suddenly heard Garp's angry roar behind him, he immediately understood what Zoro meant. He stopped fighting, and quickly came to Nami's side with Zoro. Zoro shouted, Straw Hat Pirates, leave in 3 seconds. Good. Partners also realized what Zoro meant, and immediately cooperated. 3. Damn it. Wait, the picture is here. Garp was so angry that he was going to die, but he was controlled by Luffy's life. He himself is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of Luffy's death. If these guys really evacuated, and he and Luffy were left behind in naval headquarters, then when the Knights of God arrive, Luffy will definitely die. Although Garp really wants to ask 5 elders face to face, but at this time it is obvious that his grandson's life is more important. Okay. Stand firm. Let's go. Nami activated the sliding fruit ability, and everyone seemed to be on a sled, sliding out along the Crescent platform on the right side of Crescent Harbor. The rest of the Marine generals watched them evacuate, and they all tacitly did not make a move. On the one hand, no one really wants to see Garp die, on the other hand, the remaining combat power of Marine is really terrible. If you provoke the other party and let the other party really fight trapped beasts, Marine will have to die a few more. Quick. Save people. Sengoku gave an order, and the rest of the Marines rushed to save people. Behind naval headquarters. On a big raft, the Blackbeard pirates are here. Just some time before the Summit War, the Blackbeard pirates used the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea to enter the deep sea prison, and they found Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain. He and Blackbeard hit it off immediately, and immediately decided to join the Blackbeard pirates. He also found a few helpers for Blackbeard in the 6th prison, and then successfully escaped from the deep sea prison. Teach, what can I do? Seeing that Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Pirates have all retreated safely, Shiryu frowned. According to their latest prediction, they originally planned to wait for the defeat of the Whitebeard Pirates to take advantage of the situation and let Teach get Whitebeard's shock fruit. But now it seems that this is obviously impossible. Sengoku. Blackbeard. The red Luffy over there didn't go to the deep sea prison, and you managed to get it. Marshal D. Teach. I said it long ago, as long as people's dreams don't stop, then everything is possible. Shiryu. It seems that I did not make a mistake in choosing Teach, haha. Beasta. The Teach guy is unscrupulous in order to achieve his goal. Since he has decided to go to the deep sea prison to find someone, he will definitely do it at all costs. Marco. I'm curious what Teach will do next. Just now I saw that Sakazuki was knocked out of the pit by Whitebeard. Why don't you get Sakazuki's lava fruit? Lafitte suggested. Blackbeard Teach laughed loudly. Thief, ha ha ha. No need. Didn't you hear that the Knights of God are coming? Going out now is courting death. Let's withdraw IB. Then we returned without success this time? Badgers was obviously a little unwilling. However, Blackbeard Teach grinned. No, we can say that we have gained a lot this time. What do you mean? Pizarro, the villainous king, frowned. Didn't you guys see it? The rubber fruit of the Straw Hat Boy is truly the strongest Paramecia devil fruit. I can't look down on shock fruit anymore. I want Straw Hat Boy's rubber fruit, thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach is so excited that he wants to pee when he thinks of the scene where 5 elders was shot to death in The Trial of the Ape God, recorded by Luffy the Straw Hat just now. Hey. Teach, don't blame me for not reminding you. Straw Hat Luffy is so strong, it's not easy to get his devil fruit. Poison Q lay on the horseback, looking like he would be ready at any time. The look of belching, day. No matter how strong his devil fruit ability is, as long as my hand can touch his, he can only end up being stripped of his devil fruit. Okay, I've made up my mind. Brothers, withdraw. Blackbeard waved his hand, and the huge raft quietly moved away from naval headquarters along the current. Gold D. Roger. Whitebeard, your devil fruit has been rejected. Edward Newgate. Good. This is looking for death. Kazuki Odin. Haha. That's right. I'm really overwhelmed. Marshall D. Teach. Just laugh at me. Wait until I succeed in getting the rubber fruit over there. And then see if you can still laugh out loud. Shortly after the Straw Hat Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates evacuated, the Red Hair Pirates' ship appeared on the sea. Lackey Lou frowned. He stared in the direction of Marineford, wondering, boss. Did we come early? Why didn't we see a ship from the Whitebeard Pirates? Red Hair Pirates heard that Kaido was going to do something, so they went to intercept Kaido just now. After driving Kaido away, they headed towards Naval Headquarters. According to Shanks' calculation, they can reach Naval Headquarters before the Summit War is over. But now it seems that the situation seems to be far beyond their expectations. It's too early to fart. Is this the end of beating? Lime Jones curled his lips and pointed at Marineford. This island has sunk to pieces, can we fight it? Yes. Many warships are also emitting black smoke, Deeg nodded. Shanks's observation hockey unfolded, and glanced forward on the unobstructed sea. It's really over. The Crescent Harbor is in a mess, but there is no Whitebeard Pirates battleship, which obviously means that the Whitebeard Pirates have retreated. How could it be so fast? Shanks rubs his chin, ponders. Afterwards, ordered. Forget it, since this war is over, we don't want to join in the fun. Withdraw. The red frame video is here and slowly dimmed. The screen disappears. Usopp. So, we Red Hair Pirates over there are just here to join in the fun. Ben Beckman. Not even the excitement, Shanks. Ha ha ha. It's not good to join in, anyway, I don't like to join in the fun. Dracule Mihawk. What nonsense are you talking with your eyes open? Gold D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Rox D. Zebek, is this the end of the viewing system? Finally resurrected, Rox can't help but want to let go of his hands and feet. Sengoku. No, there must be more. Hearing the word end, Sengoku panicked. Everyone is young, the old man is not young yet. Please give me some support for the movie viewing system, don't let it go away now. Shiki. Oh. Here's an old man who wants to look younger. Gold D. Roger. Yeah, some people not only didn't get younger, but they became 2 years older, it's uncomfortable. Hee hee. Sengoku. Damn Roger and Golden Lion, stop gloating. Even if I die of old age, I will drag you along. If the movie viewing system ends soon, I have Dewey Tianlong cassock in my hand, and I will stare at you to kill. Gold D. Roger. Popped up and this is. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. Mad at him. Edward Newgate. Google la 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 la. At this time. The screen with white borders gradually brightened. The screen appears. Gold D. Roger. There really is. Sengoku. Nonsense. Since the Summit War is something that will happen in the future, why can't there be any future events? Seeing the screen with white borders light up, Sengoku was relieved. Rox D. Zebek. It's so troublesome. Why are there still? Lousy can't wait. Summit War ends. Garp and Sengoku submitted their resignations to Marshal Kong successively, but they were both asked to retain their military ranks and stay in the Marine to train new recruits. Sengoku recommends Kuzan as the next Marine Marshal. The next Marshal recommended by Mariajoy is Sakazuki. During the large-scale infrastructure construction at Naval Headquarters, Luffy, Beside and Rayleigh appeared in Marineford. At this time, Naval Headquarters is when the internal defense is empty, but the three of them did not attack Naval Headquarters, but captured a warship and carried out it around Naval Headquarters. Luffy rang the Oaks bell at the west end of Naval Headquarters Square. The bell rang 16 times, and then there was a moment of silence. Rox D. Zebek. It's really courageous and strategic to directly raid Naval Headquarters for the water burial while Marine's main combat power is all out to deal with the rioting pirates. Charlotte Linlin. Captain Rox, you seem to be very optimistic about this kid. Rox D. Zebek. Are you blind? Isn't this something visible to the naked eye? Sakazuki. Pirates are indeed a group of restless things. They have survived from me by chance, but they dare to go to Naval Headquarters to be arrogant. Doberman. They died like this, and sooner or later they will die at the hands of the Beddog Admiral. Ochaku. Still blowing it. Didn't you see how Sakazuki on the red Luffy side was hammered? He must be dead. Sakazuki. Stop talking about things over there. The future is clear here, Marine wins big. Aokiji and Akainu fought for 10 days and 10 nights on Punk Hazard Island in order to compete for the position of Marshal. Finally Akainu won. Aokiji was interrupted, and Akainu also had a lot of frostbite. Akainu officially became the Marshal of the Marine, and Aokiji decided to quit the Marine because of the failure of this duel. After that, joined the Blackbeard Pirates. Kuzan. Hey, I became a pirate? Marshal D. Teach. Thieves ha ha ha. Aokiji, you are welcome. Sengoku. What? Kuzan will defect. It's impossible. Gold D. Roger. Sengoku. If I remember correctly. You seem to have said before that if Marine Admiral will rebel, you should write your name upside down. Charlotte Linlin. Ahahaha. I remember it too. Shiki. So now, Sengoku will be renamed National Warfare from now on. Edward Newgate. Yeah, our country's marshal is definitely not the kind of villain who breaks his promise and gets fat, he will definitely do what he says. Sengoku. Nonsense. This is something that happened in the future, it can't be counted as a real thing. Now that I see this situation, then this situation will be avoided. Rox D. Zebek. The sophistry ability of the national war is really top-notch. Sengoku. Go away. Rox, shut up. Rox D. Zebek. Okay, national war. Sakazuki. Kuzan, if you join the pirates, I will never show mercy to you. Gold D. Roger. I believe this. When he was still a marine, you interrupted him directly. Now that he is a pirate, if you show mercy, wouldn't you be short-hearted? Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. The Straw Hat Pirates practiced on various islands for 2 years. Luffy has practiced Buggy with Rayleigh for the past 2 years. 2 years later, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered at the Saboti Archipelago and set off again. In the Fishmen Island, the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Hody Jones and the gang, and rescued the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Before leaving the Fishmen Island, Pokemon and Eggbaron from Big Mom Pirates appeared on the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island may be about to receive anger from the Ant because of the Hody Jones incident, which caused the dim sum processing factory to fail to supply the dim sum agreed to be handed over in time. J. Just when Pokemon connected to Charlotte Linlin's phone and was about to speak, Luffy snatched the bug from the phone and yelled into it. Hey 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 hey. Are you the Big Mom? I am Monkey D. Luffy, and I want to be the Thief King's man. Let me tell you, the snacks you asked for are gone, because I ate them all. Following Luffy's arrogant declaration, Charlotte Linlin's exclamation came from the other end of the phone bug. What? 10 tons of snacks are gone. Luffy said. That's right, I have eaten 10 tons, but I have a lot of treasures. I can give you all these as compensation for the snacks. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin suddenly became furious. Treasure. Can treasure be eaten? What I want to eat is sweet snacks. Baron Dandan also persuaded. Mom, I am Dandan. Please calm down. A few days ago, that kid sank our 2 ships, we just needed funds. As for dim sum, I will try my best to buy delicious and sweet dim sum for you on the way back. Moreover, with only 2 weeks of grace, the Fishmen Island will be able to make up for the lack of snacks. Skirichiman Apu. Ah Bao Biao. I actually heard the name of Kid's guy. Charlotte Snuggle. A mere supernova dares to attack the ship of our Big Mom pirates. You're looking for death. X Drake. What a tiger, Captain Kid, Kid Eustace. What happened to the ship that attacked the 4 Emperors pirate group? Who ruled that they cannot be attacked? Are they born 4 emperors? Couldn't Lousy pull them off their horses and be the 4 emperors? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. What an arrogant little guy. Kaido. Idiot. Just beat some garbage in the first half of the Grand Line. Do you think you can disrespect the 4 emperors? After the New World, you will. I found out that there are as many Lingtuchings like you as Crucian carp crossing the river, and only those who seek refuge in the mountains can survive smoothly. Charlotte Linlin. Arrogant boy. If I let my mother meet you, I will let you understand why my mother can become the emperor of this sea. Kid Eustace. You better let Lousy meet, then Lousy can blow you up. Shanks. Wow. This kid is really arrogant, but the red hair is quite pleasing to the eye. Kid Eustace. Don't talk to me in this arrogant tone one by one. Shanks, you too. If you meet me, I will let you know, Zinshi. There can only be one emperor with red hair. Are you kidding me, Eggy? You have the guts to say such embarrassing things. The voice of the year-old mother came from the phone bug, and she roared angrily, Listen to my old lady, there is no such thing as compromise in the dictionary of pirates. Afterwards, she said with a cold smile, But speaking of it, I'm actually interested in that kid who resisted me. Little devil. Then as you wish, the target of this event has shifted from the Fishmen Island to you. Monkey Emperor Luffy. I remember you. Come on, come to New World. Charlotte Linlin's voice is frighteningly cold. However, Luffy didn't care at all, he yelled at the phone bug. Okay. Just wait for me, I happen to have something to ask you too. A guy like you who wants to wipe out other people's islands because of a trivial matter is really outrageous. I'm going to beat you up in New World. Listen to me. After I beat you to the ground, the Fishmen Island will become my territory. Luffy's face is fierce, and his tone is full of unquestionable haki. Nani? Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened fiercely. Whoa. When I saw Luffy's haki declaration to Charlotte Linlin on the screen, everyone in the chat room was shocked from ear to ear. You know, the Luffy in the white frame video is not as super strong like Red Luffy. There is no ability to reward the viewing system. He is just a pirate with a reward of 400 million. But he was so domineering when facing Charlotte Linlin. Reminiscent of Kid's anger against 4 emperors just now. The viewers can't help but be shocked. This year's supernovas are really reckless. Charlotte Linlin. Ahahaha. 1 or 2, I really think my wife is a soft persimmon. A kid who dares to challenge my mother's majesty is fine, but now there is another Straw Hat Kid. HMPH. I can't wait to see them kneeling in front of my mother crying for father and mother. Kaido. Haha. This group of ignorant guys will be very interesting when you drain their soul. Charlotte Perispero. Dare to underestimate my mother, I really don't know how to live or die. Leaving the Fishmen Island, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Punk Hazard. The island turned into a world of ice and fire in the duel between Akainu and Aokiji. On the surface, it seems impossible for anyone to live on the island, but it is a secret research base. Guy Sakurong and Doflamingo cooperate to produce SAD, the raw material of artificial devil fruit. Besides, Guy Sakuron has also undertaken another business, through the funds provided by Charlotte Linlin, to secretly conduct research on giantization in Punk Hazard. However, Guy Sakurong thinks that the study of giantization is impossible to succeed, so he took the funds provided by Charlotte Linlin, called the flower boats over every night, and lived a life of debauchery. Of course, Guy Sashiro himself is also secretly developing a mass-killing weapon, Death Kingdom. According to the normal situation, things here should not be concealed so strictly. However, Virgo, the base chief of the Marine G5 branch, is actually a cadre of the Don Quixote family, an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo many years ago to break into the Marine. With him in charge of this sea area, no one can know what happened to Punk Hazard. Even he not only covered up what happened to Punk Hazard, but also took the initiative to cooperate with Guy Sakurong to deceive some villagers in the nearby islands, and got many children for Guy Sakurong as guinea pigs for research experiments. After the Straw Hat Pirates landed in Punk Hazard, they met the Samurai Kinemon and Momonosuke from Wano-kuni, also met Trafalgaro, who was the 7 warlords of the sea at the time, and met Smoker's leader Justice Marine. Personnel from all sides destroyed Punk Hazard's research institute after the melee here. Virgo and Monet were eliminated. The Marine led by Smoker transferred those innocent children away. The Straw Hat Pirates and Luo take Guy Sakaru to Dressrosa. Charlotte Linlin. Nani? Guy spit on this bastard. He actually took all the funds my mother gave him to drink wine. Bastard. My mother will never forgive you. Guy Sakurong. Ah. Queen Linlin, there must be some misunderstanding here. I am doing my best to study giantization for you. Charlotte Linlin. You study a ghost. Just wait. As soon as the viewing system ends, my mother will send someone to kill you. Kaido. The man-made devil fruit I bought from the clown was actually researched by this guy Sakurong. So, as long as this guy can get the skull in his hands, Lousy won't have to let the clown make a fortune. Sengoku. Doflamingo, you dude has the title of 7 warlords of the sea, and you still have an undercover agent in the Marine. Thanks to the viewing system, otherwise we would have been kept in the dark. Crane. I didn't expect Virgo, the base chief of the G5 branch, to be an inside agent installed by Doflamingo. This damn guy has killed so many innocent children. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer. This viewing system is really troublesome, but... Luo, you have grown to that point after 2 years. Is it to such an extent? Even Virgo can be killed by you, which is really unexpected. Fortunately, there is a reminder from the movie viewing system, so that my family can be prevented from being killed by you. Trafalgar Law. Yeah, thanks to the viewing system, I now have an easier way to kill you. Gecko Moria. Hey he 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 Eternal life surgery. Clown, you are definitely going to die. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Wait until you kill me before you say these things. Fooferfer. Straw Hat Pirates arrive in Dressrosa. Here, they reveal the secret of the toy. Luffy and Sabo recognize each other. The Straw Hat Pirates in Law's alliance battle with Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Doflamingo released the big move Birdcage, intending to kill everyone and use it to silence. Trafalgar Law and Luffy were defeated by Doflamingo successively. Gecko Moria. No way. Did the clown guy not be defeated by Grass Luffy? Don Quixote Doflamingo. What are you thinking? Do you think this king is the same as a low-level character like you? Even if the red Luffy over there is strong, the white Luffy here is a full-fledged rookie. In front of this king, is there any surprise that he was defeated? Sir Crocodile. Idiot. Do you know what I saw? Don Quixote Doflamingo. What? Sir Crocodile, you didn't make up. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Cut. It's all like this, and soon they will all be wiped out by Birdcage. What kind of knife is there to use? Sir Crocodile. I bet the Straw Hat will get up and beat you right away. Looking at what appeared on the screen at this time, Crocodile felt familiar. He remembered that it was because he didn't make up the knife that he ended up in a disastrous defeat. Of course, he can fully understand what he did at that time. At that time, Straw Hat Luffy was just a little-known character, but he was 7 warlords of the sea. After giving Luffy a fatal blow, how could he still check to see if the other party was completely dead? If you travel back with the current memory, Crocodile will really make up the knife. The people in the birdcage are desperately resisting the shrinking of the birdcage. When everyone is going to be exhausted, amidst the shouts of D-Gaz, all the people are united, shouting the name of Lucy. Supplemented by Countdown. D-Gaz shouted loudly through the radiophone bug. That's right. Lucy, his other name is Straw Hat Luffy. Although we have always been deceived and dominated by pirates, it may be difficult to trust pirates anymore. But, unlike the Don Quixote pirates who appeared 10 years ago wearing a hero mask, this man has been praised by His Majesty the King Powerhouse as Hope. Now I'm still down because of the battle. But, rejoice, Dressrosa, because Lucy promised me, he will Doflamingo. All the people of Dressrosa, Lucy is going to be resurrected. There are 10 seconds left before that moment. He must be listening somewhere. Follow me and call out the name of the star. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer. How naive. Gaz, you want the Straw Hat Kid to beat me so much. Euro. Gaz. It's so strange. I obviously can't speak, but when I appeared on the screen just now, I was notified by the viewing system that I can speak here temporarily. Gaz. Doflamingo. You were right. Not only do I hope the Straw Hat Kid will defeat you, but the whole Dressrosa people also hope that you can defeat us. We were deceived by you before, thinking that King Liku is a bad guy. Now after seeing the truth, do you think we will still support you? Gaz. Look at the picture in the video. The Straw Hat Boy will definitely defeat you and save the entire Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo. It's unbelievable. You are just a little DJ in the bullfighting arena, and you are still paid by the king. How dare you have a showdown with the king now? Gaz. Asshole like you, everyone will be punished. Even if you kill me, I will not surrender to you. 8 seconds left. 6 seconds. 5. 4. Under the passionate call of D-Gaz, all the people of Dressrosa have been strongly encouraged. The despair in their eyes gradually receded, and the flame of hope was ignited. They all held up 3 fingers and shouted, 3. Followed by, 2. 1. They clenched their fists and raised them to the sky. 0. Among everyone's expectations, Luffy really stood up. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Nani? Really stood up. Sir Crocodile. Hee. What do you think? Kuzan. This kid is really Shao Qiang from Immune to Death. After Luffy got up, he fought with Doflamingo again. Doflamingo activates the power of Fruit Awakening and beats Luffy down again and again. But Luffy stood up again and again. In the end, Luffy used the Great Ape King Spear in the 4th gear, and directly blasted Doflamingo until the shit came out. Winner. Lucy. As D-Gaz dragged his blood-spitting body and roared loudly, all the people in Dressrosa shouted. Birdcage in the sky is gone, just as the dark clouds that have covered Dressrosa's sky for many years dissipate. Doflamingo's Don Quixote family's rule over this country ends at this moment, officially ended. Gecko Moria. Hey he Sir Crocodile. I said it earlier, if you fight with the Straw Hat, if you don't know how to make up the knife, you will definitely lose. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer. You two idiots, I am not the same as you two. What I see now is what happened in the future. I will not be so stupid in a future that has seen itself defeated. In one scene, I forgot to make up the knife. Since the future picture is not friendly to him, when this scene comes again, Doflamingo decides to kill him directly. Once Luffy falls down, he doesn't care about anything, just go up and chop him into a mash first. The Marine led by Fujitora Admiral arrested all the Don Quixote family. During the live broadcast to neighboring countries, Fujitora Admiral brought Marine to King Riku. Let that vicious pirate rely on the 7 warlords of the sea system, recognize him as the king of a country, and never let this land fall into the rule of darkness. There is no doubt that it is the responsibility of the world government. On behalf of the government of the world, I would like to express my deep apologies again. I am so sorry. Fujitora Admiral's face was full of self-blame, and he knelt down suddenly to King Riku. The marine soldiers behind him also knelt down, deeply. The surrounding videophone bugs are constantly filming this scene. It won't take long, this scene will spread throughout the world. When Marine Marshal Sakazuki learned about this, he immediately called to Fujitora Admiral, angrily scolded. Smile. Do you know? Just because you wanton. The reckless behavior completely discredited justice. Fujitora Admiral responded unceremoniously. If you are afraid of losing face, keep it away and don't take it out. If you lose your reputation because you admit failure, it has nothing to do with it not existing in the first place. Different. Empty. Asshole. Where did this guy come from, Admiral? Sakazuki. Damn it. This idiot actually kneels down on behalf of the world's government without permission, it really disgraces justice. Yishao. Just now I heard the voice in the video say the name, Yishao. But unfortunately I am blind, so I can't see if the person in the video is me. N. Paluzolino. Blind in both eyes? Woo. You were right. Smile. Have first become a Marine Admiral? It's ridiculous. Sakazuki. Smile, listen to me. Regardless of whether you will become a Marine Admiral in the future, I am here to solemnly warn you that no matter what the circumstances are, it is absolutely not allowed. You do anything to disgrace Marine. With a smile. Although I can't see it, I can judge it from the hydrogen situation. Sakazuki, you are not the Marine Marshal right now? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. Magma Boy is going to usurp the throne ahead of time. Shiki. Sengoku, you are a little bit self-aware. Please resign quickly and give up your seat to Generalissimo Akainu. Roger. Gu la 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 la. Marshal Akainu appears in the Holy Land Mariajoy. He is smoking a cigar, looking at 5 elders with angry eyes. That is to say, the false report that Doflamingo quit 7 warlords of the sea is actually an order from you. Seeing that 5 elders did not refute, Sakazuki was furious. Why do you have to make the whole world go around for a mere Doflamingo? If this happens again in the future. As for the matter, as the Marine Marshal, do I still have face? Speaking of which, Sakazuki stared at 5 elders, and said in a cold voice, in the future. Please don't do this kind of thing again. Sakazuki, don't be ignorant. J. Golucia Satanzen didn't even look at Sakazuki directly, and reminded in a calm tone. Topman Vouchery is more direct, he snorted coldly. Your face. What is your face? Shepherd 10 Peter looked at Sakazuki unhappily. And your mouth, Sakazuki. You Marine are nothing but the face of the world's government. This. There is no need for you to follow up on this matter, and leave it to the CP to handle it. The video played here, and the screen with white borders slowly dimmed. The screen disappears. Charlotte Linlin. Ha 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 ha. What is your face? I'm laughing to death. Kaido. This idiot, I really don't know how much I weigh, ha 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 ha. Emporio Ivankov. Old man Peter Street is very reserved. He said that Marine is just the face of the world's government, and he almost said that your Marine is just a dog of the world's government. Lindbergh. Ha ha ha. That's right. The old man still saved some face for Sakazuki. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha. Where's his face? Does he think he's little Shanks? Shout out to me and let the summit war end. Edward Newgate. Goo. No harm without comparison tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator. Rox D. Zebek. That's it. Just now you barked at my dog. You said that your dog, the Marine Marshal, is different from a real dog? Ochaku. That can be said. How about someone whose codename can be called Akainu? Sincerely loyal and hateful dog, you should treat it as a joke. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. You hurry up, say a few more. Seeing the ridicule of these big pirates, Sakazuki was so angry that he was about to explode. But the video is right in front of him, even if he wants to refute, he can't find a reason. The more I think about it, the more irritable I get. At this time, the screen with red borders gradually brightened up. The screen appears, an island near Calm Belt. The primitive jungle here is lush, but there is no shortage of beautiful mountains and rivers. 1,000 miles of sunshine is docked in a hidden safe haven. Go ashore from this safe haven, go straight along the path, and there is a valley. There are several newly built wooden houses in the valley. In front of the cabin, Garp and Rayleigh are sitting here reading the newspaper. A reward of 4 billion Baileys is offered. Tisk tisk, I want to trade you for wine money. Seeing the amount of reward offered to Garp by the government of the world in the newspaper, Rayleigh took a sip of wine and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ha ha. Garp let out a hearty laugh, but he couldn't hide the loneliness in his eyes. It has been a week since the Summit War. After he escaped with the Straw Hat Pirates, Cao Li found such a hidden island to stay. This time the Summit War, Marines suffered heavy losses. Vice Admiral died 6 on the spot, 7 were seriously injured. 23 dead in Rear Admiral, 18 seriously injured. Marine Admiral Sakazuki is seriously injured. Marine Admiral Kuzan is seriously injured. Marine Admiral Kizaru was slightly injured. On the contrary, the Marines below the general level have lost very little. The government of the world. CP0 Maha and Gistamon were killed. CPO Grenier and Joseph are seriously injured. The key is, J. Golucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, is dead. And the state of death was extremely miserable, and he was slapped into flesh. When the Knights of the Gods arrived, there was nothing to do but roar in anger. The government of the world is furious because of this. Order to kill the Straw Hat Pirates without mercy. Not only that, the original Marine hero Garp was also defined as the source of extreme evil at this time. Among his crimes, Roger has quite a few. The most ferocious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Long, is his son. Monkey D. Garp, the heinous murderer who killed 5 elders, is his grandson. Portgas D. Ace, with the most evil blood in the world, is his adopted grandson. He himself betrayed Marine, committed crimes, and personally participated in the murder of 5 elders. Such crimes are added together, and the government of the world can be said to hate it to the bone. There is another interesting thing. Naval headquarters is going to change places. Rayleigh looked down, looking and laughing. Garp stuffed a senbei into his mouth. What's wrong? Rayleigh smiled. Luffy's last jump directly broke the foundation of Marineford's island. Looking at the situation, it's only a matter of time before Marineford sinks into the sea. Backquote. Haha. My eldest grandson, I really can't understand him now. Garp shook his head helplessly, and said with a smile, he is only 17 years old this year, but he can gather such a group of powerful young people around him. To be honest, even his father doesn't have such cohesion. Rayleigh laughed. Haha. You don't understand, do you? Actually, neither do I. Stop talking nonsense. You don't understand that you are willing to risk your life to accompany him to naval headquarters to make a big fuss. Who are you kidding? Don't believe Rayleigh's words at all. The corner of Garp's mouth twitched with disdain. Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand and spread his hands. To tell you the truth, I really can't read it. But when I saw Captain Roger's straw hat on his head, I knew it was by no means a coincidence. Rayleigh stood up, walked to Garp's side, looked at Garp, who was reclined on the rattan chair. He patted Garp's shoulder. Garp, do you believe that there is a so-called destiny in this world? Destined? Garp is slightly lost in thought. If someone said such things to him a week ago, Garp would definitely be very disdainful. But now, after experiencing the Summit War, Garp also faintly feels that his eldest grandson is definitely not something in the pool. If I'm not mistaken, Luffy is the answer the world is waiting for. Rayleigh takes his hand off Garp's shoulder and walks down the valley. There. The partners of the Straw Hat Pirates are practicing. Is Luffy the answer to this world? Muttering this sentence in his mouth, Garp began to think more and more. Sengoku. Damn it. I get it. Raftel must have something. That guy Rayleigh must know something too. And Roger. What the hell do you guys know? Speak up. Charlotte Linlin. My mother is also very interested. It's like chasing dramas. This answer depends on my mother's anxiety. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer, things are getting more and more interesting. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, of course I know something you want to know but don't know, but I won't say it, haha. Edward Newgate. Goo. Sengoku, can't you see that the 5 elders know more? Why don't you ask them? Shiki. Look at what you said. 5 elders treat Akainu as a dog, but Sengoku as a human. Does the owner need to explain something to the dog? Ochaku. Hey. Too much talking. How can a dog know what its master thinks, ha ha ha. Luffy is lying on the bed, and Nami is feeding Luffy spoonful by spoonful with warm pear soup. Luffy opened his mouth depressed and ate one bite at a time, and said while eating, I'm really fully healed. Let me move freely. Chopper said, it's best to rest for 7 days. It's still 1 hour and 37 minutes away. If you dare to get up early, I will never forgive you. Nami waved her small fist vigorously, and made a gesture on Luffy's head. Then, she scooped up a spoonful of pear soup, put it in front of her lips and blew the hot air gently, and waited until the hot air was almost gone before handing it to Luffy's mouth, and ordered fiercely, open your mouth. Luffy was speechless, so he ate obediently. Speaking of which, just 3 days ago, he woke up once and tried to forcefully get up. I just staggered and took 2 steps against the wall, but I got punched by Nami. Then I have been in a coma until today. He even suspects that he needs to lie down for 7 days because of Nami's punch. At this time, the door of the wooden house opened. Robin leaned against the door with a newspaper, and smiled slightly. Did you disturb someone? Is there any news? Come and listen. Seeing that Robin is holding a newspaper in his hand, Luffy immediately became interested. It's just him and Nami here, it's really boring. Robin came over and sat on the edge of the bed. She looked at Luffy and Nami with a smile. Guess how much our Captain Luffy is offering now? I offered a reward of 300 million before, but this time there is such a big commotion. At least it should be 1 billion, right? Luffy guessed cooperatively. I estimate more than that, at least 1.3 billion, Nami corrected. Look. Robin smiled, and pointed the newspaper at the two of them. Seeing the amount of reward offered by Luffy, Luffy and Nami opened their mouths in shock at the same time. Originally, they thought it would be enough to grow a few 100 million Baileys, and the maximum increase is 1 billion capped. But no one would have imagined that Luffy's bounty jumped directly from 300 million to 3 billion, just added a bounty. Looks like I underestimated the value of 5 elders' life. In addition to Luffy's bounty, the bounties of the Straw Hat Pirates have also soared. Zoro offers a reward of 1.836 billion Baileys. Buggy offers a reward of 2,015 million Baileys. Sanji offers a reward of 1,080 million Baileys. Nami offers a reward of 550 million Baileys. Usopp offers a reward of 1,082 million Baileys. Robin offers a reward of 800 million. Chopper offers a reward of 532 million Bay. Frankie offers a reward of 89 million Baileys. Brook offers a reward of 56 million Baileys, sum of. The biggest increase is undoubtedly Luffy, but the highest double is Chopper. Monkey D. Luffy. Hiss. Our ship over there has already exceeded 10 billion Baileys. Vin Smoke Sanji. Hey, hello. Did you make a mistake? Why is my bounty over there so much less than Chlorella? Is the world government over there an idiot? Roronoa Zoro. Stupid. Didn't you see me over there directly hit Marine Admiral? You kicked a few Marine Vice Admirals there, and I will give you a bounty boost. It's good to download, Usopp. Haha. Over there I have 2 million Pele more than Sanji. Roronoa Zoro. Backquote, that's right. Chef Color is the real 5th member of the group. Kid Eustace. Looks like the 5 elders are still alive. If I have a chance, I will kill a 5 elders too. J. Golucia Satan-san. Where did the idiot come from? Sakazuki. Idiot. Do you have that strength? Shiki. Good dog. Gold D. Roger. What a dog. Rox D. Zebek. What a great wolfhound. Sakazuki. F***KU. The 3 of them read the newspaper for a while, and chatted about what happened now. More than an hour finally passed. As the alarm clock rang, Luffy looked at Nami with joy. It's time. Nami nodded in agreement. Well, get up. By the way, check if there is any discomfort in your body. If there is any discomfort, I will call Chopper immediately. Luffy stands up and moves, left stretched lazily, right stretched regretfully said. Not bad. I should have fully recovered. Luffy feels the following physical condition and gives an evaluation. According to his previous speculation, using the 6th gear, the Song of the Drum, should be weak. But this time he used the 6th gear drum song twice in a row, forming a stacked buff. Although the effect is very strong, but the sequelae are also very powerful. Original weakness can be recovered in 1 day, but this is directly weakened for 7 days. Of course, without Nami's punch, it might only take 5 or 6 days to recover. But even so, the sequelae of this stack of duet songs are at least 5 or 6 times as many as the sequelae of single songs of war drums. Luffy can clearly feel the reduction of his life force, at least 5 or 6 years of lifespan are gone. It seems that the Song of War Drums cannot be used easily in the future. Even if it is used, it will be used at most as a duet. The duet must never touch it again. If you only use the Song of the War Drum as a duet, then it will probably consume about a year of life. To be honest, this is still affordable. As for the duet of the Song of the War Drum, it will cost 5 or 6 years at once. Huh? At this time, Luffy sniffed on his arm suspiciously. What's wrong? Nami asked. Luffy said suspiciously, it's strange. I've been in a coma for 7 days. Why don't I have any smell on my body? Could it be that I got the disease of, you don't need to take a bath and you don't smell bad? Ah ha ha. Hearing this, Robin covered his red lips and laughed. Don't be so beautiful. You think you are naturally beautiful. You have been washing for the past few days. Ah? Who helped me? Zoro. That guy is clumsy, can't he? Sanji. Impossible. Usopp. It should be Usopp. Luffy is guessing. This matter is the most suitable for me. Robin chuckled, crossed his hands, and used the flower fruit ability. Suddenly, Luffy's body was covered with flower hands. Ah! Luffy was taken aback when he saw the hand of flowers blooming from his body. Look. Isn't this very convenient? Every day I rub the ashes seriously. Robin controls the hand of flowers and made a recording for Luffy. Luffy suddenly said with emotion, "It's really convenient, and it seems to be cleaner than washing by myself." Vinsmoke Sanji. Hey! Luffy, you bastard. You are so damned. You are so damned. Way. Nico Robin. Nani? I did it? I thought it was Nami. Nami. HMPH, let's see what you say about me. Boa Hancock. Damn it. You treat Mr. Luffy like this. Mr. Luffy, I want to try it too. Monkey D. Luffy. Oh. Vinsmoke Sanji. Luffy, you. You. On the open space in front of the wooden house, the Straw Hat Pirates have a meeting. Aiming at the current situation, unless a major decision is made, everyone practice collectively. As for how long to practice, it depends on the situation. Garp and Rayleigh just wanted to avoid the limelight, so they acted as training teachers. Time flies, the Straw Hat Pirates have been training on this island for a year. During this year, the Sea Room has changed a lot. Naval headquarters moved to the original G1 branch in New World. Marineford finally couldn't take it anymore, and sank into the bottom of the sea. Sengoku resigned, retreated to the second line, and became Marine's big check. The new Marine Marshal is directly designated as Sakazuki by 5 elders. Afterwards, Marine quickly replenished the new forces through the world conscription. The current Marine 3 admirals are Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora. Besides, there are Marine Admiral candidates Green Bull, Momoshagi, and T-Pork. Marine Vice Admiral has also added extremely powerful players. It can be said that the current Marine combat power is not weaker than it was 10 years ago. The Straw Hat Pirates. The effect of concentrated strengthening training is still very significant. Zoro's armament hockey has reached the top level completely, and observation hockey is at least the top level. Under Luffy's suggestion, Sanji integrated paper arts into the practice of kicking skills, and created a set of kicking skills that combine rigidity and softness. Usopp's observation hockey has been honed to ultimate, and can even predict the future screen for a few seconds. As for Luffy, in this year, his improvement in armament hockey and observation hockey is not very significant. Luffy spends more time meditating. At first, no one understood what Luffy was doing, but after observing it for a few days, Rayleigh was shocked to find that Luffy was actually trying to listen to the voice of all things. That's not something you can get through practice. Judging from Luffy's performance, since he started to try to listen, it must be because he is awakening this ability. Although Rayleigh doesn't know how to speed up the awakening of listening to the voice of all things, he remembers that Roger often meditated like this when he was young, so he didn't give Luffy any advice. Jewelry Polly. Is he being lazy? Everyone else is practicing, but he just sits there every day. Kid Eustace. I don't understand either, but what kind of ability is he cultivating? Flying Squirrel. What kind of ability needs to be cultivated? It shouldn't exist. Kazuki. Ninjutsu? Goldie Roger, ha ha ha. No. If I'm not mistaken, the red Luffy over there should be awakened to listen to the voice of all things. Rox D. Zebek. Nani. This kid has changed so much. Now he has to wake up and listen to the voice of all things. Damn it. This kid is really the favorite of heaven. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. You are right, he is indeed the favorite of heaven. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku looked at this scene, and connected with a series of things that happened in the previous video. He let out a deep breath. I thought to myself, could it be? Is there really a person of fate in the world? Although Sengoku doesn't know the inside story, but his IQ is very high. Whether it's Roger's inheritance, or Rubber Fruit's initiative to choose Luffy, or 5 elders desperate to kill Luffy. This proves one thing without a doubt. Luffy is a blessed person. While the 5 elders are so afraid of his existence, it is clear that if there is anything in Raftel, it is likely to be waiting for Luffy to go. Once Luffy arrives in Raftel, there must be some kind of unknown event that will be triggered. At that time, the world government may face great trouble, even a crisis. Time flies, another year has passed. Sanji is competing with Buggy. Buggy keeps attacking Sanji. Sanji is like a soft piece of paper, always dodging softly from Buggy's attack. Moreover, while Sanji is fluttering, he can also roll up air currents to affect Buggy's attack. Ha ha ha. I heard it. I heard it. In the wooden house, there was a hearty laughter suddenly. After 2 years of trial and practice, Luffy finally awakened to listen to the voice of all things. At this moment, everything around seems to have undergone a fundamental change. Everything seems to come alive. What Luffy saw, heard, smelled, encountered. Everything seems to have life, and can actively communicate with Luffy. This is fundamentally different from observation haki. Observation haki can perceive the breath, emotions, etc. of surrounding creatures. This is an active process. You have to take the initiative to find out these things, and observation haki can give you corresponding feedback. And listening to the voice of all things has jumped out of the boundary between active and passive, which means that you don't need to actively find out, and you won't passively instill something in you. That thing is there. As long as you want to know, you know everything. Sounds a bit dangling, but this is listening to the voice of all things. Whether it is a living thing or a dead thing, as long as you want to know, you can know what it is saying. Compared to 2 years ago, when Luffy first touched the threshold of listening to the voice of all things, he could only vaguely and occasionally hear a trace, had. However, after 2 years of training, Luffy's listening to the voice of all things is completely awakened. He will know if he wants to know now. What's wrong, Luffy? Nami ran in first. Nami. I made it. I made it. Haha, Luffy stood up. Excited, he immediately carried Nami into his arms and turned around. Nami was startled at first, then her little face turned red. She stared at Luffy's smiling face, her heart was pounding, she really wanted to kiss this idiot. However, the next moment, Luffy's curious voice reached her ears. Huh. Nami, why are you me? Ah. Nami suddenly turned pale with shock, she subconsciously covered her mouth. Did I accidentally say something just now? Luffy replied. No. Then why did you say that? Nami asked with blushing cheeks. Luffy pointed to Nami's mouth. Because I can hear the thoughts of your lips, very clearly, it said that it wants to stick to my lips. Ah? This time, Nami is even more embarrassed. Although what Luffy said sounds outrageous, even like a fantasy. But Nami knows, Luffy will not lie to her, since what Luffy said, it means that Luffy can really hear. Suddenly thought of something, Nami's beautiful eyes bloomed, and she exclaimed, This. Is this what you said to listen to the voice of all things? Yeah. It's so fun. It turns out that everything can talk. And a person's thoughts are different in every place, it's really interesting. Let me see your thoughts in each part. Speaking, Luffy looked at Nami. Looking at Luffy's eyes, Nami was so frightened that he immediately crossed his arms in front of him, and then went to work. What are you kidding? Can you even hear your body? It's just too much. However, as soon as Nami ran out of the wooden house, she immediately petrified. Because the partners happened to be outside the wooden house at this time and were walking towards the door. And Nami's appearance is both hugging and red-faced. Hiss. The partners all stared wide-eyed, and then showed an expression of sudden realization. Everyone turns around in tacit understanding. Ahem, you are busy, partners turn around and leave. Of course, Sanji was dragged away by Buggy and Zoro. Nico Robin. Ahaha. Nami over there jumped into the blue ocean this time, so I can't explain it. Nami. Isn't it all the fault of Luffy over there? Awakened the ability to change so much. Shiki. That's right. This kind of ability can only be awakened when it gets bigger, laugh ha ha ha. Gold D. Roger. Damn it, Golden Lion, you bastard. I mentioned listening to the voice of everything in the previous video, so it is already known to everyone in the world that Roger has the voice of listening to everything. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. If we didn't see the video on the Red Luffy side, we really don't know how obscene listening to the voice of Fangwu is. Monkey D. Garp. Roger, just tell me what dirty things you have done with this listening to the voice of everything. Gold D. Roger. Idiot Garp. Sooner or later your great-grandson will wake up and listen to the voice of all things, you can ask him yourself. Capone Bej. I understand it. The so-called conqueror's haki is the qualification to become a king. And this listening to the voice of all things. I'm afraid it is the qualification to become the One Piece. Trafalgar Law. Judging from the information we have so far, once you have the ability to listen to the voice of all things, you will not only be immune to knowledge killing, but you can also hear its content directly from the historical text stone tablet. This is indeed the moment to become One Piece. Qualification. Jewelry Polly. Is Luffy in a straw hat so high grade? Luffy has awakened to listen to the voice of all things, and the strength of other partners has been greatly improved. Even the trio of cleaners and Cube Sisters have improved a lot in strength. The Straw Hat Pirates meet again. Luffy finally made a decision to go to the New World. A group of people arrived at Saboti Archipelago. Because the original naval headquarters Marlin has sunk into the sea, Saboti Archipelago has completely become a paradise for pirates and criminals. With Sabaody Archipelago today in this situation, Luffy blames himself a little. But not too much. After all, if the responsibility for the sinking of Marineford Island is to be investigated, the main responsibility lies with the government of the world. If they didn't want to kill Luffy out of nowhere, Luffy wouldn't lead his partners to fight back desperately. Then, Marineford will not sink. Luffy is not a result-oriented person, so he will not take this responsibility on himself. After purchasing the necessary supplies, the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine is headed for the Fishmen Island. Rayleigh stays in Sabaody Archipelago, Garp stays with the Straw Hat Pirates. After more than an hour, the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine came to the deep sea of 10,000 meters below the sea. Standing on the edge of the window, Khalifa pushed his eyes. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen the seabed. Lu Chi also looked at the seabed outside the window, and said, even if I had a mission to go to New World before, I would go from Mariojoy. I didn't expect that the seabed is a completely different experience. Kaku. Hehe, being a pirate is quite interesting. We have been in the Straw Hat Pirates for more than 2.5 years. Speaking of which, life during this time is quite easy. It's as depressing as before. Lu Chi didn't speak, just looked outside, not knowing what he was thinking. Khalifa licked Kaku's shoulder. Don't think about it, remember our identity. Our identity is destined to make us unable to live a normal life. Kaku pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, then, what if we want to make the world's government disappear? Where should we go? In the past, Kaku would never think like this. But after the Summit War, one of the 5 elders was killed. Kaku's strong sense of belief in the world government has loosened. It turns out that the government of the world is not stable and supreme. If 5 elders can die, then 5 elders can die, so can the rest of Mariojoy not die? If Mariojoy's people are dead, wouldn't the world government be gone? Speaking of, as long as they don't receive the mission, even if all of Mariojoy's people die, they won't. Lu Chi still did not express any opinion on this, but said, let's go, let's prepare some tools. When the ship docks at the Fishmen Island later, we need to clean it up. At this moment, the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine suddenly made a strong vibration. Boom. Something slammed into the ship of 1,000 Miles of Sunshine. A Murloc attacked our ship, but it did not damage the armor of the ship. Jiwei received a signal from the console. Luffy frowned slightly. The ships attacking humans in such a deep seabed obviously came here to kill us. Zoro, Usopp, go out and have a look, you should kill them. It's time to catch. Wait, Captain. It looks like the cleaners are out of the mantle exit. Matsu's voice comes from the console. Cleaner? Luffy pressed the button and opened the live broadcast of the periscope. Directly in front of the deep sea, several Murlocs stopped in the middle of the road. The Murloc headed by him was wearing a flowered coat, a beret, and a pair of handcuffs on his hands. And Lu Chi, Kaku and Khalifa put on the film and greeted them. Huh. What are you doing in handcuffs? Lu Chi came to the front of Hody Jones, with a puzzled expression on his face. Ha 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 ha. Because we are the supreme race, it would be too much to bully you if we deal with you with empty hands. The corner of Hody Jones' mouth twitched. Does that mean you can handle us with those handcuffs? Khalifa frowned on Shumei, stretched out her hand and pushed the frame, and slightly twitched the corner of her mouth. It's really mentally handicapped. Taste what despair is. Hody Jones shot out in an instant, biting Khalifa's neck with one bite. But when his teeth were less than a foot away from Khalifa's neck, he couldn't move even a centimeter away. A strong force instantly strangled his throat. Click. Lucci's palm covered with armament hockey was lightly folded, and Hody Jones' neck was broken. Throw Hody Jones away casually. Lu Chi shows disgust. It's really mentally retarded. Monkey D. Luffy. Nani? Pigeon Man killed that Hody Jones in one fell swoop? Luffy remembers that in the white frame video just now, he and Hody Jones fought for a long time 2 years later, and finally killed Hody Jones. As a result, in the red framed video, the red Luffy didn't even need to do it himself, the little cleaner just took a shot and dropped Hody Jones in seconds. The gap is too big. Hody Jones is like a piece of garbage being randomly discarded. When this happened suddenly, several cadres of the new Murloc pirates froze in place for a while, unable to react. But after a while, when they realized this terrifying scene, they all turned around and ran away. Tempest kick hyphenation point waterstorm. Kaku raised his foot, and the powerful kick force instantly compressed the water in front of him, and then exploded violently. Whoosh whoosh. The water blades formed by several streams cut through the seawater in an instant, and bombarded the leaders of the new Murloc pirates with lightning speed. 2 of them died on the spot, and the other 3 were half dead. Back on the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine, the 3 of Lu Chi brought Dothan, Geo and the big Murloc to the interrogation room. Luffy, Buggy and Zoro are already here too. As Lu Chi and others who were born in CP9, Grandmaster's various interrogation methods. Just a little shot, the three Murlocs couldn't hold it anymore, and they all recruited them truthfully. After listening to their confession, Luffy looked stunned. So, you have already kidnapped many human pirates, and then plan to capture Longguan City? Yes. Yes, 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 Hody Jones forced us to do it. Now that Hody Jones is dead, we will never do this kind of thing again. Please spare us. Leave us alone, we won't do bad things anymore. The three Murlocs begged for mercy. However, Luffy curled his lips and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not an undersea policeman. I don't want to participate in the matter of your Murlocs." "Ah, so. We can. Dot can go." Hearing what Luffy said, Dothan raised his head excitedly. Luffy ignored him, but said to Lu Chi next to him, "Kill it, and then throw it to feed the fish." Luffy doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, but this group of Murlocs originally wanted to arrest the Straw Hat Pirates and serve as cannon fodder for attacking Dragon Palace, which is more brutal than killing the Straw Hat Pirates directly. How could Luffy forgive them for this crime? Of course, Luffy is lazy to explain these things to them. As for those human pirates caught by them, if it was placed in the past, Luffy's eyes will definitely shine. But for the current Luffy, it's boring. This is not because Luffy has become disinterested in money, but because there is no place to receive bounties in New World. This trip to the New World, before departure, the Straw Hat Pirates have already done their homework. Why is the first half of the Grand Line called Paradise? That's because there are a lot of marine bases here, and most of the countries are basically the countries that have joined the world government, and the three major marine institutions are also here. And New World can be said to be the territory of pirates. It can be almost divided into the territory of the four emperors and several large pirate territories. As for marine base, according to the current information of the Straw Hat Pirates, the marine base located in New World is only the new naval headquarters in the G5 branch. The location of the new marine base is actually the original G1 branch, next to the Red Line. To put it bluntly, it is a DC for Mariajoy to watch the door. As for the G5 branch, the marine base is far away from the sky and the Emperor. It seems that because it has not listened to the command of naval headquarters for a long time, naval headquarters has not allocated funds there, but what is outrageous is that the G5 branch does not accept this set. It seems that they have their own source of income. So, catching pirates for bounties is almost impossible in New World. Unless the Straw Hat Pirates go back to the first half of the park to find the marine base to withdraw money every time they catch a pirate. But in that case, why go to New World? It's better to do it directly in the park a team of bounty hunters got. The pier of the Fishmen Island, which the 1,000 miles of sunshine arrived at, stopped. Sure enough, it's a port on the bottom of the sea. There are no ships on this pier. Usopp stretched his waist and looked around. Luffy smiled. There is a reason for this, but it probably has something to do with what the new Murloc pirates did. During this period, almost all the human pirate ships that went to New World from the first half of the Grand Line were taken away by them. It has passed, so there will be no pirate ships appearing here. At this time, an old man Murloc walked towards them, holding the payment registration book in his hand. Khalifa walked over quickly and paid 10,000 Baileys for the management fee of stopping the boat. The old Murloc left with a smile on his face, and gave away a guide map of the Fishmen Island for free. Luffy gave an extra 500 Baileys, and asked the old man to take another 10 game strategy maps, and then distributed them to everyone. Luffy's main purpose is experience plus travel, so for a magical place like the Fishmen Island, if you don't have a good time, what's the point of going to sea? Usopp arrives with a box of Baileys, and Khalifa is in charge of recording and distributing. Everyone has received the activity funds, and they are free to group into groups to play. It's strange, Sanji didn't ask to be with Nami, Robin, and Khalifa. Looking at the laughing backs of Sanji, Brook and Usopp, Zoro is very confused. Chopper jumped on Zoro's neck and said, "I just heard they said they were going to see mermaids at Mermaid Bay." Forehead, Zoro's lips twitched. Okay, this perverted cook is still the same. Luffy reminded. Chopper, you guys go follow Sanji too. When he bleeds heavily later, you have to rescue him in time. Ah. Yes. Chopper suddenly realized, so he and Zoro immediately chased after him. Sanji in the front turned around and saw Zoro and Chopper coming, and quickly pulled Brook and Usopp. Run. The mermaids there are all ours, don't show them. I want to go to Murloc Street, there is a huge boat in this picture, what is it called Nuo? Frankie pointed to a big ship logo on the play map, very interested. Then left with Fang Fang sisters. Wait for me, I'll go and see with you too. Buggy immediately followed after seeing this. Garp looked around, and then looked at Lu Chi and the others. Do you three want to find a place to eat some delicious food? Just bring me with you. Then let's go. Lu Chi heard the words, and also felt that Garp would be more suitable with them. Hey, isn't Grandpa with me? Seeing Garp go, Nami shouted. You guys play by yourself. Garp is not a fool. How could he fail to see what Nami meant for Luffy? Didn't he stay as a big light bulb? Let me go to the forest of the sea. The picture says that there is a stone left over 800 years ago. Maybe it is the main text of history. Let me go and have a look. Robin doesn't want to be a light bulb either, so he finds a reason to leave. However, Nami grabbed her arm at once. Miss Robin, come with us. Let's go to Coral Hill for dinner first, and then play for a while and go to Sea Forest with you. Although Robin is already very strong now, this place is thousands of miles deep under the sea after all. Nami is worried that Robin will be in danger alone, so he just pulls her together. Come to the exit of the pier. The three of Luffy spent 300 Baileys to buy a bubble swim ring, This bubble swim ring fish Sabodi Archipelago's bubble, it can be fixed on the waist of a person. In dry areas, it can make people levitate off the ground, making it easy to move. When encountering a deep water area, you can also directly retract your body to form an air cannon membrane, and people can breathe in it for a certain period of time. Coral Hill. There are many corals here, and on many of the larger corals, buildings with the characteristic style of the Fishmen Island are located on them. Mermaid Cafe is one of the very famous restaurants. When the so-called mermaid delicacy was served, Luffy looked dumbfounded. Coral seed sauce cake, deep sea small green fruit, seaweed salad. Where's the meat? Luffy asked subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, all the mermaids who were eating subconsciously looked at him high. Hush. Nami actually made a silent gesture to Luffy, and then said in a low voice, Hush your voice, Luffy. I just found out that the restaurant here does not serve meat. Nami pushes the restaurant recipe to Luffy. Robin also reminded in a low voice. Don't mention meat here. It is estimated that mermaids don't eat meat, let alone fish, so it is a bit of a taboo for local residents to mention meat here. Noticing the gazes of the mermaids around me, Luffy immediately understood, so he twirled his tongue. Didn't you leak? Why did you leak again? Didn't I say it? Don't let your belly button leak out when you're out of the house. Speaking, he grabbed the lower end of Nami's short t-shirt with his hand, pulled it down, and covered his belly button. Ah. The expression on Nami's face gradually solidified, turning into a bewildered expression. Robin covered his mouth, secretly laughing. His stomach hurts. The mermaids around realized that they had heard wrong, so they stopped looking at Luffy. However, in a private room on the second floor, Mrs. Shirley, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe restaurant, saw this scene and was suddenly shocked. She recognized Straw Hat Luffy at a glance. Because Mermaid Island is thousands of miles below the seabed, it basically lives in isolation. It is basically difficult for the mermaids living here to obtain information from the outside world. Only a few people with special access can know the big things happening in the outside world. Ms. Shirley is one of them. When she saw Luffy's appearance, her delicate body trembled violently. This is the murderer who killed the 5 elders. Of course, Mrs. Shirley will not be so stupid as to covet the bounty on Luffy's head. Why does a man like him appear on the Fishmen Island? Ms. Shirley is very worried. She habitually took out the crystal ball and started divination. Touching the surface of the crystal ball with both hands, Mrs. Shirley muttered something. With the light from the crystal ball, the black eyeballs and whites of her eyes all disappeared and turned into a crystal form. A moment later. Ah! Mrs. Shirley exclaimed, drenched in sweat. When she looked at Luffy again, Mrs. Shirley's eyes were full of horror. Usopp. Could it be that Mrs. Shirley's vision of the future in the red-framed video is the same as that in the white-framed video? They both saw the future of the Fishmen Island being destroyed by Luffy? Roronoa Zoro. Looking at the situation, it's very likely to be like this. Nami. How did this happen? How did Luffy destroy the Fishmen Island? Gold D. Roger. Shouldn't it be Luffy who destroyed it? I remember Mrs. Shirley in the white-frame video just said that the Fishmen Island will be destroyed because of Luffy. But the specific way of destruction should not be what everyone imagined. The 3 of Luffy finished their meal, and Luffy proposed to go to Murloc Street to find Frankie. Actually, you just want to eat meat? Robin smiled and exposed Luffy. No way, Luffy feels bad all over if he doesn't eat meat. On the way to Murloc Street, they stopped by Sea Forest. It's unbelievable. In such a deep seabed, there is still sunlight that can shine here, thus forming this unique underwater forest. It's really amazing. Nami held Luffy's hand, while swimming, exclaimed at the same time. History text. At this time, Robin suddenly pointed forward and shouted, "It's really a historical text." Come to this historical text. Robin starts Shikai to read. Nami felt the pain of a scumbag at this time. Faced with a large block of text, she doesn't even want to read it. After Robin finished translating, she murmured, "This is a letter of repentance. It is a letter written by a man named Joey Boy to the mermaid princess 800 years ago." After speaking, she looked at Luffy. However, I found that Luffy didn't read the text, but seemed to be listening carefully. Robin didn't interrupt Luffy's state, but pulled Nami to the side to have a look here, there. After a long time, when Robin saw Luffy's eyes regain focus, she pulled Nami back. "Luffy, you were always fast before. How did it take you so long this time?" Robin asked with some doubts. They have also translated 2 historical texts before, and with Luffy's mastery of historical text translation knowledge, they can already reach the level of Robin's speed. But this time Luffy took so long, of course Robin will be confused. Luffy looks at Robin. "I'm listening to what it says. Tell Joy Boy's confession." Robin asked. "More than that. When this stele was just engraved, it told me all about Joey Boy's situation at that time. It turns out that the mermaid princess 800 years ago was Poseidon at that time. Joy Boy made an agreement with her to let the Fishman Island live in real sunshine. However, Joy Boy failed to fulfill this promise. When Joey Boy wrote this confession, he was running out of time. Although this confession made Joey Boy blame himself, but what he couldn't let go of was his love for the mermaid princess. A promise made alone." Luffy calmly recounted what the history text stele told him. Joey Boy's single promise to the mermaid princess. What is it? Robin and Nami's cheeks were full of curiosity at the same time. Jewelry Polly. It's amazing, I'm so lucky to hear the content of this historical text. Sir Crocodile. If only he had said that when translating the historical text of Alabasta. Gecko Moria. The stone tablet on Sky Island records the whereabouts of Poseidon. It would be nice if that piece was told. Guion. What will Joey Boy's solo promise to Mermaid be? From 800 Young Promises. Edward Newgate. Googling. That's right. There were 400 years of male romance before, and now there are 800 young cross-border promises. This viewing system is really exciting. What about Vision? Charlotte Linlin. That's right, Whitebeard. My mother is also interested in the content of this promise. Ha 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 ha. Luffy looked at Nami and Robin, and said, Joey Boy promised the mermaid princess 800 years ago that he would take her for a walk in the forest. Hey. Nami was taken aback for a moment, seeing that Luffy seemed to have finished speaking. Her little face showed a confused expression. It's gone. Robin also said in an incredible way, This is an agreement. Obviously, for them, going for a walk in the forest is too common. Can this be considered a promise? Seeing the content on the screen, the viewers were also stunned. Marco. Is that all? Black Maria. Hey. Don't be like this. After laying the groundwork for a long time, is this appointment just a walk? Charlotte Smoothie. Although it is very difficult for Murlocs to reach the land, if they really do, it is not a difficult task to reach the sky. As a promise, it is indeed hard to understand. Shirahoshi. Isn't this the promise that Mr. Luffy promised me 2 years later in the White Frame video? Monkey D. Luffy. Yes, coward, although I promised you in the future in the video, but now, I officially promise you, I will definitely take you for a walk in the real forest. You give me be good in the shell tower, after the summit war is over. I will beat that fellow Van der Dyken to the ground and let you live and be free again. Shirahoshi. Mr. Luffy, I'm sure Feifei is waiting for you to save me in the shell tower. Guion. Take Straw Hat Luffy as an example. He promised to take Princess Shirahoshi for a walk in the forest. He can do it if the Straw Hat pirates stop sailing for a while. It's not difficult. Gia. Yes. Just float up from the Fishman Island. It's very simple, isn't it? Looking at Nami and Robin's puzzled looks, Luffy spread his hands, however. Although this answer is outrageous, if you look at it in conjunction with the content of the historical text of Sky Island, it seems that can I find the answer. Sky Island? Nami frowned slightly. In terms of archaeology, she is like a scumbag, and she can only talk about it in this school where Mr. Luffy and Mr. Robin. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then said, the stone tablet in the historical text of Sky Island mentions that the real identity of ancient weapon Poseidon is actually a mermaid princess with the ability to communicate with sea kings that appeared only hundreds of years ago. The king of sea kings has the ability to talk to sea kings and command them. Speaking of this, Robin's pupils suddenly bloomed. Exclaimed. Could it be that the mermaid princess mentioned in this historical text stele 800 years ago was actually Poseidon at that time? Luffy nodded. That's what he thought. Robin opened his red lips. Ah. If this is the case, then everything can be understood. Nami also reacted, took a deep breath and said, yes, Poseidon is the king of the ocean, but if she comes to land, she will lose all advantages. At this time, her enemies will definitely try to kill she. And the mermaid princess must be a weak mermaid, too easy to be targeted. Robin continued. If the identity of the mermaid princess Poseidon had been known to the world at that time, then this agreement would have been difficult to complete. Luffy shakes his head. No, he's done. What? What is he going to regret after finishing it? Nami and Robin opened their mouths in shock at the same time. Luffy said calmly. He fulfilled the agreement to take the mermaid princess for a walk in the forest, but the mermaid princess died because of it. That's why there is this letter of repentance from Joey Boy. Dead. How did you die? Nami's face suddenly burst into unacceptable pain, and the little hand subconsciously grabbed Luffy's arm. Luffy shook his head. I don't know about that, this historical text stele only says so much. Jewelry Polly. So, the mermaid princess who was Poseidon 800 years ago was killed. Kid Eustace. 800 years ago. Was it the time when the world government was established? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer. Someone seems to have discovered some big secret. J. Golucia Sadenson. Shut up. Are you looking for death by pouring dirty water on the world government? Kid Eustace. Cut. You old man, it's okay to scare 3-year-olds, scare Lousy? Lousy take care of you. Kid has always been a master who is not afraid of anything. From the moment he went out to sea, he had already pinned his head to his waistband. Who doesn't work well? Kira. Hee. We already have today and no tomorrow. Are we still afraid of being wanted by the government of the world? 5 elders or big sand force. Rox D. Zebek. Ha 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 ha. You two boys, interesting, so interesting. Do you want to create a great business with me? Kid Eustace. Whether it's cool or rest. Edward Nujik. The world government was established 800 years ago, and the time Poseidon was killed was also 800 years ago. If there is no conspiracy in this, I wouldn't believe it if the second doctor was killed. Goo la la la. Kong. Then you will die if you are old and foolish. Everything has to be related to the world's government, and if you don't pour dirty water on the world's government, you won't talk, right? Gold D. Roger. Kong, you are really a good dog of Tianlong people. Sprinkle dirty water on the world's government. Let me put it this way. A basin of dirty water is poured on the world's government body. Maybe the basin of dirty water has become even dirtier. Shaki. Gia ha 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 ha. Roger. You are so cool and talented. Haha, you are so right. Kazuki Odin. No wonder the government of the world is so afraid of someone looking for the truth of history 800 years ago. It all seems to make sense. Edward Newgate. In this way. The Ohara incident, the water was very deep. Maka's Mahjong. HMPH. Shut up, everyone. Poor Princess Poseidon 800 years ago. Nami's eyes were red, and she cried, this Joyboy is damned, he failed Princess Poseidon. No. Robin put his arms around Nami's shoulders and said, obviously, Joyboy didn't know about the assassination plot against Princess Poseidon in advance. He must have been deceived, so he blamed himself so much. Write a letter of repentance, so that future generations will also know the mistakes he made. Luffy nodded. Yes. The most damned are those who cheated on Joey Boy. After reading this historical text, the three of Luffy went to Murloc Street with a heavy heart. The so-called Fishmen Street can actually be said to be the Aemon district of the Fishmen Island. The houses here are intricate, without any aesthetics at all, and the streets and alleys are typical of a mess. It's really unimaginable. It's also on the Fishmen Island. The Coral Hill and Murloc Street are simply two worlds. Looking at the dilapidated buildings around, Nami subconsciously covered her nose and showed her forehead roughly. Luffy smiled. This is actually very normal. There is a gap between the rich and the poor in any island. It is impossible for everyone to live a rich life in any one place. If an island is full of rich people, then I ask you, is there anyone willing to do manual labor? Hearing this, Nami began to think seriously. Luffy went on to say, of course, if a certain island lives by exploiting other islands, the people on this island can also make everyone rich and live a comfortable life. But this is what I just said. Some people live a good life without worrying about food and clothing, and there are bound to be people who live a hard life. This is actually a kind of conservative. Nami seemed to understand, and said, but their comfortable life is the result of the hard life of the people on other islands, right? Exactly. Luffy smiled slightly. At this moment, he pointed to the side. Here, this grilled fish restaurant is the most famous in Murloc Street, although it doesn't look too clean, but I asked all the way just now, and everyone said this restaurant the grilled fish tastes really good. The three of Luffy sat down, he patted Bailey on the table, and waved his hand. Boss, give me 3 servings of the most delicious grilled fish in this shop. Hey, Luffy, you don't need to order 3 servings of everything. You can eat it, but we can't, Nami shouted immediately. It doesn't matter, I actually ordered it for myself. Here is the menu. Let's see what you want to eat. Luffy pushed the menu to Nami. Nami bared her teeth. At this time, Robin pouted his red lips, smiled softly and said, Luffy, your behavior of local tyrants seems to have brought us trouble. Luffy glanced at the murlocs around him, and released a conqueror's haki. These guys with evil intentions were all overturned to the ground and passed out. Instead of being stared at by people while eating, it is better to lead the snake out of the hole and clean it up. This will not only make you feel comfortable eating, but also deter the owner of the grilled fish shop so that he does not dare to cut corners. Sure enough, just as Luffy expected, the owner of the grilled fish shop turned black with fright, and hurriedly shouted, Customers, please wait a moment, the food you want will be here soon. After a short time, the delicious grilled fish will be served. Luffy is finally satisfied. We have a meal. It tastes really good. Luffy was in a good mood, tipped 100 Baileys, and then walked to the end of Murloc Street with Nami and Robin. When they came in front of Noah, Nami opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, Oh my god. This at least. It's half the size of the Fishman Island. Flying squirrel. Under the 10,000-meter seabed, there is such a big ship. This is simply an island. Gion. Sure enough. The world is really big. If it wasn't for the viewing system, how could we see so many amazing things? Crane. For such a big ship, the materials alone are very demanding, and the manufacturing technology is even more difficult. What is the purpose of this ship sleeping here? Is it the same as the one mentioned before? About that agreement. Kuzan. Use this ship to transport the Murlocs to the land, and then live in the real sunshine. It can't be so outrageous. Paluzolino. Maybe the truth is so outrageous. Luffy. Are you here too? At this moment, Frankie came out from one of No's windows. Kiwei and Maz follow behind him. Yeah. We found something, so we came to see this ship. Did you find anything? The 3 of Luffy went up to meet them. Yes. The craftsman who built this ship must be top shipwrights. The craft of shipbuilding is no less than that of my master. Moreover, I asked the nearby Murlocs. They say the ship has been around for hundreds of years. It's really unimaginable what a man-made ship without a power system was used for hundreds of years ago. No power system? Nami was surprised. Frankie nodded. Yes, on such a deep seabed, without a power system, and filled with seawater, this ship will never see the light of day. This ship has a power system. At this time, Luffy suddenly spoke. Nani? Frankie looked at Luffy with a startled, why didn't I notice? Luffy pointed to No's body. Look. Those huge chains around this ship are exactly the unique power system of this ship, named Sea King's power system. Ah? Frankie looks dumbfounded. Then, he exclaimed. Hey, you mean, use Sea Kings to tow this ship? Such a ridiculous idea, thanks to you. At this time, Nami's eyes showed a sudden realization. She said, I see. This ship is actually a ship tailor made for Princess Poseidon. Luffy said, it can be said that this ship can only be activated by Princess Poseidon. As for the purpose, it should be used to fulfill the task of keeping the Murlocs alive. Use it for the promise in the sun. Hey, you guys seem to know something that I don't. What's going on? After hearing what the 3 of Luffy said logically, Frankie hurried up. Nami told Frankie what Luffy said when they were in Heijusen. After listening to this, Sleeping Lanchi was shocked. Luffy turned to look at his partner, and suggested, let's go to Dragon Palace City. Dragon Palace City is where the Fishman Island's Imperial Palace is located. Outsiders are generally not allowed to enter there. What are we going to do there? Nami asked. Luffy rubbed her chin, pondered for a moment, and said, I want to meet the current mermaid princess. Monkey D. Luffy. Why do I suddenly want to see a coward? Looking at the sudden words of Red Luffy, Luffy himself felt strange. His sighed. It was because I saved Shirahoshi's pet on the way, so I was invited to Ryugu Castle. Then Luffy was attracted by the smell of food to the shell tower where Princess Shirahoshi is. This is the intersection with Princess Shirahoshi. But the Red Luffy over there has never had any contact with Shirahoshi since entering the Fishman Island. Why did he suddenly want to meet Shirahoshi? Nami. Yeah. This is too sudden. Shirahoshi. Is Mr. Luffy over there going to see me too? That's great. I can be saved over there too. Vinsmoke Sanji. Don't worry, beautiful Miss Shirahoshi, you will be saved. Mermaid Princess. Hearing that Luffy wanted to go to Dragon Palace City, it turned out to be such an idea, and all the people present were stupefied. Hey, Luffy, do you know the mermaid princess? Nami asked in confusion. Luffy spread his hands, curled his lips and said, how could I know the mermaid princess? I don't even know if the Fishman Island king of this generation has a daughter. Nami opened his mouth. Then why are you? The information we got from the historical text Steel on Sky Island mentioned that Poseidon only appears once in hundreds of years. The last Poseidon died 800 years ago. According to the information on the historical text Steel, let's see, since it will only appear once in hundreds of years, then the next Haikai should appear soon. Of course, it may have already appeared, but the Fishman Island kept this secret. Princess Poseidon has died of old age. However, I want to try my luck. What if the mermaid princess of this generation is Poseidon? Luffy explained. Sengoku. Poseidon. No way. No wonder the Sea Kings took the initiative to hold Noah at the end of the white frame video just now, so as to save the Fishman Island. Now it seems. This is no accident. Although the red Luffy only guessed that Shirahoshi is Poseidon, but the viewers have just seen the situation in the white frame video, and now they connect, and they suddenly discovered something terrible. Jinbei. No. Princess Shirahoshi is not Poseidon. Those Sea Kings just happened to come over. As the captain of the Murloc pirates, Jinbei of course knows that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. But this matter is a secret that he must desperately keep. When he was watching the white-framed video just now, he was very worried about whether the identity of Princess Shirahoshi would be exposed. Although there are several giant Sea Kings dragging Noah at the end of the white-frame video, but to Jinbei's satisfaction, the video never clearly stated that those Sea Kings came because of Shirahoshi. He originally thought that Princess Shirahoshi escaped unharmed, but he didn't expect Red Luffy to directly make such a guess based on the known information. Red Luffy's guess is not scary. What's scary is this kind of thing. Once there is a reminder, people here will think in that direction. Then, based on the clues in the white frame video, it is very possible to speculate that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. Like the current Sengoku, he guessed it right away. Monkey D. Luffy. Nani? Cowardice is Poseidon? Now Luffy has not gone to the Fishman Island yet. What he saw just now is only a picture of the future. So what Luffy saw in the white frame video, he himself is in the fog. Of course he would not think that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. Crane. Jinbei, you were excited. Instead, it confirmed Marshal Sengoku's speculation. Sora. So Poseidon has already appeared. Izan Baron v Nashao Langshang. As an ancient weapon, if Poseidon is allowed to exist on its own, it is very likely to cause incalculable consequences. Just take people to the Fishman Island and bring Poseidon Shirahoshi to the Holy Land. Empty. Yes. Jinbei. Asshole, you can't do this. Sengoku. Jinbei, don't worry. What 5 elders said was to take Shirahoshi over. They didn't intend to hurt him. The Fishman Island must cooperate well. Gold Roger. Ha 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 ha. The pits of the world's main house and marine really laughed at me. Do you want to get Poseidon in your hands? What is your thoughts? Do you know yourself? Edward Newgate. They are already shameless. No one will be surprised if they say anything hypocritical. Jinbei, are you also on the prison ship? Jinbei. Yes, Dad. Edward Newgate. Once the viewing system is over, go to the Fishman Island as fast as you can, and take Princess Shirahoshi to the deep sea for protection. Jinbei. Got it, Donkey Kong. Whitebeard, you have to meddle in everything. Edward Newgate. Empty old dog. Get the hell out of here, old man. The Fishman Island is my territory, and I will protect the people on the territory, there is no problem. Rox D. Zebek. Haha. Poseidon's identity has been revealed. It will be interesting if I get Poseidon this time, ha ha ha. Shirahoshi. Ah. Woo. So scary. Jinbei. Princess Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. I will rush back as fast as possible, and I will never let anyone hurt you. Edward Newgate. Neptune, I heard from this old man. Now you send out all the people in Dragon Palace who you can't fully trust. Then you lead the elite of Dragon Palace to protect Princess Shirahoshi, and persist until the end of the day. For Jinbei's strength, Whitebeard still trusts very much. On land, although Jinbei's strength is inferior to Admiral's, but in the sea, Jinbei is almost invincible. Tet. It is no exaggeration to say that 10 admirals can only be beaten by Jinbei. On the way to Dragon Palace, Luffy and the others inquired a little bit, and found out. There really is a mermaid princess. Shirahoshi, 16 years old. Already slim. There really is a mermaid princess. Luffy, but how do you know if the mermaid princess is Poseidon? If the mermaid princess is really Poseidon, what do you want to do next? As a calm big sister, Luo smelled out the doubts in her heart. You can shake your head. Actually, I don't know how to identify Poseidon. If the mermaid princess is really Poseidon, then I want to invite her to be our partner. Hearing this, Frankie opened his mouth wide. Nani? Nami and Robin are also shocked. Invite a princess as a partner, you really want to come out. However, Robin is Ice Snow smart after all. After only a brief shock, she realized something. She looked at Luffy. Are you afraid that Poseidon's power will be abducted by people with bad intentions? Well, more or less, of course. This horoscope has not been written yet. Maybe this year's mermaid princess is not Poseidon at all. For the idea of inviting Poseidon to join the team, Luffy just mentioned it casually. Even if the mermaid princess is really Poseidon, Luffy will still consider the other party's thoughts. It is impossible to tie up the other princess and leave like a bandit. When the few people came to the Dragon Palace city, they happened to meet the Dragon Palace Guard led by the great Prince Shing. Together with them is Mrs. Shirley, the owner of Murloc Cafe. Almost hitting Luffy and others head on, Mrs. Shirley exclaimed, "Ah, it's them. Catch 'em." Sharkstar pointed his finger in the direction of Luffy and ordered coldly. Voila! Luffy's Conqueror's Haki was released instantly, and the soldiers of the Longung Guard who were about to rush over all turned pale in an instant, half paralyzed on the ground. See? Because there is no grievance between the two parties, so Luffy is still merciful, otherwise they can actually spray their shit together. Asshole. Eat me with a fork. Seeing that the soldiers were all stunned, Shing holding a steel fork and came towards Luffy when Luffy's Conqueror's Haki leaked a little again, making Sharkstar so weak that he couldn't even hold the steel fork. But I didn't faint, and my consciousness is normal. Hey. Even if it's a robbery, people will come up and shout a slogan first. You don't say anything when you meet. What's the point of doing it right away? Are you people from the Fishmen Island so brutal? Is it unreasonable? Luffy scolded, very displeased. Then, she looked at Shirley again. And you? Why are you so afraid of me? Your eyes, your mouth, and your body all speak of intense fear. Why? Shirley is trembling all over at this moment. On the one hand, because she saw that the Fishmen Island will be destroyed by Luffy in the future, and on the other hand, probably because she was bumped into by Luffy as soon as she told the news to Sharkstar, she felt a guilty conscience. Listen. Straw Hat Crew. Mrs. Shirley's divination is 100% accurate. In the past 10 years, everything in her divination has happened accurately, and she can't account for the fishmen. The island will be destroyed in the future because of your Straw Hat Luffy. So, I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Sharkstar is weak all over, he is gasping for breath even when he speaks. Nani? The Fishmen Island is destroyed because of me? Luffy suddenly showed a black question mark expression pack. Nami is also angry with his hands on his hips. What are you kidding? We don't know each other at all, but you want to arrest us because of this ridiculous so-called prophecy? Wait. You know me. Luffy suddenly frowned and looked at Sharkstar. Just now this guy mentioned Straw Hat Crew. It's strange that I don't know you. After the Summit War 2 years ago, is there anyone in this world who doesn't know you, Straw Hat Crew? Although you are powerful, in order to protect the Fishmen Island, even if you risk your life, I will fight with you too. Sharkstar's eyes are full of firmness. I see. Luffy suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment, his arm stretched instantly, and pulled Mrs. Shirley to him, staring at her smoky eyes and said, I know why Yu Jungdao was destroyed because of me. You. Why? Ms. Shirley's face is terrified. Luffy raised his eyebrows, because you have no reason for. We attacked, so in a fit of rage, I bloodied the whole of the Fishmen Island in the depths of the ocean. Doberman. Sure enough. A pirate is a pirate, just because of a misunderstanding. The Murlocs from the entire Fishmen Island are going to be buried with them. It's so cruel. Stallowberry. It's like he suddenly found a good excuse to kill innocent people. Goldie Roger. Why do you two look like you have no brains? Red Luffy's expression is obviously intended to scare each other. Ghost Spider. The whole island will be stained with blood at every turn. Even if it's a scare, doesn't it also expose his ferocious nature? Edward Newgate. Googling. Roger, what are you arguing with these idiots? I bet there's no way Red Luffy could hurt anyone innocent. Murlocs. Ah. Mrs. Shirley opened her mouth wide in horror. The great Prince Shark even yelled, don't. Luffy spread his hands. Didn't you ask for this? This. There must be some misunderstanding. Listen to me. Even if you want to blame me alone. The other people in the Fishmen Island are innocent. After Sharkstar felt Luffy's strength, he knew that his strength could really kill the entire the Fishmen Island, was suddenly scared. Luffy walked up to Sharkstar and asked calmly, do you think it will take a long time for me to kill all the people from the Fishmen Island? No. It won't take long, Sharkstar answered truthfully. The other party didn't even make a move, and directly dealt with the most elite troops in the entire Dragon Palace city. If people really want to kill, it's really easier than chopping vegetables. So, you see, it is really a very easy thing for me to destroy the whole the Fishmen Island. But I don't care. Luffy finished speaking to Sharkstar, then turned to look at Mrs. Shirley again. I don't know what you saw in the divination, but I hope you understand one thing, if you don't. Seeing the exact future. Don't rely on your own one-sided guesses to make a conclusion on something. If the protagonist of today's incident is not me, but another cruel sea thief, then the Fishmen Island is really as you wished, was destroyed. Gold D. Roger. Where are those idiots Marine Vice Admiral just now? Get out of here. Horse riding, show me a good look. Where is the cruelty of Red Luffy? Cruel to you mother F*** curs. Thinking of the 3 Marine Vice Admirals deliberately taking the rhythm just now, Roger was so angry. Edward Newgate. Don't get angry, Roger. Can't you see what kind of virtue those marine dogs are? They have been fighting since the old dog ordered Shirahoshi to be arrested just now. I don't even bother to pretend. You were angry with the dog, so you won't, don't. Sengoku. Huh. Whitebeard. Don't be so yin and yang. You control Shirahoshi in your hands, and you have a good wish? Edward Newgate. For this matter, I don't even bother to discuss it with you. Hey, Tui. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. Tui's good, Tui's good. Swallowing due to nervousness was clearly visible on the white neck. Mrs. Shirley was completely shocked by Luffy's haki. Not only that, Luffy's words are not only well-founded, but also has a nice voice, which makes Mrs. Shirley unable to have any thoughts to refute. Suddenly there was a violent sound of breaking water in the sea, and then I saw a double-edged axe whirling from the sea above and quickly flew towards the interior of Dragon Palace City. Luffy's arm stretched out, grabbing the double-edged axe directly. Frowning, Luffy looked at the double-edged axe in his hand, curled his lips. The axes are flying around the top of the head. Is the law and order environment in your Dragon Palace City so bad? Looking at the double-edged axe in Luffy's hand, Nami was also very puzzled. No way. When I was playing just now, I felt that the environment on the Fishmen Island is quite safe. How did it become unsafe after arriving in Dragon Palace City? No. That axe flew from outside the Fishmen Island. The great Prince Shawshing quickly explained. Then, he recounted how Van der Decken had been throwing weapons and love letters at Shirahoshi for 10 consecutive years. 10 years? The expression on Luffy's face is very exciting. He shook his head slightly. So, there must be some important secret hidden in Princess Shirahoshi, right? Hearing this, Yin Wangza Shawshing quickly shook his head. No. No. You are lying to me. Luffy smiled lightly, and then analyzed. 10 years. Do you know how much perseverance it takes to do one thing continuously for 10 years? If there are no unimaginable benefits, people like Van der Decken, how can a kind of pirate persist? Didn't you just say that there are still love letters? Could it be that Van der Decken is really an infatuated person? Kiwei asked curiously. Ha ha ha. Without Luffy answering, Frankie laughed first. Princess Shirahoshi was only 6 years old 10 years ago. Is he infatuated with a 6-year-old child? Ha ha ha. This is so nonsense. Kiwei suddenly realized how ridiculous his words were. At this time, Luffy looked at Sharkstar, and asked calmly. Actually, Princess Shirahoshi is Poseidon, right? Ah. Suddenly hearing this, the big Prince Sharkstar was shocked. No, it's not. Luffy has a strange expression. Hey. You are too honest. If I ask casually, you won't be able to keep this secret. No, I didn't say that. The big Prince Shawshing hastily retorted. Mrs. Shirley at the side touched her forehead lightly, and sighed. Hey. Your Highness Sharkstar, your reaction immediately proves that the Straw Hat Luffy guessed right. Realizing that Luffy has identified Shirahoshi's Poseidon identity, Sharkstar looked at Luffy vigilantly. Straw Hat Luffy, are you also coveting my sister's Poseidon ability just like Van der Decken? Prince Sharkstar, in fact, you don't need to be so hostile to me. Luffy looked at Sharkstar calmly. My strength lies here. If I want to bring anything from the Fishmen Island, no one in the Fishmen Island can stop me. Of course. I can also clearly say that I came to Ryugu Castle to confirm whether Princess Shirahoshi is Poseidon. It seems to be fixed now. Let's not talk about other things for the time being. Since this Van der Decken has been harming Princess Shirahoshi for 10 years, let me help you solve it, Luffy said. After the simple exchange, Sharkstar's hostility towards Luffy has eased a lot. They came outside the shell tower. Straw Hat Luffy, I choose to trust you. I hope you will not let me down my trust in you. Otherwise, even if my strength is much worse than yours, I will use my life to protect my sister. Sharkstar took a serious look at Luffy, then waved to the soldiers guarding the shell tower. The soldiers received Sharkstar's order and immediately opened the shell tower. Sharkstar looked at everyone. My sister is very timid, so don't go in with many people. Luffy, you and I can go in together. Luffy nodded. No problem. Come inside the shell tower. Princess Shirahoshi shrank in the corner in panic. Although everything here is arranged according to the princess's boudoir, but the cage is the cage, Luffy feels very uncomfortable when she comes in. Depression and loneliness are almost overwhelming. Thinking that Princess Shirahoshi has lived here since she was 6 years old, Luffy immediately felt sympathy for this mermaid princess whom she has never met. Really? Mr. Luffy, can yours really make me escape the curse of Vanderdaken forever? After listening to Sharkstar's introduction, little Shirahoshi excitedly picked up Luffy and held it in his palm. Yes, but Princess Shirahoshi needs your cooperation, because I need to determine the location of Vanderdaken. Luffy was talking, suddenly a spear flew in from outside. It's bad, a weapon flew in just now, Princess be careful. The guard outside immediately shouted anxiously. Luffy reached out and pressed the spear down. He shook the spear in front of Shirahoshi's eyes. Look, as long as I look back in the direction where the weapon is flying like this, I can pull out Vanderdaken hidden in the deep sea. Just now I was startled by the flying spear. Shirahoshi still had some lingering fears. She said with fear, Mr. Luffy, sure enough. Really? Really awesome operator. Bringing Shirahoshi out of Dragon Palace City, Sharkstar also brought a few confidant guards along with him. Considering the reasons of the deep sea, Luffy asked Frankie to drive the melee out, and with the coating, it can pass freely in the deep sea. Shirahoshi's body is only a little smaller than the Mary, so she can't ride the Mary, she can only swim alongside. I'm not sure when Vanderdaken's next weapon will come. Little Shirahoshi, is there any place you want to go? Luffy asked. Shirahoshi said timidly, of course there are many, however, if you can. I can go to Heijisen to pay homage to my mother. Soon, a group of people came to the sea forest. Princess Shirahoshi paid homage to Princess Otahime. Not long after, a weapon flew towards her. Luffy reached out to hold the weapon, then looked in the direction the weapon was coming from, and said, the basic direction is confirmed, now we can go. Mary set sail. After driving in the predetermined direction for about half an hour, another weapon flew over from the sea. Very good. Now the direction is more certain. Luffy's body is covered with a bubble film. Standing in the seawater, the observation hockey is fully open, covering all the surrounding sea areas. After sailing for about 2 hours, I experienced 3 weapons successively. In the perception of Luffy's observation hockey, the outline of a pirate ship finally appeared. Found it. Luffy swims forward. Seeing this, Shark quickly picked up the steel fork and followed. Vanderdaken and his group rushed out when they heard the movement outside. Under Luffy's Conqueror's hockey, those little pirates were instantly knocked to the ground. As for Vanderdaken, just as he was about to make a move, several arms blossomed out of his body, directly pressing his arms behind his back. Vanderdaken, you caused my sister to lose her freedom for 10 years and today I will kill you. Full of anger, Sharkstar sprinted rapidly, and the thruster in his hand pierced through Vanderdaken's chest. 10 years of grievances, once vented. The steel fork in Sharkstar's hand turned vigorously, smashing Vanderdaken's heart completely. The next day, King Neptune hosted the Straw Hat Pirates with the highest banquet. Luffy crazy show meat. Sanji sprayed 2 caddies of nosebleed in the mermaid sister's sweet voice. That night, Luffy proposed to Neptune the idea of letting Shirahoshi go with him. When I heard that Luffy wanted to abduct his precious girl, Neptune naturally refused to agree. But Luffy is patient. Tell Neptune the possible consequences of Shirahoshi Poseidon's identity. Finally, under Luffy's persuasive persuasion, Neptune drove Luffy and his gang out of Dragon Palace. Looking at Luffy's dejected look, Robin couldn't help laughing and said, "Ah ha ha, I just said, she is the only daughter of the family, how could she be willing to let her leave her side? Ah Luffy, why don't you try harder, my lovely Shirahoshi-chan." Sanji is lying on a stretcher, sleeping in Hongton, Day. He's bleeding a lot these days, so he can't stand up now. Luffy shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. Twisted melons are not sweet, if that's the case, then let's set off for the new world. Shirahoshi. I still can't get on Mr. Luffy's boat over there. Neptune. If I over there can see the screen of the viewing system, I should agree, but I don't know anything over there, and I certainly won't be willing to let Shirahoshi go. Nami. And it seems like everyone broke up. Just when Luffy and his group were about to board the boat, a shark boat flew fast. When we got to the front, it was the great Prince Shashing who came with Shirahoshi. Seeing the two, Luffy waved his hand in relief. Are you here to say goodbye? Sharkstar holds a steel fork in his hand, folds his arms in front of his chest, and says coldly, no. I'm here to give you my sister. Nani? Suddenly hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Hey, hello. Didn't your father, King Neptune, refuse Luffy's request? Usopp said loudly. Sharkstar shrugged his shoulders. Yes. It's just that Shirahoshi really wanted to see the world on the sea, and when she learned that you were leaving, she was crying and fussing yesterday. I really can't bear to see my sister go down like this. Mr. Luffy. I really want to see the outside world, take me with you. Shirahoshi looked at Luffy pitifully. But. Your father sighed. For Shirahoshi's initiative, Luffy is very happy. You don't have to worry about this, I will explain it to my father. In fact, after my father rejected you yesterday, you didn't force me to grab you, so I know that I can entrust my sister to you with confidence. Sharkstar speaks from his heart. If the Straw Hat Pirates have any evil thoughts about Shirahoshi, they can directly take Shirahoshi away. But the Straw Hat Pirates did not do this. One point makes Sharkstar fully recognize the quality of the Straw Hat Pirates. Backquote, since you say that, then I will not be hypocritical. Shirahoshi's identity, danger will come to him sooner or later. So, I can assure you that you entrust her to. You big brother made the most correct decision on Shirahoshi. Luffy sincerely assures Sharkstar. Afterwards, after some pleasantries, Shirahoshi entered the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine, became a partner of the Straw Hat Pirates, and went to the New World Soul. Vinsmoke Sanji. Wow. The little Shirahoshi-chan over there is our partner. Gold D. Roger. With the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates over there, Shirahoshi joined the Straw Hat Pirates. It is indeed much safer than staying in the Fishmen Island. Edward Newgate. That's right. Even if the Marines and Admirals are all dispatched, it's impossible to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates over there. Neptune. Seeing that Shirahoshi over there finally boarded Straw Hat Luffy's boat, I felt relieved. Thousands of Miles of Sunshine encountered an archipelago whale on the bottom of the sea, and they were swept along by the deep-sea rapids rolled up by the island whale. By the time it reached the surface of the sea, it was already far away from the record pointer. Sunlight. On the deck, Princess Shirahoshi wears a power swimming ring made by Usopp, so that Shirahoshi can move freely on the deck. She raised her beautiful cheeks, feeling the warmth of the real sun shining on her skin. For her, it is the best thing in this world. There is an island ahead, shall we lean over it? In the communication broadcast, Usopp's voice is heard. Okay. Let's dock. Following Luffy's order, the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine soon landed. Monkey D. Luffy. Huh. This is Punk Hazard, right? Why doesn't their Punk Hazard have fire and ice? Roronoa Zoro. It seems that because Aokiji and Akainu on their side did not duel, the island is still the same as before. Nico Robin. Yes, this should be what Punk Hazard looked like. Luffy and his party went to Punk Hazard, and found a damaged research institute after walking not far. Luffy got a lot of information from this ruin by listening to the voice of all things. It turns out that this is the scientific research base of the government of the world, where various weapons and medicines are researched and developed. 4 years ago, Guy Sakurong and the Marine Science Team betrayed Marine, detonated the slime, and directly destroyed the entire island. And the ruins of the research institute in front of the Straw Hat Pirates is one of the 3 research institutes. Knowing that this is actually the place where Vegapunk used to study, Frankie was so happy. He rushed in, found the abandoned main engine room, and ate up all the machines inside. Afterwards, they found a second abandoned research institute on the island. Frankie did the same thing and ate up the entire computer room. How's the effect? Seeing Frankie hiccuping, the partners asked curiously. It's great. Haha. With these experimental data and knowledge, my transformation technology will go to the next level, and there is the last research institute. Can't be wasted. Eat. The area of this island is not too big, and soon, everyone found the 3rd research institute. However, just as I was about to go in, I saw someone walking out of the research institute. Civil. They were thinking about something, they didn't notice the Straw Hat Pirates outside. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and raised his head suddenly. When he saw Luffy's appearance, he jumped back and exclaimed, "The Straw Hat." At this moment, Trafalgar Law felt like it was F***ked. What the hell? Why can I also meet this group of bounty monsters here? The incident of Saboti Archipelago seems to be still vivid in my memory. The moment Trafalgar Law saw Luffy and the others, his first reaction was to run away. He directly raised his hand. The fruit ability operation room will be activated immediately. However, before he snapped his fingers, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki was released directly, forming a torrent of Conqueror's Haki impact, which hit Trafalgar Law with a bang. The substantive impact of this Conqueror's Haki is completely different from the large-scale deterrence of Conqueror's Haki. The power of substantial impact is much stronger than the power of large-scale deterrence. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki substantial impact, if it is fully exerted, even Admiral will be injured if it is hit. Of course. The opponent in front of me is just a supernova 2 years ago, so it is naturally not worthy of Luffy's full use of his mouth. Boom. Trafalgar Law's body slammed into the wall behind him, and his fruit ability was interrupted. Seastone Star. Usopp raised his slingshot and dropped a seastone handcuff, which hit Trafalgar Law's wrist nervously. With the power of inertia, the seastone handcuff swung along the trend, directly locking the wrist of Taylor Gila. The last time you ran away 3 people in the Saboti archipelago, I was very confused. Later, I studied your abilities, and only then did I understand how you managed to escape. So, when I meet you again for the second time, you won't be able to escape. Luffy walks up to Trafalgar Law, grabs the seastone handcuffs on Trafalgar Law's wrist, and then cuffs his other hand. Hey, aren't you a capable person? Why can you take seastone handcuffs? Suddenly seeing Luffy grabbing seastone handcuffs with his bare hands, and even doing handcuffs on him, Trafalgar Law was directly stunned. Take it for a few hours a day, and you will get used to it. Luffy smiled slightly, grabbed the chain in the middle of the seastone handcuffs, and pulled Trafalgar Law up with a little force. Of course. Although Luffy can easily hold the seastone handcuffs, he still can't use the fruit ability when he comes into contact with seastone. This is the law of the world, and it cannot be changed by practice. Trafalgar Law. Is this okay? Then, Trafalgar Law suddenly remembered something, and he hurriedly shouted, Wait a minute. I'm the Straw Hat. I'm now 7 Warlords of the Sea. Even if you take me to Marine Base, I won't be rewarded golden. Luffy glanced at Trafalgar Law with a weird face. Good guy. Is the first impression others have of me is to exchange rewards. Seeing that Luffy didn't speak, but showed a strange expression, Trafalgaro suddenly panicked. Not good. This guy knows that I can't exchange bounties, so he won't silence the murder? Trafalgar Law doesn't want to die. To be precise, he can't die before he kills Doflamingo. As a child who has experienced hell since childhood, Trafalgar Law himself is not afraid of death, but he must avenge Rocinante. Before he succeeds in revenge, no matter what method he uses, he will try his best to continue living. Therefore, he hurriedly said, The Straw Hats, if you just want money, I can help you. As long as you cooperate with me, I can guarantee that you will get at least 100 million Baileys. Don't make trouble. I like money, but I'm not interested in robbing houses or anything like that. Luffy shook his head, stretched out his hand to help Trafalgar Law straighten his crooked hat, and then put the key of the seastone handcuffs into his hand. If you walk 1 kilometer away, you can open the handcuffs and leave by yourself. Nani? Looking at the key in his hand, Trafalgar Law's face is instantly full of questions. What is this operation? He asked with a confused face. What do you mean? You caught me and let me go. First, I'm not arresting you. I just met another pirate suddenly in this kind of place. Of course, the first reaction is to control the other party. Secondly, I have read the information about you. Although you have killed many people, those guys died not innocently. And you have also saved many people with your op fruit ability. Man, that makes me appreciate you. So, this is just a small episode in our respective journeys. Next, the road is facing the sky, each side will go. After all, Luffy makes a new civil case to Trafalgar Law. Luffy. This institute is not deserted. At this time, Frankie, who had just checked the gate of the institute, suddenly shouted. Not deserted. Luffy frowned slightly. This island does not look like a place where people live, and they found that the 2 research institutes were all abandoned. According to the normal theory, the 3rd research institute should also be abandoned. But now Frankie finds that the last research institute is still in use. Obviously, some kind of ulterior experiment must be going on in this research institute. And this kind of experimental base that has to be hidden, there is a high probability that it is a crime. Suddenly, Luffy turned his head to look at Trafalgar Law again. His gaze was inspected on Trafalgar Law's face. You are in charge here? Feeling the transmission from Luffy's gaze, Trafalgar Law subconsciously felt a shiver. He can clearly feel Luffy's hidden murderous intent. Trafalgar Law twisted his neck, with a look of helplessness on his face. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. Then, Trafalgar Law began to talk about it. From Trafalgar Law's narration, Luffy learned some information. About why Punk Hazard became what he is now, What Trafalgar Law said is consistent with what Luffy heard by listening to the voice of all things before. As for Trafalgar Law himself, he sneaked in here to investigate the research data of the world government, so as to achieve the purpose of dealing with Doflamingo. Doflamingo? This person seems to be a 7 warlords of the sea too. Hearing the name, Luffy frowned slightly. Before setting off to the new world this time, Luffy still did his homework on the materials of the major forces. Trafalgar Law nodded. Yes, during the Summit War 2 years ago, you fought against him. I fought against him? Luffy frowned even deeper. He thought about it carefully, then shook his head directly. No, in my impression, I have never had a relationship with such a person, have I? No? I'm sure he's going to participate in the Summit War. But then the online live broadcast was cut off. We don't know what happened, we just know the final result. Trafalgar Law scratched his head in confusion. Don Quixote Doflamingo. I don't have any memory. Damn, did the kid Red Luffy lose his memory? Gecko Moria. What amnesia? You were kicked out once you met in Summit War. It would be hell if people can remember you. He. Don Quixote Doflamingo. What nonsense are you talking? That kick was my double. Doflamingo was seriously upset when he heard Moria describe him as a scumbag. Sir Crocodile. Yeah. Moria, you were wronging the clown. He clearly took 2 pictures with the Red Luffy. The first time was when the clone rushed up and was shot, and the second time the real body was still hiding, and was directly caught. Red Luffy punched the shit out of it. Gecko Moria. Black he. 2 sides, okay. Sasaki. If I remember correctly, it seems that the clown wanted to report himself to come and see, but the Red Luffy kicked him away, and said something like, I don't have time to meet such a small character as you. Ha. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Damn. Thinking of that scene, Doflamingo was so angry. However, he has no way to refute anything, he can only be angry. Whether he goes or not. But since Doflamingo is 7 warlords of the sea, why do you want to deal with him? Could it be that Wang Xiaqiuhai also engages in internal factory consumption competition? Luffy asked curiously. It's not like this, but... Trafalgar Law pondered for a moment, then told his life experience. Not only did he tell about his life experience, but he also told about his joining the Don Quixote family. Normally speaking, it is impossible for Trafalgar Law to tell other people about these things of itself. But his intuition told him that the Straw Hat Luffy in front of him is the one who can help him complete his revenge. In this case, take a gamble. After listening to Trafalgar Law's narration, Luffy figured out Luo's life experience. Probably because the government of the world deliberately concealed the harm of platinum and led for the sake of profit, which led to the death of people in the country of Frevans. Trafalgar Law, as the sole survivor of the White Town, Frevans, wanted to join the Don Quixote family with hostility towards the whole world, and wanted to kill more people in the last year of his life to vent his anger. But Don Quixote Rogerandi couldn't bear Trafalgar Law to go astray like this, and would rather take the risk of exposing his undercover identity, but also slowly change Trafalgar Law's outlook on life and help him go the right way. It was also under the efforts of Don Quixote Rosilandi that Trafalgar Law got the op fruit, which cured him of his own lead platinum disease. But Rosiland was also shot and killed by his brother Doflamingo himself. Paluzolino. Woo, no wonder Trafalgar Law will use the chance of immortality surgery to kill Doflamingo. As long as a normal person hears this story about Trafalgar Law and Rosinante, no one will be moved. Gold D. Roger. This Marine Admiral, don't get off topic. Isn't the point here not a good thing done by the government of the world? In order to get a lot of wealth, directly kill people from one country. What a bastard. Sengoku. Roger, don't talk nonsense. It must be a story made up by Trafalgar Law. If this happened, why didn't the white frame video just now? This, he said Roger was making it up, but Sengoku knew it was his making it up. But as the Marshal of Marine, besides doing his best to restore the image of the world government and Marine, what else can he do? Edward Newgate. Nonsense. The videos on both sides are all about Luffy. The trajectory of the Trafalgar Law boy on the side of the white box is different from that on the side of the red box. If he didn't take the initiative to say it over there, of course we couldn't see it. Shiki. The meaning of this old Sengoku is that as long as the white frame video does not appear, you will not admit it. Charlotte Linlin. Well ha. Yes, as long as you haven't seen it, you haven't done it. Ochaku. No, Sengoku is much more shameless than this. A lot of things have happened just now, and people are still quibbling. Sengoku. HMPH. You pirates are always trying to discredit the government of the world. But the eyes of the people of the world are discerning. We Marine and the government of the world. Stand upright and not be afraid of the slanting shadow, all the darkness and rumors will be self-defeating. Puff. Bursts of hilarious laughter rang out. The chat room was immediately filled with joyful atmosphere. So, what are you still researching in this research institute? Luffy pointed to the research institute and asked. Trafalgar Law replied. As far as I know, Guy Sakurong is mainly researching SAD for Doflamingo, which is used as the raw material for man-made devil fruit. In addition, the guy also helped the ant to study the experiment of maximizing human beings, and captured many children as experimental subjects. What? Experiment with children? Nami on the side hadn't interrupted at first, but now when she heard this, her delicate face was filled with anger. Robin was also furious. You actually use a child, this guy, damn it. Luffy frowned. He looked at Trafalgar Law. Since you are 7 warlords of the sea, why didn't you save these children? Even if you don't want to sell it yourself, you can contact the nearby G5 branch. Ministry? Trafalgar Law shook his head with a wry smile. Even if I save these children, if I fail to destroy this place, then new children will be sent here. As for G5 branch, do you know who is helping Guy Sakurong to hide the truth after these children disappeared? Marine G5 branch? Luffy frowned, and his face became serious. That's right. Virgo, the base chief of the G5 branch, is a cadre of the Don Quixote family, and also an undercover agent specially sent by Doflamingo to the Marine. With Virgo here, how many? Flamingo's bad deeds are covered up, said Trafalgar Law. Luffy pondered slightly, then laughed and said, what is New World really? Gyuki snake gods have appeared. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at Trafalgar Law. I can consider what you said about cooperation, but I won't trust your one-sided words. After that, when you talk about Germany. Les Rosa, I'll look into that myself. If what you say is true, then you don't need to do anything, I will kill Doflamingo. But if what you say is false, think about the consequences yourself. Okay, I understand. Hearing that Luffy made such a decision, Trafalgar was overjoyed. Then, he immediately walked towards the entrance of the research institute. Master of the Straw Hat, come with me, let's get those children out first. Trafalgar Law. Joker, you over there are F***ked. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fooferfer, you really found a good helper, but don't think that I will sit still. Red Luffy is strong, but there are time. Strength cannot determine life and death. Gecko Moria. You are still stubborn. You will die if you meet each other, and you will not be given a chance to use tricks. Sir Crocodile. The clown is used to being self-righteous. He thinks he is so smart, but what he doesn't know is that his cleverness is useless in front of Red Luffy. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Then we'll see. Fooferfer. Led by Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Pirates soon came to the biscuit room where the children were held. The door opened, and a group of children inside were asking for sweets around a slender woman with a beautiful face. Among these children, some of them are very huge, which is obviously the result of the experiment. Candy. We want to eat candy. These children surrounded the woman, their emotions were very excited. It's such a loving picture. Chopper's eyes bloomed the light of friendship. Trafalgar Law said, don't be fooled, Tanuki. That candy is a poison that will make these children docile. At this time, Monet stopped his hands and looked towards Trafalgar Law. Luo, you don't want to continue pretending, do you? Hearing this, Trafalgar Law frowned slightly. What do you mean? Did you already know my identity? The corners of Monet's mouth slightly curved. Hee. Let me introduce myself. I am a cadre of the Red Heart Army of the Don Quixote family. I really know how to do it. What? This statement really shocked Trafalgar Law. After a long time, he has been lurking here for the past few months. It turns out that Doflamingo already knew about it. He himself thought everything was going well. Now it seems that I am the clown. Looking at Trafalgar Law's frightened look, Monet sneered. However, you actually attracted the Straw Hat Pirates here. This is really unexpected. Monet, since you know that the Straw Hat is in charge, then don't do any acts of resistance. As long as you cooperate with us to get rid of Doflamingo, we will not make things difficult for you. Trafalgar Law suggested. However, as soon as these words came out, a demonic smile suddenly appeared on Monet's face. Ahahaha. The young master gave me and my sister's life. You asked me to cooperate with you to eliminate Lost the young master. Ha ha ha. Luo. Since I saw you coming in on the surveillance camera just now, I have already activated the self-destruct program here. I will kill you with my life, although it is very difficult, it's a shame, but the few people who can eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates can vent their anger on the young master. Speaking, Mona stared at Luffy fiercely. Straw Hat Luffy. 2 years ago, because you beat up my young master in the Summit War, he lost 2 back molars. Know when it rains, his gums will ache. I will always remember this grudge. This time, since fate brought you here, then go to hell and repent for the crimes you committed against my young master. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the ferocious laughter, Monet's body suddenly turned into a state of ice and snow, and then turned into an ice and snow witch, opened his sharp ice and snow teeth, and rushed towards Trafalgar Law. Boom. Luffy's Conqueror's haki condensed into a powerful force, which instantly knocked Monet down from midair. Monet was lying on the ground, breathing deeply, her mouth was rising and falling, she laughed ferociously. Luffy the Straw Hat, you really deserve your reputation. But, from the moment I saw you on the surveillance camera just now, I didn't want to live. Now, there should be less than 10 seconds left in the self-destruct procedure. Even if you run out immediately, it will be too late to get out of the scope of this island. Ha ha ha. Monet is very self-aware. She knows that she can never be the opponent of the Straw Hat Pirates, so she resolutely activated the self-destruct program to let herself and the Straw Hat Pirates be blown away together. Buzz, 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 as Monet said, the entire research institute suddenly had an alarm, and all the alarm lights flickered desperately. Damn, she really activated the self-destruct program. Trafalgar Law looked anxious. Frankie, immediately notify 1,000 Miles of Sunshine for an emergency dive. Although Luffy is powerful, he doesn't dare to be careless in the face of an island-scale explosion. He entered Nika form in an instant, rubber-hyphenation.ape king gun. Luffy raised his hand and punched, directly blasting open a huge skylight on the top of the research institute. Afterwards, his arms stretched out quickly entangled the partners present, Luo and the innocent child. He kicked the ground suddenly, boom. Luffy jumped into the extremely high sky in an instant. Rubber hot air balloon. Come into the sky. Luffy's stomach suddenly turned into a huge balloon, and under the action of the sea breeze, it was even floating upwards. 5, 4, 3, 2.1. As Nami's silent countdown ended, the punk hazard below really exploded. Terrifying flames gushed out from almost every corner of the island instantly, and the shock generated by the violent explosion seemed to drop the entire sky. The air wave generated by the explosion pushes Luffy's hot air balloon far away. Wow. This explosion is terrible. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising below, all the hair on Chopper's body stood up in horror. What a vicious woman. Nami also took a deep breath, secretly shocked by Monet's determination and ruthlessness. In order to express evil spirits to the young master, even at the expense of his own life, he wanted to drag them to escape. If there is no Luffy, they are really in danger. Naval headquarters, there are many Marin, When Punk Hazard in the red frame video turned into a sea of flames, Kazuki Oden roared anxiously. What's the matter, Oden? Roger immediately turned his head to look over and asked suspiciously. It's over. My son, Momonosuke. Momonosuke is still in that abandoned pipeline, and he's about to be blown to death right now. Kazuki Oden cried out in pain. He wanted to slap his thigh hard, but the confinement of the viewing system made his slap extremely slow. In the white frame video just now, because Luffy rescued Momonosuke, Kazuki Oden knew that Momonosuke was in the abandoned pipeline of the Punk Hazard Institute. But now, on the side of the red framed video, several mushroom clouds rose directly from the entire Punk Hazard. Don't worry about Momonosuke hiding in that pipe, it must be cold. Oh no. It's not cold, it's fire. Cremation in situ. Whitebeard also opened his mouth, and then comforted. This. So sincere. Marco reminded. Oden, don't worry too much. After all, this is what happened in the red frame video, and your son is still here. After the Summit War is over, when we return to New World, we will accompany you to Punk Hazard, save your son. Gold D. Roger also quickly said. Yes, Oden, I know that the son over there is also your son, but more importantly, your son is still here. Kazuki Oden took a deep breath, listened to everyone's persuasion, and recovered. Yes. Momonosuke over here, please don't worry about anything. A few kilometers away from Punk Hazard, 1,000 Miles of Sunshine has resurfaced. Luffy landed with everyone. Afterwards, under Luo's call, his submarine number also surfaced. Compared to your ships, my submarine is like a toy. Trafalgar Law asked his subordinates to pick up the children, and said awkwardly. This is probably the so-called throwing away after shopping around. Luffy waved his hand. These children are left to you. As for the Doflamingo matter, I will do as agreed. Trafalgar Law was about to close the hatch, when he suddenly thought of something. He jumped onto the deck of 1,000 Miles of Sunshine, molded a life card from his body, tore it and handed it to Luffy. This is your life card. Luffy reached out and took it. Trafa Hajaro shook his head. No. This is the life card of a local fur tribe in Zou. I went there not long ago. I think Robin's family should be very interested in that place. Robin? Luffy showed confusion on his face. Trafalgar Law explained. Robin's family is the only survivor of Ohara. She can translate the historical text, and there is a red historical text in Zou's whale forest. Robin's family will definitely want to find out. Sengoku. Red history text. That's one of the 4 signpost history texts. J. Golucia Seidenzen. Is it actually in Zou? It's really a hard place to find. Kong. We should pay more attention to this matter. When we have time, we must bring this historical text stele of Zou back to the Holy Land for safekeeping. Gold D. Roger. Tisk tisk. I really don't want billion. But, Kong Laogu, your ideas are useless. When I feel better, I will directly announce the road signs of the 4 red historical texts. Sengoku. Roger, don't do something stupid. Gecko Moria. Do you want to announce the 4 coordinates of Raftel? Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. If you want to go to Raftel, you still have to rely on your own efforts to find the signpost, of course. If the world government's actions are too disgusting, I will definitely announce the road signs. History text. It's still a red road sign history text. Hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Luffy and Robin look surprised at the same time. Very good. That's the expression. Straw hats are in charge, so you are a normal person with normal emotions. Trafalgar Law pointed at Luffy's expression and said with a smile. Luffy smiled slightly. What you said. The cold appearance is only used to face outsiders. If it is a friend, I will not put on airs. However, Zou should be a place name, right? Why did you give us a life card instead of a permanent record pointer? Luffy asked suspiciously. Trafalgar Law smiled mysteriously, and the corners of his mouth curled up. As for the answer to this question, allow me to keep it a secret. When you arrive by yourself. When it's time for Zou, I promise you won't be shocked once. Alright. Thank you then, my friend. Speaking, Luffy took out his life card, tore off a piece and handed it to Trafalgar Law. Trafalgaro put away Luffy's life card, then tore a piece of his own life card and handed it to Luffy. After bidding farewell to the Heart Pirates, the Thousand Sunshines sailed in the direction of Dressrosa. Gecko Moria. Hey hee hee hee. Get ready for a great moment. Sand hyphenation point crocodile. Say yes. Look at how our Lord the Clown murdered Red Luffy with a trick. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Then open your eyes a little wider and have a good look. Being mocked by these 2 guys continuously, no matter how big Doflamingo is, he will inevitably feel sick. 1,000 miles of sunshine arrives in Dressrosa. This is a wild port, and there are endless huge rocks on the coast, just like a city wall. Mr. Luffy, can I get off the boat with you? Shirahoshi swam out of the swimming pool on the deck and looked at Luffy timidly. Luffy agreed. Okay. This is the country of human beings. There are not only forests on the island, but also human cities. I will take you to have fun. When I was in Punk Hazard before, the island was a barren island, not to mention the forest, not even a single hair. Now docked at the wild port of Dressrosa, you can see the lush forest when you go ashore, which just meets the wish of little Shirahoshi. Walking in the forest, although it sounds like a trivial matter. But Luffy understands that for little Shirahoshi, this can be said to be the biggest wish of growing up. Since I agreed to Shirahoshi, this matter must not be sloppy. After landing on the shore, Shirahoshi is equipped with a hula hoop, and can move freely by relying on the power of the wind. A group of people came to this primeval forest. The towering ancient trees are tens of meters high. It's amazing. I've never seen a tree like this. Little Shirahoshi stretched out his hands and molded on the trunk, excited. The seawater off the coast suddenly surged earth-shakingly, and 2 sea kings came out of the water directly. Hey! Luffy was taken aback, and quickly comforted Shirahoshi. Little Shirahoshi, stop crying. Sea kings will come crying when you cry. If we continue to cry for a while, all the sea kings in the surrounding waters will come to visit the pier. Then it will be lively. So many sea kings each sneezed once. I am afraid that the coast of Dressrosa will be completely submerged. After Luffy appeases Shirahoshi, he prepares to use Conqueror's Haki to frighten the 2 sea kings away. But suddenly, he heard kindness from these 2 sea kings. That's a way to convey friendliness, even. There is a little bit of licking. Suddenly, Luffy was a little confused. These sea kings are licking me? Ms. After playing in the primeval forest for a while, Luffy and his party went to the city of Dressrosa. The most famous slogan of Dressrosa can be seen everywhere in the city. The land of love, passion and toys. This country looks very rich, the buildings are tall and prosperous, and people's faces are full of smiles. Nami bought a few special snacks from the roadside stalls and shared them with everyone. Indeed, This country is so rich. Compared to Alabasta, the happiness of people in this country is much higher. Luffy nodded, really surprised by this scene. According to Trafalgar law, Doflamingo should be a full-fledged bad species. However, in the country under his rule, the life of common people is so rich. This is unreasonable. From the perspective of state governance, this Doflamingo seems to be a very capable person. Robin can't help but marvel at the prosperity of this country. Since she was 8 years old, she has been living in exile and has been to countless places. Just by comparing them, Luo can judge the degree of economic development of Dressrosa. It is no exaggeration to say that this country is the richest existence among all the countries she has ever seen. Luffy suggested that everyone find delicious food by themselves, and he pointed to a 1-meter-high barbecue in front of a barbecue shop and said, "Boss, give me 5 skewers." "Okay, distinguished guest, just wait a moment, I'll heat it up for you." The store owner brought 5 1-meter-long meat skewers over, put them in a large oven and started heating them. "Boss, are people in your country so rich?" Luffy chatted with the owner of the barbecue shop while the barbecue was heating up. From the shop owner's attitude towards customers, Luffy can feel that the shop owner's happiness is not fake. And being able to make a shop owner with a lot of money without any arrogance shows that the local people are generally very rich. To give a simple example, if all the wealth in a place is gathered in the hands of 10% of the people, then these 10% of the people in the local area are definitely above the top, and no one cares about them. And if the wealth of a place is equally distributed to everyone, then everyone will be in harmony with each other, and no one will look down on anyone. Guest, you are right. In our Dressrosa, everyone has no pressure in life. The king will carry out large-scale construction of the city every year, and the local people participate in the work, and they can get very high rewards. Everyone lives without worries. By the way, all the basic public facilities and services in Dressrosa will not charge any fees to civilians, but will also give expensive commissions to those who participate in voluntary labor. The boss is obviously also a warm-hearted person, chatting with Luffy. Guion. Is the country under the rule of the clown actually living such a wealthy life? Crane. Indeed. Judging by the appearance of the owner of this barbecue shop, it really doesn't seem like he's pretending. Sir Crocodile. That clown, is he so loved by commoners? Gecko Moria. Stop praising him. It's not like I haven't seen the white frame video just now. When that guy was finally beaten by Luffy, people all over the country applauded. Capone-beige. To be honest, if Doflamingo hadn't released Birdcage in the end to kill everyone, the public might not have hoped that Straw Hat Luffy would defeat him. Basil Hawkins. Yeah. All the people in Dressrosa are crazy about Doflamingo, especially before Sasuke gets knocked out. When watching the white frame video before, although everyone knows that Dressrosa is rich in economy, but there is no scene of Luffy's street interview. So I didn't know that the life happiness of Dressrosa civilians was so high. Now seeing the situation in the red-framed video, I am naturally surprised by this kind of thing. The boss peeled an orange and gave half to Luffy. Luffy stuffed a handful of oranges into his mouth, leaned against the counter, and then asked, "By the way, I heard that your current king is the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that you have only taken over this country for not many years." 10 years. His Majesty Heavenly Yaksha has been here in our Dressrosa for 10 years. The owner of the barbecue restaurant had a light in his eyes. What about your original king? What kind of person is he? Luffy continued to ask. The owner of the barbecue shop said, "Our original king was Riku Dole III. But he led the king's army to kill civilians 10 years ago, and was kicked out by Doflamingo." Kill civilians indiscriminately? Hearing this, Luffy frowned slightly. He is a cruel person. The owner of the barbecue shop shook his head. No. This matter is actually quite strange. King Riku has been in power for so many years, and he has always been a good person. I don't know that time why did we suddenly levy 10 billion Baileys from us, and the civilians couldn't afford it, so they started killing civilians. That was the only time he did bad things for so many years in power. Hearing this, Luffy thought for a while, and almost understood what was going on. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Obviously, King Riku's abnormal behavior is caused by Doflamingo. Guest, your barbecue is ready. The owner of the barbecue shop opened the grill and handed 5 strings of 1-meter-long barbecue to Luffy. Luffy took it, and carried the 5 skewers like a flagpole, took out one of them and ate it. While eating, I asked, although 100 Baileys are a lot, but your country is so rich, can't you come up with the 10 billion Baileys? The owner of the barbecue shop laughed and said, Guest, you are joking. In the era of King Riku's rule, our country was very poor, let alone 10 billion berries. Even if it is 5 billion Baileys, it will be difficult for the people of the whole country to get together in a short period of time. Unlike now, His Majesty can casually come up with 10 billion Baileys. Why is it so poor? Didn't the economy develop when King Riku was in power? Luffy asked curiously. The owner of the barbecue restaurant spread his hands. That His Majesty King Riku is a good man, he is kind and charitable. Many countries in war have come to him for help, and he will organize national donations to help those countries in war, so. Speaking of which, the owner of the barbecue shop pouted. He is a good man, but I don't think he is a good king. Luffy thought for a while, and understood what the owner of the barbecue shop wanted to express. Indeed, there is no doubt that King Riku is a kind person. But when such a person sits on the throne, it must be a good thing for the people of this country. The financial and material resources of one's own country are used to help other countries, and then the people of one's own country can only live in suffering and poverty. I am afraid that it will be the same for everyone. Heart. And now Doflamingo, let everyone live a good life. No matter what kind of person Doflamingo is, he is a good king to people like Dressrosa, a king who is out of vulgar taste. A king who is so good that the people of the whole country support him. Okay. Thank you boss for the barbecue. Luffy paid the money, exchanged some pleasantries with the boss, and then left. Afterwards, he inquired about King Riku and Doflamingo from other people. Everyone expresses the same meaning. Everyone thinks that King Riku is a good man, but they don't think that King Riku is a good king. On the contrary, a king like Doflamingo, even if he scolds the common people in front of the common people still think he is a good king. Although this is more or less looking at the money, but if you really want to think about it, what do the common people want? Isn't it just wanting to live a good life? You let me live a good life, even if you curse at me, I still support you. You make me suffer and suffer poorly, no matter how good your character is, there is no use for it. And Luffy also discovered a very cryptic thing from the information he inquired. That is, judging from the performance of these people, it seems that they can more or less guess the reason for the change of Dressrosa's imperial power 10 years ago. Although in the beginning, there were a lot of people complaining about Wang Riku. However, as everyone's life gets better and better, the number of people speaking out for King Riku among the common people has become less and less, and finally almost disappeared. Charlotte Cracker. It's outrageous. The clown guy is the king, so he is so good? Charlotte Daifuku. You can't say that. I watched the white frame video just now. After the sugar passed out, the toys all returned to adulthood. Aren't there many guys who originally opposed Doflamingo? This shows that people who opposed Doflamingo they have all been turned into toys, so of course all the ones left in the end are those who support him. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Are you stupid? Can't you understand from the comparison of the white frame video and the red frame video? The number of people who oppose me is just that small, but I only spent 3 to 5 years, more than 90% of the people in Dressrosa have fully supported me. Although this king is not rare to be a good king, but the fact is here, what can I do, foofurfur? Riku doled 3. This is impossible. The video must be fake. How can the people of Dressrosa support such an evil person as Doflamingo? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foofurfur. You can't accept it, there's nothing you can do about it, the truth is in front of you. Excuse me, are you Mr. Monkey D. Luffy? A delicate-looking woman appeared in front of Luffy and asked politely. Yes. Is there something? Luffy frowned. Hello. This is an invitation letter from our king. We invite you and your friends to attend the Royal Palace dinner tonight. Our king wants to clean up the dust for everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Welcome to our country. The woman took out an invitation card and handed it to Luffy respectfully. Oh? Hearing this, Luffy is a little surprised. He didn't expect that the invitation letter from Doflamingo had already been sent to him after he arrived in Dressrosa for more than half a day. This intelligence work is done well. Sir Crocodile. Joker, it's you. The Cadre Monet just died trying to kill the Straw Hat Pirates, and here he directly entertained the Straw Hat Pirates. Gecko Moria. And this guy found out the whereabouts of the Straw Hats so quickly, how many servants did he send? Sir Crocodile. Stupid, didn't you see the white framed video just now? Is there a woman under Doflamingo who has the ability to stare fruit? It must be that woman watching. It's the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Crocodile looks down on Moria's IQ. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foofurfur. Sand Crocodile, if you join forces with me, we can fight 4 emperors. Although Doflamingo doesn't like Moria, he still appreciates Crocodile. Whether it is Crocodile's strength or intelligence, Doflamingo feels that this is his perfect partner. Sir Crocodile. You better give me some place to cool off and stay there. Crocodile unceremoniously rejected the olive branch thrown by Doflamingo. That night, Luffy really came to the appointment. However, not everyone in the group came together, only Luffy, Nami, Buggy, Sanji and Chopper. As for the others, they stayed on the boat. After all, no matter how strong Luffy is, he will never do anything to put all eggs in one basket. Passing through Central Street, the 5 of Luffy came to the Land of Kings. Seeing the appearance of the 5 Luffys, Doflamingo, who had been waiting here for a long time, took the initiative to win. Fufurfurfur. Captain Luffy, for a big man like you to come here with honor, it really makes my ruined palace shine. Doflamingo's face is full of smiles, as if an ancient eunuch is welcoming. For Doflamingo's attitude, Luffy is not too surprised. After all, this is a world where strength speaks. The Straw Hat Pirates have demonstrated their strength during the Summit War. In terms of strength, the top combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates is no less than that of a 4 Emperor's pirates. And Doflamingo fought against Straw Hat Luffy during the Summit War, of course, if it counts as a fight. As long as you are not a fool, you will know how to lower your posture at this time and take the initiative to please the Straw Hat Pirates. You have already offended the Straw Hat Pirates. If you offend them now, it would be the same as asking for your own death. Looking at Doflamingo's obsequious look, Luffy deliberately said, Monet, your cadre, must have told you about Punk Hazard? As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo's face changed drastically. However, after a short moment, he quickly put on a smiling face again. Fufurfur. Your Excellency Luffy, please don't get me wrong, it's Monet's own private matter. Do it yourself, it has nothing to do with me. I fought against Lord Luffy in the Summit War, no matter how stupid I am. I can't possibly want to fight against you. Gecko Moria. PFF'd. Hehehehe. Clown, you look so humble, Sir Crocodile. What a shame. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Don't underestimate me. I am not the kind of person who gives in easily, Fufurfurfur.